Chapter 651, Encountering the Bushido Again. The four people who left the elf clan NPC soon came to the road of the dark tree demon forest. Shui Nai, why don't you summon it out and try it? Tai Feng looked at Shui Nai's wrist and said with some envy. Wait a little longer, wait until I reach level 70. Shui Nai glanced at her wrist and then at her level. Although the experience here came quickly, it was not enough for Shui Nai to upgrade quickly. In the game, if the pet's level is 10 levels higher than the owner's, there is a nearly 100% chance of rebellion, especially for pets like Shui Nai who have surrendered through trickery, and whose loyalty is less than 50 points. Only pets that have been raised since childhood can be used with confidence by players. Now Shui Nai's level has reached 90% of 69. As long as she finds 2 more dark tree monsters to fight, she will basically be upgraded. However, why does this flame fantasy dragon lizard have the prefix of weakness when it is in your hands, and also has the attribute of incomplete evolution? Is this the legendary boss pet restriction? Tai Feng has never captured a boss pet, and has no understanding of the setting of this system. Well, that's it. Otherwise, if you give the player a complete version of the boss pet, who can beat it? As for the incomplete evolution, I don't know what it is. Shui Nai, as a player who has captured several boss pets, knows much more about the setting of this system. In the game, it is basically luck to capture a boss level pet. Just take this flame fantasy dragon lizard for example. I know that the evolution is incomplete. Tai Feng thought about it and said, this only happens when the pet is advanced. In the Orc Kingdom, there are some pet trainers who can make pets evolve and mutate, so that the grade and attributes of the pet can be improved by 1 or several levels, but generally only to the elite level. Is there such a thing? Shui Nai has never heard of it on the side of the human empire. Yes. But a pet can only evolve once, and that evolution requires a lot of things. Once, I went to see it, and I was shocked by the evolution formula. Qun Lixu told her experience at this time. Well, there is a material in the evolution formula that must be found in a 100-level map. It seems to be called the Fruit of Evolution. But I think this Tree of Life should have the characteristics of the Fruit of Evolution, and it is the kind that directly activates the pet's own bloodline and evolves without cost. Tai Feng has been impressed by the juice of the Tree of Life. Don't think about it anymore. The godlike existence of the Tree of Life is not something we can dream of. Let's do more practical things. Shui Nai doesn't want Tai Feng to take risks and sneak attack the Tree of Life. I know, isn't it just talking? Tai Feng said as he walked towards a white coordinate light spot on the map. Now they still have to find their pets, but fortunately, their pets were taken to a safe base by Lu Yi. As long as they are not discovered, there will be no danger. Along the way, Shui Nai has started to look up information about pet evolution according to Tai Feng's previous words. Now his newly captured flame fantasy dragon lizard has many problems. Weak, flame fantasy dragon lizard, incomplete evolution. Level 80, white boss. Armor, pseudo flame dragon armor, ignore normal arrow shooting. Bone spur armor, rebound 30% of melee damage. Basic attributes, weak state. Strength, 500. Spirit, 400. Agility, 100. Constitution, 500. Loyalty, 45. Health, weak state. Magic points. Physical damage, 3000, weak state. Physical defense, 2000, weak state. Magical damage, 2500, weak state. Magical defense, 1500, weak state. Speed, 100. Stamina, 5000. Resistance, 150, fire immunity. Note, due to the failure of the evolution of the flame dragon armor, the damage received from ice is increased by 300%. Skills. Phantom invisibility. Natal skill. The flame dragon lizard with chameleon blood can simulate the color and temperature changes of the surrounding environment to achieve a high degree of invisibility. The search eye cannot break this effect. Dragonhorn charge. Level 3. Using its huge body to directly charge the enemy, it can cause huge physical damage to the enemy and stun the target. Being stabbed by the dragonhorn can destroy the enemy's ordinary armor. Flame trampling. Level 1. Using its huge body and the power of the surrounding fire elements, it tramples the ground to form a shock wave, causing a dizzy effect on the target within 10 meters and causing it to be impacted by the flames. Flame control. Level 1. Since the flame fantasy dragon lizard has the blood of the flame dragon, it can freely control the flames and attack the target. Flame Possession, Level 1 condensing the power of the surrounding fire elements, applying it to itself, making its ordinary attacks add flame damage. Explosive Flame Bomb, Level 1 condensing the power of the surrounding fire elements, compressing it into a large fireball, and producing a strong explosion after hitting the target. Flame Shock, Level 1 condensing the power of the surrounding fire elements, forming a jet of flames, and attacking the target in front multiple times. Explosive Flame Dragon Bomb, Level 1 condensing the power of the surrounding fire elements, by simulating the Dragon's Breath Bomb of the Dragon Clan, it can cause extremely strong magic damage to the space within the target range, and also has a splash effect. Note, this is a boss whose evolution was interrupted during the evolution process. After the evolution failed, it was severely injured, and its body functions became abnormal, requiring a long period of recuperation. Overall, this is a very good boss, with powerful skills and control skills. But if it is to be a player's pet, it is only useful when brushing monsters. As for PK killing, this kind of pet is useless, otherwise it will be completely treated as a boss. Pets suitable for PK between players are often agile, otherwise they will just be cannon fodder that will die in one go. But for Warcraft pets, they cannot be cannon fodder, otherwise the next time there is a rebellion, then the owner will be in danger. Moreover, this flame fantasy dragon lizard still has many problems. Just the endless weak state is enough for Mina, and now there is an incomplete evolution. If I had known this would happen, I would have let it evolve first. Mina sighed secretly in her heart, and then began to look for information on solving incomplete evolution. However, this incomplete evolution is not mentioned at all on the official website. It seems that we have to go to the Orc Kingdom to check it out. Looking at the flame fantasy dragon lizard sleeping soundly in the large pet space, Mina couldn't help but sigh. For him, this kind of huge pet is not his favorite, especially this kind of a pet with flaws. However, due to his promise to Elder Diana, he not only had to take good care of this holy beast, but also had to take care of its 3 meals a day to reduce the burden on the Elf Empire. Ah! Shui Na sighed softly and looked at the sky in the distance. Hey, there are people in front. Just when Shui Na was a little absent-minded, Tai Feng found a large group of blue cursors on the map, at least hundreds of them, and it was obvious that they were members of a large guild. Shall we go directly? Although he did not get any top quality equipment in the Battle of the Tree of Life, the space on his body that could hold things was already full. If the people over there saw the equipment and had bad intentions, it would be troublesome. Go directly. Otherwise, there will be not enough time. Shui Na glanced at the surrounding map and found that there was only one way to the location of their pets. Because they forgot to ask for a set of activation crystals for the teleportation array when they left the NPC, their willingness to find the Dark Tree Demon to fight and upgrade was also shattered. Okay, then everyone should be careful. Tai Feng walked to Qun Li. Among all the people, she had the worst survivability. As the two groups approached each other, Shui Na immediately found several cursors on the map, and knew at a glance that they were several thieves approaching quickly. Something is happening. Tai Feng quickly found that the players in the distance were changing their formations through the player map. From the beginning, they were in a tight circle in front and loose as sand in the back. Shui Na and the others knew that this was a very standard formation for fighting bosses. Moreover, in this special map, players can find each other's positions, so the thieves around them are very bored and relaxed. However, when Shui Na and the others had entered the sight range of these thieves, their formation changed immediately, leaving only a small number of people there, and then the large force rushed over, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a formation for fighting. This is... Shui Na said puzzledly. I'm afraid it's the Bushido guys. This is the only guild known to have a grudge against them, and it's said that the top leaders of this guild are vindictive. If it's really them, let's fight quickly. Shui Na glanced at the time, and there was not much time left. Okay, fight quickly. Tai Feng licked his lips and waved the giant axe in his hand excitedly. The thieves on the map actually rushed over directly, looking fearless. Seeing their arrogant actions, Shui Na and Tai Feng immediately knew that these thieves had calculated that they didn't dare to kill people indiscriminately. In this map, there is only one entrance and exit for ordinary players, and it is still guarded by someone. If you are red-named at this time, then the player can only stay in this map and wait for the next week to reopen, except for hanging out by himself. However, it is probably impossible for a player to survive in this map for a week without supplies. Not to mention leveling up, it was already very good to not drop in level. However, there was one thing that they never expected, that is, they had just protected the Tree of Life with a large group of NPC elders, and they also got a good thing in this battle. Looking at the three thieves who were rushing straight at him, Shui Na raised the elemental magic wand directly, and three wind blades were connected in a line, and rushed directly over. Damn! There were several screams in the void, and then the sand and stones on the ground rolled, and several heavy footprints appeared on the ground. After watching them scramble to dodge, Shui Na immediately launched the second round of magic. 3 chain lightnings hit the three thieves almost at the same time, splitting them out of the void. Wind blades combined with thunder magic have become Shui Na's usual battle declaration. At this time, Shui Na also received a malicious PK prompt from the system, and learned that the enemy they were facing was the Bushido Guild that had just been bleached. Chapter 652, Catch the Leader First. In the opening declaration of Mina, there was only one thief who was quick to see the opportunity and left the wind blade attack range early when Mina raised her magic wand. But he was still half killed by the chain lightning. Under Mina's high magic damage, even if the chain lightning was not famous for its lethality, it could still deal high damage. And this thief who escaped the disaster with his strength, with a body full of electric current, still couldn't avoid Xiaoyu's close-range sniping in the end. Xiaoyu's dark gold level silver moon bow is already very powerful, and it also has the special effect of increasing the arrow speed by 20%, so the speed of the arrow shot by Xiaoyu has exceeded the reaction of ordinary people, not to mention the thief who is also affected by abnormal status. Often, as long as Xiaoyu is aimed at a close distance of less than 60 meters, unless the vital points can be hidden behind the armor or the movement speed is super high, otherwise it will be waiting for death. The two of them teamed up to take out the three thieves who were the vanguard, and then Mizuna immediately began to chant the spell of explosive impact. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, began to use freezing arrows and lightning arrows to attack the remaining thieves around. When the people from the Bushido Guild saw that the names of the 4 people including Mizuna were all red, they immediately ordered a group of iron-skinned warriors to rush forward. The scene of nearly 30 warriors lined up in a line and rushed towards them was absolutely shocking. Especially among these people, the lowest level was 60, and they were using the charge skill at the same time. This scene made the people facing them feel uneasy. However, they did not expect that the wizard who dared to stand in front of them was a guy with a perverted set of equipment and very strong combat power. When Mizuna chanted the spell, he not only activated the ability of the magic diamond gold bracelet, but also reached into his arms with his left hand to touch the water scroll. When the explosive impact finished chanting, Mizuna's elemental magic wand was placed at the center of the warriors' battle line, and the huge fireball on the magic wand rushed to that side. It was seen that these warriors obviously treated the fireball as a pyrotechnic bomb. A very common stone flew out of a warrior's hand and smashed into the fireball. However, to their disappointment, the fireball did not explode, but continued to rush towards them. Hey! What kind of magic is this? Although these warriors are more knowledgeable about conventional magic, they obviously will not study these less popular and uncommon magic. For players, a high-level skill is difficult to obtain, and not everyone knows the name and effect of each skill. Damn, this is an explosive shock. At this time, a mage behind called out the name of this magic. Warriors, disperse quickly. However, the warriors who had already launched the charge skill to quickly approach the target did not disperse so well, not to mention that Mina's pyrotechnic shock had already rushed to their eyes. With a bang, the pyrotechnic shock was controlled by Mina to explode when it hit a warrior. In a huge flame space, more than a dozen warriors were being tortured by the flames. The warrior who suffered triple damage from the explosion and flame impact at the same time fell to the ground with a muffled groan and died after 3 huge values exploded. Although the warrior's health is strong, it is just a vase when the magic defense is not high. The dozen warriors who were burned by the explosion and the flame space had lost nearly half of their health when they left the flame space. And a few unlucky guys were directly attacked by the ice and fire under the attack of Mina's ice elemental bird, screamed, and fell to the ground and died. With Mina's current level 2 elemental bird, plus his own professional level, he can now release up to 8 elemental birds at a time, but because this requires a lot of magic power consumption and control ability, he can only perfectly control 4. After releasing 2 rounds of elemental birds, Shui Na only eliminated 5 warriors. 3 of them had good skills. In the environment of poor visibility such as the flame space, they could cut the elemental birds in half with swords and escaped. For now, the power of Shui Na's elemental birds is not too amazing, but the power of this skill is in the later stage. As long as the level can be raised, its power will be incomparable. Although these warriors who rushed to the front saw the elemental birds flown by Shui Nai, they did not react much. After all, the elemental mage is famous for his many strange tricks. As long as the power is not strong, not many people will study it. However, the power of Shui Nai's previous explosive impact has already left a deep impression on them. I saw that these warriors who launched the charge immediately changed their formation and no longer attacked in a neat formation, but became a roaming fight. The thieves around also attacked at this time. The stealth thieves mixed in with the warriors were very troublesome. If you are not careful, you will be hit by the crossbow arrows and poison blades. Damn, there are too many people. Tai Feng had already rushed forward, but was soon entangled by several warriors. Xiaoyu, deal with those thieves first. Shui Nai retreated while switching elemental attacks to lightning bullets, and began to slowly kite these warriors. With a cloth dress and several acceleration equipment, Shui Nai's speed is much faster than those warriors in heavy armor. As long as they don't have acceleration skills, he doesn't have to be afraid. However, the trouble now is that the archers and mages in the distance have begun to approach after losing Xiaoyu's long-range deterrence. After taking a look at the map, Shui Nai immediately shot several chain lightnings at the open ground, and Xiaoyu's eyes followed the movement of these lightnings. As long as she found the figure of a thief, she would immediately draw her bow and shoot an arrow. And if a warrior was just numbed by electricity, and exposed his eyes or other flaws, Xiaoyu would not let him go. Mina and Xiaoyu teamed up to kill nearly 10 people in a row. No one dared to approach, and Qun Lixu, who was in their protected area, was fully committed to treating Tai Feng. Seeing that the thieves around had been dealt with, Shui Nai immediately rescued Tai Feng and took a careful look at Tai Feng's coordinates and position. Then, with Shui Nai's wand waved, an ice ring appeared at Tai Feng's knees. In this fierce battle, no one noticed this change. However, this is not their fault. After all, they had already gathered together in order to get rid of Tai Feng as soon as possible. If it weren't for Qun Lixu's powerful treatment and Tai Feng's outstanding defensibility of the orc armor, I'm afraid that if the enemy came over, he would have been chopped down long ago. As the carrier of the ice ring, Tai Feng naturally knew the existence of the ice ring from the status bar. Just seeing this status, he understood Shui Nai's idea. With the expansion of the ice ring and the rapid drop in the surrounding temperature, the 5 warriors closest to Tai Feng immediately had their feet frozen and could not move. They were attacked so suddenly that they immediately became confused and wanted to leave Tai Feng's position in a panic, but when the ice ring just exploded, Tai Feng's Whirlwind Slash also appeared. Whirlwind Slash is a skill that can only be used when equipped with heavy weapons, and heavy weapons are only widely used on the side of the Orc Kingdom. However, I don't know what the Bushido Guild thinks. Among these elites, there is not a single orc race. If there is an orc warrior among them, then they don't have to deal with Tai Feng's armor like this. As soon as the Whirlwind Slash appeared, a large number of red numbers immediately floated above the heads of the surrounding Bushido warriors. In addition, with the attacks and cover of Mina and Xiaoyu, the warriors who were lucky enough to escape around them had no way to rescue their companions. Now these warriors have regretted that they have been too far away from the large army behind them. Their fighting spirit has been depressed and their momentum has naturally weakened. At the beginning, the more than 30 warriors thought they could defeat the 4 players, so they did not let the troops behind them follow up immediately. However, they did not expect that their opponents would be so strong. It was not enough to have an immortal Tauren warrior, but also a mage with terrifyingly high magic damage. Often, a flaming bomb can kill a warrior and burn the surrounding companions. Even a holy light warrior with good magic defense can't stand too. Okay, I'm teleporting to the opposite side now, you guys be careful. Mina looked at the archers and mages who were approaching quickly, knowing that these were their biggest enemies. In these melees, if you are attacked by an archer or a mage, the consequences are very serious. On the contrary, once a warrior is controlled by a skill, it will be much easier to fight. Warriors without magic defense equipment, except for players like Holy Light warriors who have a certain magic defense growth, other warriors can only sleep on the floor when facing fire magic. Well, let me handle these guys. After Tai Feng finished speaking, he jumped high at the end of the Whirlwind Slash, and then directly slashed from the air, killing a paladin with low health on the spot. With the teleportation, Shui Nai's figure appeared 67 meters away. With his hand touching the water scroll, plus the bonus of the True Sky Dragon, the speed of this teleportation has exceeded the original 60 meters. Shui Na immediately entered the second teleportation state as soon as he appeared, because in his memory, the distance between him and the enemy's rear mage archer was 100 meters, and this 100 meters was also the most effective range of Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu's bow and arrow can shoot far beyond 100 meters, there is no way to control the flight time of the arrow. Once it exceeds 100 meters, even a mage can dodge it calmly as long as he reacts faster. After the second teleportation, Shui Na immediately came to the left rear of the enemy position. Not far away, there was a Templar standing among a group of mages, with the feeling of being a crane standing out from the crowd. Seeing this obviously the existence of the Thief King, Shui Nai's first thought was to capture the king first. Chapter 653 Self-Sacrificing Attack. When Shui Nai saw this Templar, she immediately used the reconnaissance technique to check. At Shui Nai's current level, it is not stressful to explore the player's information. Is the president of Bushido called God of War? Although the player named God of War did say that he was the president of Bushido Guild in the information, Shui Nai still wanted to confirm it. It's him. Generally speaking, the president of a larger guild will not use a substitute. After all, this is related to the reputation and face of a guild. Don't ask this kind of question in the future. Tai Feng was obviously dumbfounded when he heard this question. If a guild like Bushido dared to use a substitute, then he would not have to recruit members. The reason why a guild can gather a large group of subordinates is that in addition to having enough benefits to gain, it also needs a well-known president. Of course, if a guild is strong, then the president can also be a military advisor, but this situation is rare. Generally speaking, the president of a large guild attaches great importance to his own level, even if the level is different from even if they don't go up, they have to pay attention to their equipment to strengthen their strength, leave an undefeated myth to the members, and also maintain their image. Therefore, if you want to see whether a guild is strong or not, you can see it by looking at their president. In this case, a master of leveling like a mage has become the profession of most guild presidents. Moreover, this profession is notoriously fragile, so even if the president dies unexpectedly in battle, there are many reasons to explain. However, Shui Na has never understood the above things. Now he is just thinking about whether to kill the main general first or to break up these people first. There are nearly 15 people around this god of war now, 10 of whom are human mages and 5 elf archers. Such a long-range combat force, if it is not a creature at the boss level, I am afraid there is really no way to approach them. Of course, if you use the phantom stealth, and cooperate with the wind rings on your body, then you can break through their firepower line at a very fast speed and launch a surprise attack, and there is still a chance of success. However, if he did so, he would reveal his identity as a mortal. Shui Nai had not had enough of this rare leisure time. When they reacted, Shui Nai did not even think about it, and teleported away directly, coming to the vicinity of the mage team on the other side. If he was concentrated by these long-range firepower personnel, even a blood cow like Tai Feng would have to die several times. However, this combination also has a fatal point, that is, the speed of the mage and the archer is different, and it is not convenient to move as a whole. But Shui Nai didn't know what the meaning of their deployment of this formation was. In fact, for the members of this Bushido, the reason why they put on this formation was just to facilitate the discussion of the next step. Although they can talk directly in the team chat, there are no less than 10 teams among so many of them, and a team has only a dozen people. Although this distribution can carefully control these people, it cannot form a big picture. Generally speaking, in such a large-scale chaos, it is best for a remote person to be the captain of a team, because they don't have to run to the front line and have a wider field of vision. Therefore, the captains of these teams had to gather together and give orders to their respective teams while discussing. At the beginning of this battle, these captains were just accustomed to gathering together to practice the coordination of their respective teams. Therefore, they had no objection to the warrior team's plan to deal with the 4 players alone. However, the situation changed far more than their reaction. In just a moment, the thieves who led the front were wiped out, and then more than half of the warrior echelon was eaten. What made them most embarrassed was that the 4 people on the opposite side did not even die. However, just when they began to mobilize archers and mages to rescue, they suddenly found that the distance was too far and they could not launch an attack directly. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of these people. Seeing this mage who suddenly appeared, their first reaction was dumbfounded. They all stared at Shui Nai in amazement. Then, when they reacted and found that it was a red name, Shui Nai left again. Damn, a mage actually dared to rush into the enemy's position. A mage was very disdainful of Shui Nai's fearless and suicidal behavior. As a mage, you should have the awareness of a mage. Kill him. Surrounded by people like the moon and stars surrounding the god of war, he pointed the golden longsword in his hand and asked the people in his hand to attack. He could not tolerate such an enemy walking around in his camp at will. Although this order would cause chaos in the mage team and archer team in this formation, he knew that the mage who dared to break into the formation must stay. For a moment, the mages and archers around him immediately took action. At this time, Shui Nai had already rushed into this mage team. With Mina's forceful intrusion, the ranged personnel around him had not yet come out of the previous order. Damn, the enemy is next to us, over there. Several mages immediately looked at the people around them nervously. For them, only thieves can sneak up to them, so they can't help but be nervous. I don't know, the people above said so. Hey, there are people fighting over there. A mage said while watching the changes around him, but soon found that there were special effects of fighting in a mage team not far away. Damn, is this a mage? What's the matter with him rushing around like a warrior? Now there is no need for the captains to give orders. Seeing that this mage killed his companions with a wind blade, none of them dared to slack off. Because this kind of guy who is obviously a killer god can only have a chance to kill him together when everyone is not killed. However, Mina is very slippery now, constantly using the enemies around him to block the archer's sight, not giving the archers a chance to aim at him. He opened fire at full power, relying on his high health and amazing defense to fight hard with the surrounding mages. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Mina, with the lightning above his head, began the next step of the clearing operation. With Mina's continuous teleportation, Mina had already killed several mages and archers with wind blades. Facing a mage with a fast-moving speed and defensive magic, these archers became more and more distressed, because they had no way to hit such a slippery opponent, unless they ignored the lives of their companions and directly released a large-scale rain of arrows. The surrounding mages were also in the same distress. Among all elemental magic, the fastest lightning magic, Mina's thunder-pointed hat, all just made a big miss. Intermediate magic like thunder arrows can't even break the enemy's ice shield, so naturally it can't electrocute anyone. As for the powerful lightning net, it was directly solved by Shui Nai's ice shield. As for the fire and ice elements that were a beat slower, there was no way out. Among these mages, Shui Nai used teleportation to attack randomly a few times, and immediately beat the group of mages away. All the mages planned to distance themselves from the demon first, but how could they, with a maximum speed of only more than 100 points, outrun Shui Nai, who had already reached more than 400 points? He caught up with a mage and raised his hand to hit the back of the mage's head with a staff. 309. 2560. The flame flashed, and the mage screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and then the light suddenly appeared. Two big damages appeared on the back of the mage's head, and the second flame attack was a fatal blow. This mage was not the first mage to die from Shui Nai's elemental magic wand. However, this approach was also caused by Shui Nai's lack of magic power. At the same time, he had to use the effect of this rapid movement to get rid of the archer's aim. After dodging two arrows with skill light effects, Shui Nai used the last teleportation to dodge a fire ring that had already exploded. For this fire ring, Shui Nai had several ways to dodge, but with three archers pressing behind him, he had to use this last teleportation. This fire ring not only did not knock down Shui Nai's health, but burned several surrounding mages. Although the current players' levels have already moved towards level 60, most of the players are busy upgrading their specializations, so the current high-level maps are still in an undeveloped state. In this case, equipment and skills after level 60 have become very popular. But there are too many monks and too little porridge. This premise has never changed, because in this battle, Shui Nai found that most of these people were using high-level magic to fight him. Just when Shui Nai killed the 18th mage, he suddenly felt something approaching behind him. He glanced at the map and found that a cursor was approaching at an alarming speed. Thief! He quickly shot a wind blade backwards to try to stop the thief from approaching. At the same time, he looked at the ice ring that was still cooling down and ran away. Puff! Shui Nai suddenly heard such a sound, and then he couldn't help but look back in surprise. Shui Nai didn't intend to kill the thief with his impromptu wind blade, but he didn't expect that his random wind blade could hit the target. However, Shui Nai's glance scared him a lot. A thief with a long bloody wound cut vertically on his chest and abdomen by the wind blade actually rushed over with blood dripping. It turned out that in order to catch up with Shui Nai, the thief didn't even dodge, and directly took such a wind blade with his body, and then rushed over. This is a completely life-threatening fighting style, which is the most terrifying for Mina, who is outnumbered. Mina, who was thrown to the ground, felt a lightness on his body. The thief died of excessive bleeding. But this did not make Mina happy, because he had found that there was no one around him, and the most troublesome thing was that he was hit by the thief's poisonous dagger at some point and became a forbidden magic state. Chapter 654 The Invitation of the God of War. Mina did not expect that the thief would use such a deadened fighting style to deal with him. Just now, if his dagger had moved a few more points, he could have pierced his heart. However, he did not have time and died of blood loss due to the cutting effect of the wind blade. Pushing away the corpse on his body, Mina grabbed the neck of the corpse with one hand and quickly took a look at the surrounding situation. However, the current situation is a bit weird. Because now the surrounding mages and archers are surrounding him, but they haven't taken action. In the distance, the sound of axes and swords clashing has not stopped. Looking at the situation in the distance, Tai Feng and the others are almost here, but now his situation is but it felt like he was captured by mistake. I just don't know if these people are interested in taking him as a hostage. Not bad, not bad, a mage can do this, it's not something that ordinary people can do. At this moment, a Templar suddenly crossed the encirclement and looked at Shui Nai. His tone was very gentle, as if he had already won. Shui Nai glanced around and was ready to escape at any time. Why, do you still think you have the ability to run away? As soon as the God of War finished speaking, the men around him immediately drew their bows and chanted spells, and the threat was already as strong as it could be. Shui Nai still didn't speak. With his current ability, he had several ways to leave, but he wanted to stay a little longer. After all, this forbidden magic state only lasted for 3 minutes. If it were an ordinary mage, he would probably die hundreds of times if he couldn't use magic for 3 minutes. But for Shui Nai, a mage with top-grade equipment, there will be no problem as long as there are no more thieves like the one just now who are fast and reckless. I recognize your strength very much. A strong man like you should not be buried like this. I believe you should also know that our guild has not been established for too long and there is too much lack of talents like you. If you join our guild, I will not only not care about what you did here today, but also spend enough resources on you to make you the strongest mage in our guild. After that, we will conquer this game together, build the greatest guild, and enjoy endless honor and benefits. Shui Nai did not have a good impression of this foreigner who spoke Chinese more fluently than Chinese people. He did not like him very much because he did not regard his members as human lives. These corpses around him fell down for him, but he did not even look at them, and did not let the priests around him revive them. What about them? Can they just forget this hatred? Shui Nai asked Tai Feng and others not to come over in the team chat, while pointing at the corpses and players around. They? As long as I want, they will naturally not trouble you, and once you join, they can become your subordinates. The God of War said proudly. He valued the ability of this mage very much. The fighting power shown by Shui Nai is enough to prove that his ability is far beyond the sum of these good-for-nothing subordinates. Just now, if it weren't for his confidant's life-threatening attack, I'm afraid these players around him wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. If they dare to have an opinion about this, it means that he is not loyal to me. Because in our country, being able to die for the Lord is the best destination and the greatest honor for a warrior, and only such a warrior can share this world with the Lord. After the God of War finished speaking, at this time, a female priest with a very seductive figure and dress suddenly came out and cast a resurrection spell on the thief who died in the battle beside Shui Nai. With a swish, the thief was resurrected, and just when he found that the red-named mage Shui Nai was not far from him, he saw a dagger flashing towards Shui Nai's neck. Shui Nai, who had been on guard for a long time, did not have any doubts. When the fierce light flashed in his eyes, he waved the magic wand in his hand, and a fireball rushed to the thief's face. With a bang, a nearly 2,500 point damage directly emptied his 50% health again, and he fell to the ground in white light. At this time, the priest's belated healing holy light came with the white light of death. This. The people around looked at the thief in a daze. They didn't expect that the thief would still be so persistent in executing the order given by the God of War after dying once. The God of War suddenly muttered a few words to an archer beside him in Japanese, and then he signaled another female priest to come out and resurrect the thief. I'm very sorry. My men have offended you just now. The God of War glanced at the thief who stood up again, and signaled him to retreat with a look, but the resentment in the thief's eyes made him frown. After that, a few holy lights flashed from his hands, completely replenishing the thief's life value. On the other hand, the guys around who had fought with Mina but had not died were completely ignored. However, the thief was somewhat flattered to accept the treatment of the god of war, and then walked back behind the god of war with his head down, looking docile. The god of war obviously used this method to tell his members that only truly loyal and fearless men would get his biggest and richest rewards. Well, I don't care about this, anyway, it's not me who died. Mina stuck the magic wand in his hand into the ground and expressed his attitude. Then I wonder what my request just now is. I'm not interested. I don't want to join any guild yet. Regarding this question, Mina was very determined and directly refused. Haha, don't you need to think about it. This is a rare opportunity. Just imagine, when we dominate the world one day, that is such a majestic thing. Don't you want to be the one who is below one person and above 10,000 people? No. Mina doesn't want to be below this person. After being said so directly by Mina, the god of war was immediately choked and was speechless, and his eyes immediately became cold. Why, do you look down on our guild so much? You know, our guild has destroyed 5 large and small guilds in just 1 month. The god of war saw Mina's calm expression, but he himself was a little uncalm, and couldn't help but threaten. Sorry, I don't like this kind of fighting and killing life. If your people hadn't attacked us, I wouldn't have entangled with you. Okay, you have backbone. Since you are not useful to me, then destroy it here. The god of war calculated the time silently. Now there is still half of the time left for the forbidden magic state, which is enough to kill this ignorant guy several times. As soon as the god of war finished speaking, he immediately ordered the surrounding bows and arrows to attack, and he was ready to leave. He was a little unpredictable about the various performances of this mage in front of him. If this guy really has a backup plan, then he will be in trouble. Feeling the biting cold around him, Shui Nai already knew that the arrows had left the bow. At this time, he reached out and grabbed the elemental magic wand on the ground, and then the magic wand suddenly emitted a burst of green light, and Shui Nai disappeared in this green light. Magic storage wand. This is a high-level magic storage equipment. A mage said how Mina escaped at this time, because he had seen his mentor have this kind of equipment. Magic storage equipment and charging equipment are the most effective equipment against the silent staff and the magic ban. In this situation where you can't chant or use magic, only they can break through this limitation. Chase, kill them all immediately. As soon as he knew that Mina had escaped, the god of war said something fiercely, looking at the 3 people in the distance. As a president, he invited players to join in front of a group of members, but was not only rejected in person, but also fooled by others. How could he lose face as a president? So he had to get angry and kill people to vent his anger. However, at this moment, a big fireball suddenly hit the god of war from the air. The god of war's reaction was not slow. After sensing the high temperature energy coming from the sky, he ran around in an instant. During this running process, he also carefully activated the Templar's skill, Holy Protection. Holy Protection and the Holy Guardian of the Paladin are skills of the same level, but the former adds a durable anti-magic shield, while the latter increases the magic defense for a period of time. The Templar focuses on attack and speed, while the Paladin focuses on defense and support. These 2 professions have no intersection at all. However, this skill of the Templar Great Swordsman level did not completely prevent the explosive impact stored in the elemental magic wand of Shui Nai. At least when he ran out of the flame space, 70% of his health was gone. In the flame space, there were 5 or 6 mages and archers who could not get out of the flame space. These were affected because they were not far away from the god of war. After running out of the flame space, the god of war immediately shouted and cursed in a language that Shui Nai could not understand. With the translation and orders of several team leaders, Shui Nai, who was stranded in the sky, became a target for everyone. When he looked at the suspended air, Shui Nai thought about it and felt that it would be better to kill the god of war first. So he immediately activated the true deep sea dragon and transformed into a water element. The god of war looked at Mizunao, who was still human just now. When he fell, he suddenly flashed blue light and turned into a monster. He was shocked, especially when he saw Mizunao's transparent body rushing towards him with a long magic wand. This water element incarnation was not the first time Mizunao used it, so he immediately activated the phantom ring when he landed on the ground. Although the phantom stealth could not provide the effect of invisibility in this situation of rippling water light, it could also increase its slowed speed. Catching up with the god of war who was running for his life, Mizunao ignored the arrows that penetrated his body and directly pointed the elemental magic wand at the back of the god of war's head and stabbed it hard. With a bang, with Mizunao's 440 points of strength and the fire element damage of the elemental magic wand, the god of war wailed and was knocked away. 506. 3596. Two huge numbers flew out from the head of the god of war. The god of war in armor was killed instantly by the double damage. He didn't even have time to drink the potion before he turned into white light in the air. Chapter 655, Skilled Potion Formula. After watching the god of war fall to the ground, Mina turned around and attacked a priest not far away. Mina's right hand holding the staff suddenly stretched out, and a hand made of water elements stretched several meters directly, emitting flames. The elemental wand easily hit the female priest's chest, and a ball of fire exploded. The priest, who was already frightened by the mutation, didn't even make a sound, and turned into white light under the elemental wand and was killed instantly. After that, Mina pulled the extended arm violently, and saw the flames on the elemental wand flickering, and the three surrounding mages were swept by the elemental wand at the same time. However, Mina didn't calculate the distance and position well for this sweep, so the three mages were not killed, but they were scared and dared not approach Mina again. In this state of water element incarnation, Mina directly ignored physical damage, and only fire, ice, and thunder magic could cause damage to it. However, since Mina had killed these mages in pieces before, there was not much threat to the mages. As for the archers, as a profession without large-scale group skills, elemental archers are generally not as powerful and practical as jungle archers in organizations like guilds with a large number of mages. Therefore, there has never been an elemental archer in the Bushido Guild, which makes Mina more fearless. When Mina chased out another priest and dealt with him, Mina stopped. Now that the president died in battle and several team leaders were killed, all these people seemed to have lost their will to fight and fled the scene. After watching the body of the god of war disappear, Mina breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this god of war did not learn the special skill Resurrection of the Holy Light Knight, otherwise it would be a problem to fight him in the forbidden magic state. Although the skills of the god of war are completely unable to break his state of ignoring physical damage, the people of the Bushido Guild with and without the god of war are completely different. At least when he is there, the players around him have to do some work, instead of running away immediately when the opportunity is not right like now. However, think about it, it should be so. The attitude of the god of war towards his opponents is completely problematic. It's as if he is an emperor in ancient times, and he wants his subordinates to be completely loyal and to die for him. Under this kind of thinking, only people with problems in their brains will play with him like this. After meeting up with Tai Feng and the others, the four of them looked at the numbers above their heads, and found that they had directly killed nearly 50 players of Bushido in just a few minutes. After checking all the equipment on the ground, Shui Na and the others only took some equipment that could still be sold for a few dollars and left. This time, no top-quality equipment was exploded, and now Shui Na finally understood why those big guilds were so keen on guarding corpses. Only by guarding corpses for a long time can the top-quality equipment on the players be exploded. After finding the mount, Shui Na and the others soon came to the entrance of the Dark Tree Demon Forest. Now, at this entrance, a large number of players are busy handing in tasks or exchanging their wood spirits. However, when Shui Na and other red-named players appeared at the entrance, it was still easy to shock the surrounding players. Especially when they saw those NPCs of level 100 guarding them and smiling at them leaving, the players' eyes popped out. So everyone immediately guessed their identities, but some people were a little angry. Okay, it seems that this leaf of life is really effective. Shui Na looked at the emerald green leaves on his chest. Although it was just a leaf of the tree of life, it would be a very good trinket if it was on a player. Although this trinket did not have any attributes, it already represented that they had become a member of the Guardian of the Tree of Life, an identity that could make them respected by all NPCs. But of course, the four of them could not use this to do anything wrong, otherwise even if they had the identity of the Guardian of the Tree of Life, they would be killed by the NPCs. Are we going to replace those wood spirits? Qian Lixu looked at the players around her, who had already blocked this entrance and exit. No, let's keep them. We have so many wood spirits now. After knowing that Shui Na had this task, Tai Feng also wanted to keep these wood spirits. It seems that wood spirits cannot be taken away, just like dark energy crystals. Shui Na reminded Tai Feng at this time. Ah! Is that so? So Tai Feng immediately looked up the information of this place. Now we have a total of 105 wood spirits, of which 64 were snatched back. It seems that robbery is a good way to get rich. Qian Lixu said while sorting the wood spirits on her body into 4 parts, 1 bag for each person. Okay, everyone be careful. When you leave this place, you must put all the things on your pet into your backpack. Shui Nai looked at the crowded environment in front of him. In such a mixed place, there are many people who steal chickens and dogs. When they really stepped out of the dark tree demon forest in the next step, the task submission confirmation panel appeared in front of the 4 of them, but they had no time to pay attention to it. Instead, they quickly stuffed the things on their bodies and pets into their backpacks. After solving this problem, they had time to look at the task submission confirmation panel. In this task panel, the tasks that their team had completed were listed in detail, and these tasks were all automatic tasks in the Dark Tree Demon Forest. Not everyone can find a task NPC outside like Poxio and his team and get such a related task. And these players who don trademark T have tasks can only take these automatic tasks. As long as they set foot in this forest, large and small tasks will automatically appear on their task panel, and as long as they kill related monsters, the completion of these tasks will be automatically calculated. Mina looked at the panel in front of her, which listed nearly 10 lines of data. Killed 250 small treemen, completed the small treeman intermediate task, and was rewarded with 250 gold experience points. Killed 10 big treemen, completed the big treeman primary task, and was rewarded with 1000 gold experience points. Killed 36 dark tree demons, completed the dark tree demon intermediate task, and was rewarded with 7200 gold experience points. Among these tasks, there is also a top-notch task to complete the Guardian of the Tree of Life. The system not only rewards a lot of experience, but also gives them nearly 10,000 honor points. With this nearly 20,000 gold experience reward, Shui Nana's last requirement to reach level 70 was also filled. Upgraded. Tai Feng glanced at the team panel and immediately found that Shui Nana's level had risen. Well, I didn't expect the experience of the tasks here to be so high. Shui Nana nodded as she allocated the attribute points. After that, they took advantage of the last time before the exchange area was closed and began to use the wood spirits in their hands to exchange for things they were interested in. In this temporary wood spirit exchange area, players can exchange for many things, including skills and top-quality equipment, but these all cost a lot of wood spirit. For now, the value of the wood spirit here is not low at all. If it is exchanged for gold coins, a wood spirit with a full quality of 100 can be exchanged for 100 gold coins, that is, a wood spirit with a quality of 1 point can be exchanged for 1 gold coin. However, the lowest quality of the wood spirit here is 50, but the way to obtain it is very difficult. However, for players who can enter this dark tree demon forest, this little money has not aroused their interest. However, some things in this exchange area may not be bought outside even with thousands of gold. Take the potion recipe that Mina has taken a fancy to. This recipe allows players to make special potions, proficiency potions. This potion is the same as the one in the skill training field, which can increase the player's skill proficiency by 20% for a period of time. However, this recipe must be prepared by the player's pharmaceutical level reaching the pharmaceutical master. After discussing with Xiaoyu, Shui Na immediately bought the formula with Xiaoyu's wood essence. The total quality required for this formula is 4,500 points, and although the wood essence in Shui Na's hand is of good quality, it only adds up to 2,356 points. When the two bought this only formula, several pharmaceutical players around them immediately came to ask, "Brother, is this formula for auction or for personal use? If it is for auction, I am willing to exchange 10,000 credit points with you now." A pharmaceutical player with an obvious guild background stood up. "Brother, don't say anything else, I am willing to pay 15,000, sell it to me." "Brother." Seeing them talking about leaving their own formula, Shui Na couldn't help but become more interested in this formula. The reason why he wanted this formula was entirely to improve his magic proficiency. After all, the most powerful thing about him as an elemental mage is that he can use all elemental magic and practice all magic to the extreme. Although this recipe is only worth 4,500 gold coins here, everyone knows that the true value of this recipe is probably over 100,000. In the skill training field, a bottle of proficiency potion is worth 10 gold coins, valid for 30 minutes, and is only sold 1 day a week, with only 1,000 bottles sold a day, until they are sold out. However, this potion is something that players will never have enough of. However, no one has ever found the recipe for this potion, and some people even said on the forum that there is no recipe for this potion at all. However, no one would have thought that such a recipe would appear in such an inconspicuous corner of the wood spirit exchange area, and the price is not too high. However, this price is not too high, only for Mina and others. The dark tree demon boss who will explode this wood spirit is not something that ordinary people can face. And the Bushido Guild, the only one that has the opportunity to accumulate so many wood spirits, has been robbed of most of the wood spirits by Mina and others, which is even more impossible. In fact, when it comes down to it, Mina was able to obtain this formula entirely because of Bushido and the others. Chapter 656 Single Challenge. After rejecting all the players who wanted to buy this precious formula, Shui Na and Xiao Yu immediately browsed all the stalls in this item exchange area. However, because they came out a little late, many of the cheap and good items on the stalls had already been bought by others. The items that come out of this exchange area are different every time, and basically there will be new things every week. And this means that some of the items here may be unique in this world, such as this formula. Once you miss these, I am afraid there will be no chance to see them again. After walking around and finding that there were no good things, Shui Na and Xiao Yu exchanged the remaining wood essences for experience and went to find Tai Feng on the other side. Here, 1 point of quality can be exchanged for 50 points of gold experience, which is a very important source of experience for players who are only level 60. Even at Shui Na's current level, as long as the number of wood essences is sufficient, it can soar like a rocket, but if you use wood essences to exchange for experience, it will be a bit of a waste. After all, there will always be experience points, but some top quality equipment or props may only be available once. Therefore, next to these NPC stalls, there are often some player stalls that purchase wood essences with credit points. These stalls are used to collect the few remaining wood essences in the hands of players. However, the wood essences that these stalls can obtain are often not too much, because here, everyone needs to use wood essences to shop. Xiaoyu, are you interested in making this potion? Shui Na asked Xiaoyu. Among the 4 of them, only Xiaoyu has the highest pharmaceutical level. For example, Tai Feng's main secondary job is armor forging, Qin Lixu's is jewelry processing, and Shui Na is enchantment craftsmanship. However, for combat players like them, these secondary jobs are just things they do when they are bored. No, you give it to the unscrupulous profiteer. My level is far from that of the master of medicine, and I don't want to make medicine anymore. Xiaoyu shook her head. She has already decided to be a combatant. If she takes into account life skills, she may not be able to keep up with Shui Nai's pace. Well, okay. In fact, Shui Nai didn't want Xiaoyu to take care of medicine. Although the money from this potion is almost infinite, it must sacrifice Xiaoyu's level and strength, which is a bit of a loss. Hehe, you are also very close. Just when the two were about to find Tai Feng and the others, Qin Lixu suddenly appeared behind them, with a pair of crystal eyes, looking at Xiaoyu and Shui Nai's hands holding together. And she herself, half of her whole body was hanging on Tai Feng's thick arm, looking like a little bird. This is also good, so that our worries can be put down, otherwise, I am afraid that Xiaoyu will not be able to get married. Tai Feng also joked at this time. Have you used up the wood spirits? Seeing Xiaoyu's pretty face getting redder and redder, and she began to feel like she was about to leave him, Shui Nai held her hand tightly and immediately changed the subject. It's all used up. Actually, it's not a lot. I just picked a few pieces of equipment and they were gone. Tai Feng said unhappily. Although he didn't like the paper-thin armor of the elves, the life accessories here were amazing. Be content. For now, the number of wood spirits we have obtained is the highest per capita. Qin Lixu has a deep understanding of the difficulty of the monsters in this forest. Being able to beat Tai Feng to a residual health in one go is more powerful than the Corpse King in the dark mining area. But it's a pity that the wood spirits under the Tree of Life were taken back by them, otherwise they would be so happy. Tai Feng smacked his lips. The 3 of them could only express their speechlessness about Tai Feng's greed. Let's go. There may be more fighting later. Shui Na glanced at the crowd around him. Among these people, there were always a few thieves not far from them. Okay, let's go. The 4 of them followed the road they came from before and soon came to the official road outside. About 200 meters in front of them, there were nearly several hundred people occupying this big official road, led by a Templar wearing silver light armor. In the distance, there were still a lot of board players watching this side, obviously watching the show. These roads are the only land route leading to the outside. If you don't find this road, then you can only climb mountains and fly. Damn, so many people, what the hell? Tai Feng retreated immediately when he saw the situation of these nearly hundreds of people. The enemy in front of him, I'm afraid that a normal attack from each person would make Tai Feng die on the spot. If these hundreds of people came up and directly launched a long-range concentrated fire, I'm afraid no one would survive. Among these hundreds of people, half are elemental mages and archers. Once the battle starts, these ranged guys will probably pour out a lot of firepower in an instant. Time is running out. If we start a war, we will be at a disadvantage. Tai Feng glanced at the offline time, it seems less than 15 minutes. But here, it is beyond the range of all teleportation scrolls, that is, if they want to leave, they can only open this road. What should we do? Should we kill them? Although Tai Feng knew that this was obviously impossible, he did not lose his courage. Kill them, is it possible? If there is a magic cannon, you can try, but I don't have it now. Shui Na glanced at Tai Feng and shook his head. At this time, a player from the Bushido Guild came out, riding a black warhorse, galloping over. The four took a look and found that this was actually a thief. Everyone be careful, there are thieves around. At this time, Shui Na suddenly reminded the people around and asked them to get closer to him. Thieves, no way. Tai Feng said with some worry. In this place, without the cursor prompt of the map, the true value of the thief came out. Xiaoyu, prepare to summon the Thunder Eagle. The eyes of eagle creatures can detect the stealth of thieves. At this time, Tai Feng suddenly said in the team chat. Now the Thunder Eagles of the three of them have grown into beasts, and have learned several skills. Although these skills are useless in the Dark Tree Demon Forest and the Dark Mining area, they are extremely sharp in PK. Flying pets are too difficult for current players to obtain. Even the presidents of some large guilds have not had time to popularize them, let alone ordinary players. The thief who was flying in front of them stopped 100 meters in front of them and did not move. It seems that this thief does not believe the story of two countries fighting, do not kill the envoys at all. This is too cowardly. Standing so far away, can we hear what they say? Just as Tai Feng finished speaking, they received the words of the thief in the regional channel. Magic Apprentice, Tai Feng, hand over the silver sword and the skilled potion formula, and end your life again. The grudge between you and my guild will be written off. The thief rode his horse and paced there for a few steps, his tone was very arrogant and contemptuous. Damn, you, riding such a horse, I thought you dared to come over? It turns out you are just pretending. If you have the guts, call your boss to come and tell me, send a soldier out at random, do you know how to be polite? If you don't know, go back and learn from your mother again. When Tai Feng heard this, he immediately followed up with a sarcasm in the regional channel. The people of the Bushido Guild had already lost their momentum before the battle started. Humph, a small guild leader wants me to go over, are you worthy? The god of war couldn't help but speak at this time. He didn't expect the thief to be so cowardly. He thought he would just run over and declare. Haha, there were nearly 100 of you in there, and half of you were beaten by the four of us. You still have the nerve to ask us if you are worthy? You are not thin-skinned. You. Don't be so rude. Come over if you have the guts. We'll fight Oneo none. The loser is a bastard. Seeing that the god of war was already very angry, Tai Feng immediately changed the subject. In this situation, fighting these people heathen would be a complete brain failure. Humph, call that magic apprentice out. If you want a Oneo none fight, I will only fight him Oneo none. Although the god of war's anger had been ignited, he was still sober. He knew very well that the giant axe in Tai Feng's hand was the nemesis of the armor profession. If he fought him heathen, he would not have much chance of winning. Haha. Tai Feng felt like he was about to burst out laughing when he heard this. With Shui Na's current ability, he can completely ignore the problem of professional restraint. If this god of war wants to use the advantages of the Holy Light Warrior to deal with Shui Na, he will only bring shame upon himself. Are you going? Tai Feng asked. Go, be careful. Shui Na responded, and then came out to speak in the regional channel. Oneo none is fine, but what if you lose? Lose? If I really lose, then we won't pursue today's matter. If you lose, you must hand over the formula and the silver sword. Okay. This. Tai Feng saw Shui Nai agreed to this request so readily, and he couldn't help but worry. As players, they are not afraid of 10,000, but afraid of one. Watch me. Shui Nai glanced at the magic scroll in the backpack. This is a duel that there is no possibility of losing. After sorting out his defensive magic and the placement of the things in the backpack, Shui Nai walked up step by step. Humph, you have guts. Seeing Shui Nai really come out alone, the god of war also hurried over. For this battle, the god of war attaches great importance to it. After all, this is a chance for him to take revenge. Now he wanted to let his men know that his death was the result of a trick by the mage. If the mage hadn't suddenly attacked him, there would be no reason for him to lose to him. But Mina, who was facing him, didn't have this. He just wanted to get rid of him quickly and leave here. Chapter 657, Mina vs. God of War. The two stood at a distance of 20 meters. At the beginning, God of War wanted to say some polite words, but when he saw Mina looking at the clouds in the sky slowly, he felt that he could not continue. Come on, today I will let you see my true strength. After the God of War finished speaking, he pulled out a weapon that looked like a long sword but was actually a long knife from his waist. Seeing this samurai sword, Mina immediately became alert. The blade of this samurai sword is narrow, but the back of the blade is much thicker than ordinary weapons, so it is very strong and can be swung at an amazing speed. In addition, the ratio of the handle to the blade is often close to 1:4. The handle can be held with both hands, and the chopping is powerful. Its curved blade can use the principle of mechanics when chopping, which increases its power. However, this is only the situation in the real world. In the game world, Mizuna has never seen this kind of weapon. Its properties are completely unknown to him, and this is why he is vigilant. The god of war was very proud of himself as he wielded this samurai sword. This is the only samurai sword in this game. Although it costs a lot to let the master craftsman make this sword, it can fully display the kendo he learned when he was a child. The kendo he learned is not a famous one, but it can also keep him an undefeated myth in his circle. If this samurai sword itself is an easily damaged equipment and is not suitable for large-scale combat, I am afraid that he would have used this long sword in the forest. Take it. Seeing that Mizuna looked down on him so much, the god of war skipped all the pre-duel procedures and started fighting directly. He pointed the long sword at Mizuna and activated the warrior's charge skill. Seeing that this guy wanted to fight in close combat, Mizuna immediately counterattacked. A wall of fire appeared directly between the two of them. Although this wall of fire could not stop the charge of the god of war, it could block his sight. With a pop, the long sword of the god of war directly stabbed into an ice pillar that emerged from the ground, and his charge skill was interrupted. However, he was still 10 meters away from Mina. Even a profession like the Templar who practiced both magic and martial arts could not attack him at this distance. In addition, with his magic skills, it might be difficult to even break Mina's defense. Seeing that the god of war was unable to pull out his long sword because his long sword was stuck in the ice pillar, Mina's 3 thunderbolts immediately struck down. If he could give up this long sword, there would be a possibility of dodging. But Mina knew that the Japanese warriors had a habit, that is, the sword is there, the person is there. In these 3 lightning lights that were about to connect into a line, 3 damage values of less than 200 points slowly floated out, but looking at the way these 3 numbers came out of the head of the god of war, this seemed to be a vital damage to the position. Magic defense equipment. Mina was stunned when she saw that her magic had only such little power. The god of war on the opposite side was also a little absent-minded, because he did not expect that the attack power of this mage would be so strong. His silver armor is not an ordinary equipment, it is a golden suit called Guardian Armor. This set of armor has a total of 7 parts, namely combat boots, leggings, belts, chest armor, hand guards, shoulder guards, and helmets. Each piece of equipment can not only increase magic defense by nearly 400 points on average, but also the set attribute is to increase magic defense by 2000 points and element resistance by 10%, and it can also be immune to some elemental special effects. Although this equipment is a little weak in physical defense, and some other attributes are rubbish and useless, but in terms of magic defense, no equipment can match it. However, with such powerful equipment and his own magic defense, his HP has reached an astonishing 5,500, but he still cannot ignore the damage of the thunderfall. Instead, he was directly hit by nearly 1/9 of his HP. You know, the Templar does not have such a high HP growth as the Dungia and Paladin, and the HP of the Templar has always been the main factor limiting its combat effectiveness. So after the God of War learned about the properties of the longevity fruit, he was so anxious to snatch it. However, if he knew that a mage like Mina had a HP of more than 7,000, he would probably be shocked. With Mina's own HP of more than 2,000, plus the 3,000 points of the true forest dragon, the 1,000 points of the elemental magic wand and the 1,000 points of the wood cloth boots, this HP has exceeded 70% of the players in this game. Now Mina no longer needs to add points for the physical fitness, and can focus on the attribute of the spirit. However, Mina is also very low-key. Under the lurking mask, his information has never appeared in the eyes of others, so many people think that he is just a mage with stronger equipment. Although the God of War knew from the beginning that Mina's lethality was very strong, he did not expect it to best wrong to this extent. However, when he saw the lightning flashing on Mina's wand again, he immediately lost his soul and began to dodge desperately. At this time, the mages behind the God of War were a little curious about Mina's magic that seemed to be thunder. Because Mina's thunder magic looked much stronger, the lightning of the intermediate thunder magic that was only as thick as a finger could not be compared with the lightning as thick as an arm. Moreover, basically all mages who practiced thunder knew that this thunder magic did not become thicker as the skill level increased, but the more they practiced, the darker its color, and of course the stronger its power. Therefore, what they were discussing now was the real name of this magic, just to kill some boring time. After hitting several crazy thunders, Mina found that the crazy thunder could not keep up with his speed, so he gave up immediately and switched to chain lightning. The magic of crazy thunder focuses on attack, so in terms of paralysis, it is almost the same as not having it. But chain lightning is different. This magic is mainly based on large-scale paralysis, and damage is secondary. It also has a certain degree of automatic tracking effect. However, the paralysis effect of chain lightning magic is obviously immune to the equipment of the God of War. Often as soon as the chain lightning strikes, the silver armor on the body will flash silver light. Although it cannot avoid damage, the God of War is not paralyzed at all. However, the God of War, who was running in circles, soon took the opportunity to get close to Mina, and saw him under the lightning of chain lightning. After the charge cooldown was completed, he directly started the charge, and with a long sword, he intended to pierce a hole directly in Mina's neck. Mina immediately took a few steps back lightly, and with a shake of his feet, he let the God of War's charge pass. For players with high agility, the warrior's charge is no longer a threat. Because once the charge is locked in a certain direction, it cannot change direction. Generally, masters often interrupt their skills and run fast when they are close to the enemy during the charge. Although this method can overcome the weakness of the charge, it has great requirements for the player's operation. First of all, the charge user must have a good calculation ability, otherwise he will find that he has overcharged before calculating the timing and position of the interruption. Second, the player must be able to adjust and switch his body movements in an instant, otherwise he will fall to the street due to the incoherence of his body at the moment of interrupting the charge. For these two requirements, only some reaction masters or players who are not afraid of hard work can practice. However, with the emergence of advanced skills, this low-level charge has faded out of the sight of ordinary people. Like some of the current advanced charge skills, there is a turning effect. Although this mechanical turning is not as flexible as human, it also plays a strong role. However, here, this God of War is obviously a master in this area. When he saw that Mina had dodged his charge, he immediately interrupted the charge. At the same time, with the power of the charge, the whole person made a 180-degree rotation, and the long knife in his hand went around a big circle and cut towards Mina's neck. Seeing the sudden change of Mina, he instinctively raised his magic wand and tried to block the beheading blow. The God of War was overjoyed when he saw this, and he held the long sword in his hand even harder. He didn't expect that this mage would dare to compete with a warrior like him. As a Templar with 3 strength and 2 fine points, although the strength value is not very high, and some of the best equipment on his body has been replaced, the accumulated strength value is not something that such a small mage can bear. After slashing this knife, the God of War has already imagined the scene of the magic wand being blown away and the head being cut off. With a puff, the God of War's long sword directly cut into the elemental magic wand, but it did not cut it off or blow it away, but was deflected and cut Mina's shoulder. Although the ice crystal armor there was cut away and cut into the flesh, it did not cause Mina any serious damage. I saw Mizuna holding a staff with both hands, revealing the muscles and blood vessels outside her clothes surging. It was obvious that this was the effect of using a skill. Seeing this, the god of war's pupil shrank, and he immediately kicked up, intending to kick Mizuna down, but Mizuna's flying right foot was faster. With a bang, the god of war's body, which was not stable to begin with, was easily kicked to the ground with his armor. At the beginning, the god of war used the inertia brought by the interruption of the charge to swing the long sword, which can be said to be an attack with power and speed that is no less than some skills. But his opponent was Mizuna. Under the effect of the wooden cloth boots, Mizuna's feet were as stable as Mount Tai, and with her violent power, her power was only 1 point less, so the god of war naturally had no way to shake Mizuna. This was a matter of course for Mizuna, but for the god of war, it was completely a ghost thing. Now in his mind, what kind of god-level skill could increase the power of a mage to this level? Just when he was distracted, but Mina's elemental magic wand had already swung over. With a bang, the elemental magic wand burst on the chest armor of the god of war with a flash of fire. After that, 3 air bombs exploded almost close to the body of the god of war, pushing him several meters away. Chapter 658 Mina vs. God of War Part 2. The god of war, who had been beaten back to his senses, looked at Mina with some fear and disbelief. Because he didn't expect that his ordinary attack would be so effective. At the beginning, the fire damage of the wand directly burned off nearly 500 points of his health, and this flame also had a continuous burning effect, just like ordinary fire magic, but he knew from the game's record system that this was just not an ordinary attack. And the latter was his magic, but this elementary wind magic also caused damage, although it was not much, only a few dozen points, but it scared him into a cold sweat. Now he is already, this magician called Magic Apprentice, a complete monster, a monster that has broken through the ability of ordinary players. Looking at the god of war who has retreated, Shui Nai has also figured out some of the effects of his armor. The armor on his body can only eliminate the elemental effects of the thunder system, but the burns of the fire system and the knockback effects of the wind system are not eliminated. This is very good information for him, but I don't trademark to know if it has any effect on the freezing effect of the ice system. However, now is not the time for Shui Nai to try, the sharp characteristics of the samurai sword have already taken effect on him. The place that was cut has a negative effect of cutting, and there has been no way to stop the bleeding. Now he is in a state of continuous bleeding. For this kind of injury, the healing magic of the water system can no longer heal it. It can only increase its health value, but there is no way to close the wound. For this situation, Shui Nai is not worried. The most powerful attribute of the player is that the health value is not 0, so he will not die. The god of war, who had already retreated, once again watched in a daze as Mina cast a spell to increase his health. Because he did not expect that the health of this mage would be so strong. It was initially estimated that the health of this mage had exceeded 5,000, just like him, a Templar. Watching him start to heal, the god of war also began to add blood to himself, but the effect of his primary healing technique could not keep up with the effect of Mina's hydrotherapy. Mina's hydrotherapy directly restored nearly 2,000 points of health, but the god of war had to use several in a row to bring back the nearly 1,000 points of health lost. However, the god of war's healing technique can be used continuously, but Mina's hydrotherapy cannot. At least with Mina's current hydrotherapy level, the cooling time has not been practiced away. Now he can only use it 4 times a minute, but if it is combined with his homemade hydrotherapy scroll, it will be different. As Mina's wounds slowly healed, there were no more red numbers on Mina's head. The duration of these negative states is closely related to physical fitness. The higher the physical fitness, the weaker the negative states. After fighting with the god of war for another half a minute, he was already a bit miserable. It was really powerless to fight against someone like Mina. In terms of skills and status, Mina's performance was completely comparable to that of first-class warriors and thieves. Although this situation might soon be left behind by real warriors and thieves, it was not at this time. The god of war's single style of play could not do anything to Mina. Under the dual control of Mina's wind and ice magic, if he had not had a lot of potions and could afford to consume them, he would have been worn out long ago. After seeing that his melee could not solve Mina, the god of war had no choice but to humiliate himself. Under Mina's various magics, the god of war not only did not hurt Mina again, but was also injured countless times by his magic. If it were not for his high magic defense, if he had been replaced by an ordinary Templar, he would have been sleeping on the floor long ago. After confirming that he couldn't deal with Shui Nai in a conventional way, the god of war had to change his tactics. After the god of war dodged a flaming bomb, he took out a huge crossbow from his backpack and shot at Shui Nai. Seeing this, Shui Nai immediately summoned an ice shield and began to be alert. However, when he found that these crossbows suddenly scattered a lot of grey powder when hitting the ice shield, his face changed immediately. After taking a look at the skill panel that had turned grey, Shui Nai looked at the already ferocious god of war with a somewhat ironic look. You forced me to do it, so you die. At this time, the god of war had already rushed to Shui Nai and slashed down with a sword. At this time, Shui Nai didn't fight him anymore, and directly activated the teleportation stored in the elemental magic wand and flashed away. God of war, you are a good president of Bushido. I never thought you would resort to such a low-class method. Tai Feng, who had learned from the team panel that Mina was poisoned by the forbidden magic poison, immediately mocked the god of war. Humph, on the battlefield, there are only winners and losers. God of war didn't pay attention to Tai Feng's tone. Instead, he took out 2 crossbows from his backpack and started a long-range offensive. And all the people with good eyesight at the scene could see that these crossbows were all with strange colors. It was obvious that they had been poisoned, and they were all poisoned with different toxins. It's a good saying that only winners win and losers lose, so you can be the loser. Shui Nai took out a dragon blood vine seed from her backpack. After that, the green light on the elemental wand flashed, and it was switched to the elemental attack of vine magic. While dodging these crossbows, Shui Nai used the elemental wand to cast several vine magics to try to control the god of war. However, when the mages outside saw the change of Shui Nai's wand, they immediately couldn't believe it, because this kind of wand that can switch elemental attacks, not to mention that they have never seen it, there is no such introduction even on the official website. While they were talking, the god of war on the battlefield had already been hit. I saw that his feet were entangled by a very small vine. Although he quickly cut it off with his samurai sword, this pause became the opportunity for Shui Nai to use the dragon blood vine. Throwing out the dragon blood vine seed, the green light on Shui Nai's wand immediately hit the seed, and then the seed wrapped in green light soon fell at the feet of the god of war, and sprouted and spread upwards like crazy. The vine magic strengthened by the dragon blood vine seeds became extremely tough. Even a sharp samurai sword could not cut it off with one stroke like before. Seeing that the prelude was completed, Mina immediately put away the magic wand and took out a large number of magic scrolls from her backpack. These scrolls were made by Mina during this period, and they were all wizard-level scrolls. If these scrolls could really be released to the market, they would probably be worth hundreds of gold coins each. Especially the life-saving scrolls and teleportation, which are the favorites of some wizard presidents. However, since Mina has little time, the scrolls made each time are only enough for his own use. And those life players outside who are enchanters cannot learn wizard-level magic because their professional level cannot be raised, and they have no way to keep up with the development of the times. I saw 3 big fireballs hitting the god of war at the same time, and on the other side, Mina, who had teleported over, also hit 3 explosive flames again. Seeing 6 consecutive explosions, both the god of war and the surrounding players were frightened. As the victim of this attack, the god of war was so scared that his face turned blue. He had heard about the power of this explosion from his own hands. Although it was only 3, he could still withstand it with his equipment, but now it was 6 in a row. No matter how high his magic defense was, he couldn't withstand this damage. Boom boom boom. With a sound, 3 of the 6 fireballs directly swallowed the body of the god of war and were directly detonated by Mina, and under the effect of this explosion, the other 3 fireballs were also directly detonated. Although this time, the power of all the explosive flames was not fully exerted, but the power of these 6 explosive flames was definitely not weak. When the flames on the scene slowly extinguished, the god of war, who was supported by the fireproof dragon blood vine, did not fall to the ground, but Mina could know from the red name number +1 above his head that the god of war was dead. The members of the Bushido on the opposite side also obviously knew that their president was dead, but they had not yet recovered from the impact of the 6 explosive shocks. They just looked at the body of the god of war who had not fallen yet and started to be dazed. After asking Qun Lixu to help get rid of the forbidden magic state on his body, Mina came directly to the dragon blood vine and began to use magic to activate the dragon blood vine. At this time, a green blade with a cold light suddenly appeared behind Mina, breaking through the protection of the ice crystal armor and piercing Mina's body. 3025. 103. At the moment when the dagger pierced Mina, a huge damage value appeared directly from the top of Mina's head. However, due to the protection of the ice crystal armor, this damage did not kill Mina, but the poison behind it made Mina a little troublesome. Mina, who did not expect an ambush here, wanted to fight back immediately, but when he was about to turn around, he found that his back of the head hurt and was stunned by the thief's club skill. Then there was another stabbing pain in the back, and then Mina felt that the dagger pierced into the back suddenly became hot, and then pulled horizontally, and a huge wound appeared on the back. If Mina's ice crystal armor had not disappeared, this knife would probably have directly split Mina's back in two. At this time, Xiaoyu's bow and arrow had already been used. After he had performed the second backstab and slash, the arrow had already hit the thief, knocking out nearly 90% of his health with one arrow. Qunlixu's healing spell also came almost at the same time as the second backstab, but it arrived a little later. As a small jade pendant on Schwina's belt shattered, Schwinana's health has returned to the bottom of the valley, and it was restored in an instant. The thief who saw this scene had his pupils shrink suddenly, and then disappeared just as Xiaoyu's second arrow arrived. Chapter 659 Flying Skateboard. After collecting the seeds of the dragon blood vine, the wound on Mina's back was controlled by Qunlixu. The thief's skill wound cutting is a very powerful skill, much more powerful than the random wounds caused by weapons, and the wounds caused by weapons can also heal themselves. But if there is no props such as a priest or bandages to help this thief's wound, there is no way to heal it, and he can only rely on potions to keep his life. Watching the god of war leave dejectedly with his hand, Mina and Tai Feng were no longer happy. Shui Na, be careful of this guy in the future, he won't let you go so easily. I know, just looking at his resentful eyes when he left, it has already written I will come back. However, what I am most worried about now is the thief named Wu Dao, his strength is so strong that it makes people chill. Shui Na did not expect that he would be so close to a thief, and even broke the last life-saving jade pendant. Whether a thief can become a powerful existence depends entirely on his stealth skills. If he can walk behind anyone without being noticed and launch a fatal attack, he is a godlike thief. Of course, if you can practice speed to the extreme like Dao Yiyu Dao, and have a set of top-grade equipment, it is not impossible to forcibly kill others, but not every thief can have that opportunity. Wu Dao is a dark person in both character and work, but he is really strong in combat. If he is willing to show himself in public, he will definitely be a rising star that people will pay attention to. Tai Feng also said with emotion. If he appears in the eyes of the public, he will not be Wu Dao. Shui Nai does not agree with the theory that masters must be famous. However, fortunately, after his failure this time, you have been quiet for a while. But why is he sure to explode your silver sword? He should not know this attribute that must be exploded. Who knows, anyway, next time I see him, I have to get back today's revenge. Just now, Wu Dao, under the pressure of the president of the association, issued a public statement to prove that his actions had nothing to do with the god of war, and issued a letter of challenge to Shui Nai, saying that he would choose another day to take away the silver sword from him. Now Shui Nai has no good feelings towards the Killer Alliance at all. I have to go offline, and I still don't have time to go back. Being delayed like this, they didn't have much time, so they found an open place and went offline directly. After going online again, Shui Nai handed over the formula and a lot of equipment to the unscrupulous profiteer. After seeing the formula, the unscrupulous profiteer directly pulled over the pharmaceutical elite group in the human empire. A special team was set up to provide Shui Nai with skilled potions, and they were asked to provide potions for him day and night. Half of these equipment belonged to Tai Feng and Qian Li Shuet, but because their guild did not have a guild foundation, there was no guild warehouse, which made it impossible for Tai Feng to contribute, so he had to sell them directly to a special person. Although Tai Feng had long known that his brother knew the professional big businessman, the unscrupulous profiteer, he did not expect that the unscrupulous profiteer would be so generous to Shui Nai and directly pulled over a living team. Brother Qin, this is another big business. The unscrupulous profiteer looked at the new equipment in the backpack and couldn't help but calculate the value of these equipment reflexively. For these level 60 equipment, there is still no market for it so far. As for the skilled potion, this out-of-print product cannot be measured by money. You decide. Shui Nai didn't think so much. Anyway, with the ability of the unscrupulous profiteer, it would be no problem to sell these things. After that, the four of them said goodbye to the unscrupulous profiteer in the dark night and threw themselves into various dungeons. Now, the four of them can challenge the level 60 dungeon of the dark mine. Although there is not much oil and water in this dungeon, it is at least a high-level dungeon, and the experience is not bad. After fighting until dawn, Shui Nai began to contact the two of them on the other side. Since their previous task had not been completed, they had been waiting there, and would come over after the last link of this task was completed and the reward was obtained. After meeting at the place they agreed to meet, the four of them went to Master Mr. Errol's workshop in Silver Moon Village. After meeting Master Mr. Errol and taking back the magic cannon, Mina immediately learned from him about the improvements of the 3 magic cannons. Since the large magic cannon was the painstaking work of the big hammer, even Mr. Errol had no way to increase its power, and only spent a lot of effort on the external armor. Now the power of this magic cannon is still the same as before, but there are 3 new replaceable parts. These 3 parts are the flame blade part, the frost wind part and the storm barrier part. As long as these 3 parts are activated by magic power, they can produce the 3 magic effects of fire blade, frost wind and storm barrier. Among them, the fire blade is an attack type, the frost breath is an auxiliary type, and the storm barrier is a defense type. These 3 parts are respectively placed in the front, middle and back of the magic cannon, which completely changes the appearance of this magic cannon. Looking at this magic cannon composed of red, blue and green, Tai Feng's saliva has already overflowed. Master, can I use this thing? Tai Feng, who had heard about the power of the magic cannon a long time ago, asked sincerely. You, a minotaur, don't even know what magic is. Do you think you can use it? Maybe in the next life. Ah! Tai Feng glanced at his character panel, and there was indeed no magic slot there. The skills of the orcs are not performed with magic power, but a kind of energy called beast soul. Can I try it? Shui Na asked. Yes, but remember, these 3 parts cannot be used at the same time, otherwise they will explode. I'll remember that. After saying that, Mina grabbed the magic cannon and began to inject magic power. First, he activated the flame blade. A nearly meter-long red blade suddenly popped out from the red armor at the front of the magic cannon. At the moment the blade popped out, a flame emerged from the blade and quickly extended to a length of nearly 3 meters. Under the violent power, Mina was more adept at controlling the magic cannon. With a wave of the magic cannon, the wooden stake in front of him was directly cut off by the high-temperature fire blade. The broken end was charred and carbonized, and it was obvious that it was powerful. It's okay. Master Mr. Errol asked in a pretended modest manner. Very good and powerful. After that, Mina tried the frost wind again, covering the nearly 5x5 meter space with frost. The storm barrier was also good and could block Xiaoyu's powerful shot. Although the weakness of these 3 magic parts is the huge consumption of magic power, this strengthening effect makes Mina very satisfied. The remaining 2 small magic cannons were directly remade by Master Mr. Errol. In addition to some of the materials provided by Mina, he also paid for some important materials himself. As a result, the power of the small magic cannons has increased sharply. Now, consuming 1000 points of magic power at a time can produce nearly 5000 points of damage, and the range has increased to 100 meters, which is farther than ordinary crossbows. Although this small magic cannon cannot ignore defense and have a penetrating effect like a large magic cannon, the effect of high-speed shooting makes Mina very happy. Seeing Mina carefully put away the 3 pieces of equipment, Master Mr. Errol also began to show his masterpieces that he worked hard for the past few days. In another open-air workshop, a huge hot air balloon was almost completed. However, Mr. Errol did not introduce this, but picked up a piece of wood about 1 finger thick and the length of an arm on the workbench and gave it to Mina. This is the flying skateboard I made after many improvements according to what you said, but this thing has limited load-bearing capacity. If it is too heavy, it will not fly. Master Mr. Errol said as he opened the bottom deck of the flying skateboard, inserted a polished cyan crystal core into the magic circle inside, and covered the deck. The 4 saw that the flying skateboard was thrown by Mr. Errol, and it was steadily suspended in the air half a meter high, slowly floating with the surrounding air. Mina jumped up, and he was easily able to get up because he had the phantom ring and the wind pants. Then he directly activated the spider crawling technique and stabilized it firmly on this skateboard. The mechanism in front controls the speed, and the one in the back controls the left and right directions. Although this flying skateboard was built according to Mina's intention, Mr. Errol still reminded him carefully. This is a groundbreaking work. Although it was not his idea, it was completely built and perfected by him. This has allowed him to add his own name to the back of this flying skateboard. Flying, in this world, has always been an ability that only mages and sword masters can have. Now, under this flying skateboard, it has been rewritten. Gently stepping on the slightly protruding mechanism in front, This is what he conceived based on the throttle in the real world. As long as you step hard, you can increase the jet speed of the main air jet behind the skateboard, thereby increasing the speed of advancement. The mechanism at the back controls the left auxiliary jet and controls the direction of advancement. Of course, if you can stand steadily like Mina, you can also use the power of your waist to control the direction, but this control is a bit difficult, and even Mina almost sprained her waist. How is it? Mr. Errol asked proudly again. Although it is a bit stiff in turning, it is perfect in straight lines. There is also the problem of material. If it is replaced with metal. Mina knew that although these dwarves love fame, but I like some suggestions to correct the work more. I have thought about these aspects, but there is no way. If you turn too fast, you will be thrown out. If you use metal, it is too heavy. Mr. Errol responded to Mina's questions one by one and made relevant suggestions. And the remaining three saw that they were discussing so attentively and stopped thinking from time to time, so they walked away and stopped disturbing these two attentive guys. Chapter 666 People. When the four were about to leave with satisfaction, Mina asked Master Mr. Errol for a few polished crystal cores. These level 40 wind monster crystal cores can fly continuously for up to 30 minutes. Although they are a little less, if they are not used for fun, they are enough. With the current friendship between Mina and Master Mr. Errol, as long as he doesn't lose his favorite things, other things are not a problem at all. But of course, there must be a give and take, and Mina has given him a lot of magic metal during this period. Shui Na, let me try. Tai Feng had already taken off his heavy armor early in the morning, but his mountain-like physique made Shui Na and the others doubt whether this small flying skateboard could be lifted. According to Master Mistalier's opinion, people of Tai Feng's size must use a dual-core system to lift the flying skateboard, otherwise even if it can be lifted, it can't fly. And just as Shui Na expected, the wooden flying skateboard made a terrible crisp sound under Tai Feng's feet, and then was directly pressed into the soil by Tai Feng. Damn, it's broken, so crisp. Tai Feng looked at the flying skateboard on the ground and tapped it with his toes a few times, but there was no reaction at all. Let me see. Shui Na took the skateboard apart and found that the wind crystal core inside was actually shattered early. It was probably because Tai Feng was too heavy and the crystal core could not bear this weight, so it was shattered. After changing the crystal core, Shui Na dared not let Tai Feng play with it again this time, because now he began to doubt that the dual cores mentioned by Master Mr. Errol could not make Tai Feng fly, not to mention the current single core. Since the four of them all had the spider crawling technique, they could stand firmly on the flying skateboard, but they were a little lacking in control. Watching Xiao Yu and Qian Li Shui practicing continuously, Shui Na began to send the attribute information of the flying skateboard to the unscrupulous profiteer at this time, and asked him to organize a team of craftsmen and blacksmiths with good grades to come to Master Mr. Errol as apprentices to learn to make flying skateboards. This is Master Mr. Errol's request. His greatest wish in this life is to implement the civilianization of flying, but he also knows that his power is limited, so he proposed to Shui Na that he wanted to take in a few temporary apprentices. For this, Shui Na thought of the unscrupulous profiteer at the first time. The unscrupulous profiteer also sent a message with only fuck on the spot, and then there was no news at all, but Shui Na knew that he was probably preparing to have people move. The stability coefficient of this flying skateboard is very high. Even if Xiao Yu stands on it, she can draw the bow and hit the target, but if it is flying, there will be some problems. It took a lot of effort to wait for Po Xiao and the others to come over. However, when they saw the flying skateboard, they also started to play with it, but the result made Shui Na and Tai Feng stare blankly. With no other choice, the two of them had to wait until they were tired of playing, so they found an open space and started to practice skills. When Tai Feng practiced skills, it was not as simple as Shui Na's magic. Each of his axes had to hit a real object to gain proficiency, and his attack object was the ground under his feet. Since Tai Feng was determined to practice a few times with the axe, Shui Na had never seen him use other heavy weapons. As for light weapons, there was no such weapon in the orc's arsenal. The skills that Shui Na practiced were still elementary magic, and now he finally understood the problems that mages will face in the future. With the popularity of forbidden magic poison, if a mage cannot overcome this problem, then there is no way to keep up with the times. Thinking of this, Shui Na had to worry about the magic archer Po Xiao. It seems that his profession cannot be equipped with weapons such as magic wands, so naturally he does not have the ability of magic level. Magic ability is the most powerful ability of a mage, and this ability will gradually become stronger as the professional level increases. Seeing that he was free, Shui Nai asked immediately. Well, there is no problem now. Now I can use physical arrows. Although they are very weak, they can at least protect myself. Po Xiao said shyly. Is this the effect of the magic level? Yeah, at first, I thought I could only use magic arrows in my life, but now it's not bad, I can use physical arrows, but now I can no longer equip weapons such as swords. Don't worry, in fact, even if you are equipped with swords, you can't keep up with the development of this world. It's better to focus on one thing. I think so too. Dawn looked at the white clouds in the sky and said very calmly. Hearing this, Shui Nai couldn't help but glance at Po Xiao, but found that after just over a month of separation, Po Xiao seemed to have become much tougher and more mature. Shui Nai remembered that Po Xiao seemed to be only 15 years old, 3 years younger than herself, and was the same age and classmate as Yu Ying. When they had only 2 wind crystal cores left from Master Mist Errol, it was not far from noon. So the 6 of them walked towards the Exoda mine. However, due to the limited ability of the small Dark Guardian, only 5 people can enter at a time, so Tai Feng did not follow in this time. As soon as the 5 people entered the mine, they soon found that there were more than a dozen dark zombies that had not come here all day. However, this time, under the heavy firepower of Shui Nai and Po Xiao, these dozen zombies disappeared within a few minutes. Now Po Xiao and Yu Ying Qing Chen have both reached level 61. Although the level is not too high, they have completed the specialization and obtained the advanced specialization inheritance. Their strength cannot be underestimated. The power of the explosive arrow of Dawn has surpassed that of the explosive bomb of Mina, and the speed is also very fast. If his energy gathering time can be shorter, then this skill will be invincible. After asking about the skills of Dawn, Mina knew that he did not have the skills of a wizard, but his advanced magic arrows were so powerful that Mina was also tempted. Finally, in order to ensure that Dawn could have a life-saving skill, Mina gave him her Thunder Sound Bomb, and then let him learn hydrotherapy from the water scroll. When they came to the hall, they soon found that the vampire Fanfiction had been waiting here for a long time. Fanfiction. Long time no see. When Dawn saw this vampire, he was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately called out affectionately. Hello, Dawn. Vampire Fanfiction was obviously still not used to interacting with other people, so he just nodded and took a step back. This time, Blood Clan Fanfiction gave the map he had drawn in the past 2 days to Shui Nai and the others, and then he went to find other channels to scout. Shui Nai, why do I feel that the dark power of Blood Clan Fanfiction has become much stronger? Qin Lixu asked anxiously at this time. Let me see, hey, he has been promoted, and now he has become an elite pet. At this time, Shui Nai suddenly found many new changes in Blood Clan Fanfiction from his pet panel, such as the current level is written elite level, replacing the original ordinary. Among them, what surprised Shui Nai the most was that there was an additional title Blood Clan Viscount behind the name of Blood Clan Fanfiction. Moreover, this title can increase its total attributes by 3%, and combined with its own strong attributes, this 3% has exceeded Shui Nai by a lot. Generally speaking, the promotion of pets is conditional, just like the pet trainer mentioned by Tai Feng. But the creature of the Blood Clan, Fanfiction, is a little different. He is a pet, but he is like a high-level NPC. He is not a pet, but he can be in Shui Nai's pet space, so Shui Nai and others have no way to define him with general theories. Let's go. There are 2 corpse kings to deal with today. We can't waste any more time. Shui Nai said, and began to summon Zui Feng. On the other side, Po Xiao and others also summoned their own mounts. In addition to Qin Li Shui's warhorse, Po Xiao summoned a blue storm wolf, and Yu Ying Qing Chen summoned a silver fox. When Shui Nai saw Yu Ying's silver fox, which was only the size of a pony, he thought of Xin Hen. However, I don't know what disease this Xin Hen has, and he hasn't been online for a few days. After that, the 5 of them rushed through these passages at lightning speed. With the 2 powerful mages, Shui Nai and Po Xiao, and Qian Lixu, a combat priest of holy light, the combat power of the 5 of them was enough to dominate this dark mining area. If it weren't for the very serious time limit here, Shui Nai and the others would have wanted to stay here for a while. After using overwhelming force to deal with the 2 corpse kings and harvesting a large number of mutant energy crystals, the 5 of them returned to the hall. Although in this kind of running battle, they spent much more time walking than fighting monsters, but they gained a lot of mutant energy crystals, and these corpse kings that could be resurrected many times also had rich experience. In these two corpse king battles, Shui Nai finally saw Po Xiao's strength. The magic crystal bow that has been inlaid with fire and ice crystal cores, plus the wind dragon crystal at the beginning, now the lethality and condensation time of Po Xiao's fire and ice magic arrows have been greatly optimized. Moreover, this Dawn was also learning from him and began to grow into an agile mage. Although Shui Nai could not see the attributes of his equipment, he knew that this equipment should be acceleration equipment. After defeating the two zombie kings, they saw that there was still some time, so they started from the hall and began to harvest the dark zombies around. After leaving the mine, Shui Nai handed in 10 dark energy crystals, said goodbye to the garrison of the mine, and began to look for Tai Feng. However, just after they left the village of Azoda, Shui Na suddenly received Tai Feng's team application. After allowing him to join, Tai Feng suddenly shouted in the team chat. "Come over here quickly, there is a dark golden boss here, and I am now teaming up with several NPCs to deal with it, but it is a bit difficult, you guys come quickly." Chapter 661 Dark Stone Ape. Tai Feng's place is not far from them. From the map, it can be seen that there should be a small village there. But when they rushed there, they found that the battle here was beyond their imagination. The small village in front of them has been completely destroyed, and there are many cries for help and cries around. In the ruins of these houses, the injured and dead NPCs are so naked that they impact the vision of those who grew up in peacetime, which makes their minds suffer a huge shock. "Xiaoyu, you guys are responsible for saving people, Poxio and I will be responsible for leading away the boss, and we can't let it destroy this village anymore." Shui Nai took a look at the situation and immediately gave the order calmly. Now he no longer thought about eating this boss, but how to minimize the damage to the NPCs here. "Okay." The people around immediately responded and then dispersed. "Poxio, are you confident?" Shui Nai asked. "Yes." In the ruins of the village, there are still about 10 combat NPCs belonging to this village, but since this village is not a large village, these NPCs responsible for guarding this village are not too advanced, and some are even lower than Tai Feng. However, supported by the anger and the belief of protecting their homeland and relatives, the combat effectiveness of these NPCs has increased significantly. In the center of the village, a level 80 golden boss named Dark Stone Ape was being besieged by these crazy NPCs. The attack speed of this boss was not too strong, but its attack power was very strong. Tai Feng, who always liked to fight hard, didn't even think of resisting it. As long as its fist came down, he had to dodge it. He didn't want to have any contact with this stone ape. With a bang, when Shui Nai passed by, he found that another NPC was knocked away, and this flight even broke the wall of a stone house behind him. Looking at the NPC who didn't know whether he was dead or alive, Shui Nai had no choice but to pull this boss over first. Shui Nai stood not far away, waving the elemental magic wand and shouting to the people on the other side. "Get out of the way!" As Shui Nai said this, a huge fireball flew out of the magic wand and rushed to the back of the head of the huge dark stone ape over there. This dark stone ape is very powerful, with a height of nearly 5 meters and a rock-like skin. You can tell at a glance that its defense is not a small thing. However, thanks to this strong and stiff skin, its speed is greatly limited. After Mina's explosive impact hit the target, a nearly 10,000 damage suddenly appeared on the top of the dark stone ape's head. It seems that Mina's attack has dealt a fatal 10 times damage. After a quick calculation, based on Mina's current spirit value of about 900 points, the boss's magic defense should be about 3,500. However, since this damage appears on the weak defense, this magic defense cannot be applied to other parts. And just as Mina thought, after he detonated the explosive impact, the explosive arrow of dawn hit the thick back of the dark stone ape, but it only dealt less than 2,500 damage. Based on the damage of the 7,000 explosive arrows of the dawn, the back defense of this dark stone ape is 4,500. 4,500 points of magic defense, almost immune to physical damage, plus the nearly 1 million health points of this dark stone ape, this is a number that will make most players collapse. Retreat. Shui Na and Dawn overlap in the same direction. Although this will make the hatred between the two of them chaotic, it is the fastest way to lead this boss away. As Shui Na expected, under the continuous attacks of the two of them, the hatred on the boss was completely pulled over. "Be careful, this boss will use long-range earth magic, you have to be careful." Tai Feng suddenly reminded Shui Na and Dawn at this time. However, his reminder was a little late. The dark stone ape suddenly pressed his hands towards them, and several huge rocks with a diameter of several meters appeared in the sky and fell towards them. The two of them immediately scattered like fireworks. Although they had avoided this falling rock attack was clearly an evolved version of falling rocks. The falling rock suddenly exploded the moment it touched the ground. The ground exploded, and a large amount of rubble scattered around like raindrops. Poxio, you retreat first. Although Poxio was the farthest away from the stone ape, his health and equipment quality were not as good as Shui Nai, so he suffered the most serious damage. If Shui Nai had not cast a hydrotherapy on him in time and used potions to drag him away, he would have been beaten into a corpse by the countless rubble. However, the consequence of Shui Nai using this hydrotherapy was that he was approached by the dark stone ape. The huge dark stone ape suddenly jumped, and it was initially estimated that it weighed nearly 10 tons, and it jumped on Shui Nai's head like a meteorite. Although he had rolled to the front at the last moment, this jump was obviously an attack skill of the dark stone ape. As the ground shook more than a dozen times in a row, and more than a dozen shock waves came down, Shui Nai's status bar actually showed a state of falling to the ground. This state of falling to the ground is very troublesome. In this state, even if the player's body has stood up, as long as this state does not disappear, he will be affected by this effect. The movement speed will be reduced by 50%, and if he moves in this state, he will 100% fall down in the next step. For the mage, the most troublesome thing about this state is that it will interrupt the mage's chanting state. Even if the magic can be cast instantly, there will be a 50% failure effect. Seeing that the huge and solid fist of the dark stone ape has reached the top of Mina's head, Mina did not think much and directly activated the teleportation in the elemental magic wand to save his life. Under the green light of the elemental magic wand, Mina's body almost disappeared next to the fist. Mina, who teleported to the side of Dawn, weakened the hatred of this boss after teleporting, but was quickly pulled up again by them. Moreover, after the dark stone ape had left the small village, their magic began to use ice and wood control magic, but the situation was not ideal. What's the situation inside? Shui Na asked in the team chat. The situation is not optimistic. The villagers here have suffered heavy casualties. Tai Feng said in a deep voice. As a profession with only physical damage, he had no way to enter their battle, and the remaining combat NPCs, under Tai Feng's persuasion, temporarily put aside their hatred and tried their best to rescue their villagers. Tell me about the situation of this boss. Did it come here by itself? Shui Na asked his doubts at this time. In other words, such a boss would not appear so casually. Tai Feng was silent for a while, and then he said, they said that this boss was summoned by a black-cropped man. That person seemed to be an NPC of the Dark Camp, and his strength was unfathomable. Sure enough. Shui Na dodged the ground spears and stone spears around him, and at the same time had to be careful of falling rocks in the sky. Although the destructive power of the boss's earth magic was amazing, it was not enough to worry them. What they were worried about now were the sneaky players around them. These players knew at a glance that they had bad intentions, and even a few thieves had directly entered stealth mode, and it was unknown what they were going to do. In fact, Mina wanted to give this boss to them. After all, this boss with nearly 1,000,000 health points was not something that the two mages could handle. Now the two of them could only deal less than 500 points of damage per second on average, but the boss's blood recovery speed was amazingly fast, almost 100 points per second. And in just 5 seconds, this guy could get out of the combat state and start to recover blood quickly. What made Mina and the others even more frustrated was that as the battle intensified, it also transitioned from using stone armor to more advanced defensive magic such as rock armor, which made them more and more painful. In these few minutes, the boss's health value has been maintained at 95%. Even if they can hold on, it will take several hours. However, since the players around did not help, there was no way to divert the boss's hatred. In order not to offend the public, they did not dare to lead the boss to their side so openly. Otherwise, the boss might have been killed by the players around before they could kill them. Dawn, I'll lead it away, you wash off the hatred on your body first. When Dawn was almost killed for the third time, Mina had to let Dawn leave the battlefield. Although Dawn has become much stronger, it is still not enough to be compared with Mina, the monster mage. In this case, his help will affect Mina's performance. But at this moment, more than a dozen crystal green lights suddenly appeared in the sky. These lights sank into the feet of the dark stone ape in an instant, and then more than a dozen vines as thick as adults suddenly emerged from the ground. Come and tie up the dark stone ape in an instant. Chapter 662 Clearing the Field. Listen, you must not fight this guy on the ground, otherwise it will never end. Just when all the players were stunned, a voice came from the sky. On the ground. All the players were a little confused, but when they found that the dark stone ape was lifted off the ground by the huge vines, its life recovery speed slowed down all of a sudden. The players who saw this immediately knew the meaning of this request. However, they asked themselves if they had the strength to lift such a monster weighing more than 10 tons off the ground. However, at this time, Mina already understood what this person really meant, but now was not the time for him to stand here. The players around saw that an NPC intervened in the boss and controlled it so that it could not move, and they immediately rushed forward. The melee players of these guilds ran to the front of the boss in an instant and began to grab a good position to grab equipment, while the ranged mages began to fire at full power, and single target magic hit the boss like raindrops. After seeing the crazy faces of these players grabbing, Shui Na and Po Xiao immediately retreated. These people are not something they can deal with, and in this case, it is not the one who rushes to the front that has the greatest benefits. However, when Shui Na looked up to see the mage who helped them, he found that this person had flown into the small village. So Shui Na pulled Po Xiao and retreated further. On the field, in order to compete for the final experience rights of this boss, the players of each guild used all their strength to attack it. Because in such a large team, there are only two teams that can gain experience. One is the team that contributes the most in this battle, that is, the team that hurts the boss the most, and the other is the team that hits the last blow. However, the former must be established with a requirement, that is, their efforts must be within 30 minutes before the boss dies. Once more than 30 minutes have passed without launching an attack, the contribution value will be eliminated. And if you die in this process, the contribution value will also be eliminated. In such a battle with hundreds of people participating, only these two teams can share all the experience of this boss. As for the items that explode, it is first come first served. Looking at the damage values inflicted by these guys, Mina and Poxio immediately stepped back a few more steps. Now these players are trying very hard to attack this trapped boss, but they have to say that their attacks are very insufficient to kill this boss. The damage values on the head of this dark stone ape range from single digits to hundreds, but none of them can exceed 1,000. Although the firepower concentrated by these hundreds of players in an instant was very spectacular, and they continued to hit the boss's health all the way down, they did not notice one thing, something that might cost them their lives. That is, the vines on the limbs of the bound dark stone ape have been affected by these attacks. I saw that these originally crystal green vines began to slowly wither and die under the flames and frost. But this change was not noticed by many people under this strong light effect. However, even if they could find this, they would probably only attack the boss more vigorously, because who knows when the boss will escape from the trap. If the boss does not run out in the end, it would be a loss if they do not attack. However, as the vines on the boss slowly withered, these vines could no longer bear the weight of the boss, and the distance between the dark stone ape and the ground was constantly shrinking. Finally, the warriors who were surrounding the front felt a large amount of dust suddenly appear in front of them, and there was a vibration in front of them. And in this vibration, their hearts also clicked. Retreat. I don't know who shouted this sentence first, and then the warriors surrounding this boss immediately wanted to scatter. However, it was too late to leave at this time. I saw that the dark stone ape suddenly jumped up and directly crushed several players under his feet into meat patties, and a series of yellow shock waves began to rage around. Mina looked at the 10 meters around the boss, which was full of players, and couldn't help but feel a little touched. He also tried this skill, which can last about 10 seconds, but for these warriors, it should be a little less. However, these few seconds are enough for it to use several skills. After the dark stone ape roared and vented its anger from being beaten, there was a loud bang and the dark stone ape suddenly stomped hard. Dozens of Tumaturi spears shot out from the ground like sharp arrows and cleared out the players around it. Afterwards, as its feet continued to jump regularly, a circle of rocks more than half a meter high suddenly protruded, and slowly spread around with the dark stone ape as the core. Therefore, the players covered by the protruding rocks will receive hundreds of points of damage per second, and judging from their appearance, they can also be made unable to move. This is the Earth Teeth Formation. Advanced Continuous Magic, Dawn, interrupt its casting immediately. Mina took a look at the magic and immediately knew the name of the magic. Hearing this, Dawn did not think much, and directly pulled up the magic crystal bow, and shot a flaming arrow directly on the head of the immobile stone ape. With a boom, the red fire element arrow suddenly exploded into a huge fireball after hitting the target. And just by seeing the red color and rolling heat waves of the fireball, everyone can feel the power of this attack. Under such an attack, a damage of nearly 10,000 suddenly appeared on the boss's forehead, and it did not flash for a long time. Looking at the boss's dull expression, Shui Na also knew that the explosive arrow triggered the stun effect. After seeing that the boss's spell had been interrupted, Shui Na immediately pulled Po Xiao into the forest to clear the hatred value on his body, and then came out from another place. The long-range attack power of this boss is not something that Po Xiao can bear now. However, even if Po Xiao interrupted its earth tooth formation, the protruding rocks did not disappear. These rocks have changed the environment of this battlefield, and the soldiers trapped inside have been unable to move. The golden boss who woke up saw that he had lost his target and immediately put his anger on the soldiers below. A punch often means the death of a warrior, while an explosive falling rock can create a blank area for the outer mage team. Although the priests behind have been working hard, they can't keep up with the killing speed of this boss. They are all going to die. Shui Na looked at these mages and said with some emotion. In the face of such a boss that can be far or near, not having enough health and defense is often just empty talk. Should we take action? Po Xiao asked. Now the boss has been beaten to only 60% of its health. Although it recovers quickly, they already know how to control its blood recovery speed. Wait a minute, wait for them to die a little more, otherwise they will affect our plan. Shui Na glanced at the remaining 20 or so mages on the field. These mages are all agile and have strong mobility. However, at this time, Shui Na suddenly found a lot of footsteps coming from the woods behind him. Looking back, Shui Na found a familiar person and heard a familiar voice from the regional channel. The Bushido Guild will clear the area, and outsiders must leave quickly, otherwise the consequences will be. This was the voice of the god of war. However, when he saw Mizuno was also at the scene, this arrogant voice suddenly lowered, making the surrounding players feel very awkward and harsh. Fuck you Bushido, our diamond family has already discovered this dark stone ape, you can get out now. A mage who was closest to Bushido immediately shouted. He couldn't tolerate the hard work of his team being stolen by Bushido, even if they knew they couldn't beat this boss. Humph. The god of war didn't look at the mage, his eyes were always fixed on Mizuno not far away, and a thief behind him suddenly disappeared, and in just a blink of an eye, he came to the front of the yelling mage, and a dagger silently pierced into the mage's throat, killing him instantly. Killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Mizuno looked at the god of war's pretentious expression, and just felt that this guy was too boring. Such a golden boss is obviously not something that the 100 or so of them can take on alone. If they don't cooperate well, the final result will probably be that everyone will lose experience. As the living mages here were cleared or asked to leave one by one, this boss was quickly taken over by Bushido. And Mina and the others did not stay for long, and returned to the village to see what was going on inside. There were only 2 of them, and there were a large group of people with bad intentions around, so they had no way to fight this boss. By the way, Dawn, you shouldn't have a snake eye necklace on you. Mina asked at this time. No. No wonder. Mina said, and took out another snake eye necklace from his backpack, which he had always used as a backup. Although this snake eye necklace does not have any other attributes, the effect of being immune to 500 points of damage is very outstanding. For mages, it is a very important equipment, especially when facing the exploding falling rocks. This. Take it. Yours is give it to someone else. Yes, I gave it to Yu Ying's brother, but she doesn't know, so don't tell her. Understood. Chapter 663 Sneak Attack. When Mina and the others rushed back to the village and rescued and settled the injured people, they led a large group of combat NPCs in the village to the Dark Stone Ape. The one walking in front was the mage named Ron. Just now, it was this mage who tried to control the Dark Stone Ape, but he didn't expect that the vines it cast were broken early due to the intervention of the players. However, what he couldn't figure out the most was why such a Dark Stone Ape appeared in such a small village, and then there was continuous killing. Although he already knew that the Stone Ape was summoned by someone using space magic, such magic was not an easy task. Even if he had practiced at the level of a great mage for hundreds of years, he might not have the energy to do other things after casting this magic. However, the guy who summoned the Stone Ape was clearly doing this thankless task, which made him very uneasy. Imagine, a person who can tear the space directly and summon a powerful dark creature from a distant dark kingdom, would he be a person with unclear mind and thankless work? However, he could not think too much now. If he did not get rid of this stone ape first, it would probably cause great harm to the creatures around, especially the village that did not have much self-protection ability just now. When a group of more than 10 people came to the place where the dark stone ape was fighting, the several boss fighting teams of Bushido, which originally had nearly 200 people, had less than 40 people left. However, for these members who were cannon fodder, fighting this kind of golden high-level Warcraft boss, and the boss whose level was far higher than the players, could not be defeated without dying several times, so these Bushido members had already determined their positions. Moreover, since there was no resurrection stone nearby to run corpses, they only needed to die once this time to leave. As for the elites among the elites in the guild, they have been working hard behind these cannon fodders, but in the long-range shooting with this boss, the players are also a little overwhelmed. The God of War, who has changed into a set of top-grade physical defense equipment, teamed up with several paladins and templars, relying on their own equipment and professional advantages, and began to attack the huge dark stone ape in front of them very hard. Among these people, only the professions belonging to the Holy Light system can have absolute lethality to this dark boss. However, the health of this boss is too thick, and the recovery speed is abnormally fast, which makes them very difficult to fight. Even if these Holy Light warriors have all the priests behind them to bless them with various treatment and enhancement magic, from time to time someone shouts help. Every time these Holy Light warriors used a skill, they would immediately retreat, and then another Holy Light warrior around them would rush forward and use another Holy Light skill, and then retreat immediately after using it, repeating this process continuously. Although this method of fighting is very slow, it can preserve the health of these Holy Light warriors and prevent the boss from losing control due to excessive concentration of hatred. However, their fighting method has made it difficult for the mages and priests behind them. During this process, the dark stone ape has repeatedly transferred hatred due to the treatment spells and the mages' excessive attacks, and this transfer often means that several anemic cloth professions have fallen on the cold soil. How do we attack now? Tai Feng asked in the team chat. In this case, if they act rashly, they will be suspected of stealing the boss. Let's see how they react. Shui Nai glanced at the God of War who were in a bitter battle, and then looked at Ron who was frowning. If I control it, how long can you kill it? At this time, Ron suddenly asked Shui Nai, but he was full of murderous intent. It seemed that he would not forgive the dark stone ape who killed more than a dozen innocent villagers. Completely controlled? About 20 minutes. Shui Nai glanced at the people around him. If he could really control it like he did just now and suppress its blood recovery speed, it would be possible to get rid of it within 20 minutes. In this case, they not only don't have to worry about the long-range skills of the dark stone ape, but also don't have to worry about it using defensive magic to protect itself, because under this vine technique, the dark stone lion can't use skills. Well, you have to be careful. Seeing this, Ron directly entered the chanting state nearly 100 meters away from the dark stone ape. Find a few people to protect Elder Ron. At this time, Shui Nai looked at the NPC warriors. These warriors were dispensable in this duel, so they just had to protect Ron here. Then I'll stay too. Tai Feng took a look. I think if I stay, I can protect Ron. After all, these NPC warriors here are not very smart. If someone is lurking around, Ron will be in trouble. It's the best, let's go. Shui Na said, and rushed over immediately. However, when they just entered the battlefield, the Bushido people had already begun to react. I saw more than a dozen warriors who were obviously unable to participate in the team coming forward, and when they saw the red on the heads of Shui Nai and his people, they immediately came to kill. It's really troublesome, this red name. Shui Na also knew that she was a very hateful object when she came to snatch the boss with a red halo, and she had obviously killed these Bushido members. Now the new and old grudges are settled together. Stop. We came here to deal with this dark stone ape at the request of Elder Ron, please don't affect our actions. After seeing Bushido's actions, Tai Feng immediately roared in the regional channel. As Tai Feng finished speaking, the soil under the feet of the dark stone ape suddenly rolled like boiling water, and then green light flashed in the soil, and a large number of vines suddenly emerged from the soil, covering the ground and forming a green ground. Among them, more than a dozen of the thickest vines seemed to be controlled by someone, and they kept winding up along the body of the dark stone ape. The dark stone ape, who had been attacked once, immediately screamed a few words in shock and began to struggle with all his strength. Kill them, don't let them come. The God of War, who had seen this boss being controlled by someone, immediately gave an order in the guild channel, vowing to never let Mina and others get involved in this boss. However, his order was not based on equal strength at all. As soon as Mina fought with them, the dozen warriors of the warriors were immediately eliminated, and in this fight, Mina and others did not increase their red name value by killing people. It seems that Tai Feng's words triggered some special settings of the system. After getting rid of these annoying guys, Shui Na immediately released the black ring water snake, and Xiao Yu and the others also summoned their pets, ready to attack the golden boss in the strongest state. However, this so-called strongest state is only the strongest state under the name of a magic apprentice for Shui Na. If he dares to use the name Fan Chen again, this dark stone ape may not live for more than 5 minutes. With the addition of Shui Na and the others, the health of the dark stone ape decreased faster, but the god of war and his group who saw this scene were furious and extremely angry. Because at this time, the most powerful mage group in their guild had less than 10 dead, and these 10 were not mainly combat-oriented, but all auxiliary elemental mages. However, it was precisely because of this that they were able to escape from the boss's magic. The people from Shui Na and the god of war, plus some players around who took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, under such firepower, the dark stone ape was almost out of blood before the half of the 20 minutes estimated by Shui Na was over. Moreover, due to Ron's continuous casting, the vine spell was not destroyed by the players at all this time. Although it struggled more and more in the violent state, it was completely unable to break free from the vines under the absolute level suppression. Everyone, be careful of the thieves. At this time, Shui Na and Tai Feng shouted in the team chat at the same time, while the gods of war on the opposite side were saying the opposite. Thieves, go! For a moment, Xiaoyu's unicorn suddenly roared, and several thieves appeared beside it under the holy light of the unicorn, with the tips of the daggers in their hands all pointing at its vital points. It was obvious at a glance that they wanted to deal with the unicorn first. At this time, Shui Na suddenly felt a transparent ripple on the left, which was the effect of the thief moving quickly in stealth. He raised his hand to block the magic wand, and saw a dagger with a grey sheen suddenly pierce the elemental magic wand, and then a figure followed. But this figure did not expect Shui Na to not only find his figure, but also completely block his fatal blow. Although the thief retreated very quickly, it was no faster than Xiao Yu's piercing arrow. In this sneak attack, most of the thieves rushed towards Xiao Yu's unicorn. Although they finally succeeded in getting rid of this pet that could only break stealth with holy light, they also paid enough installment price for it. Among them, the one who was most affected was only the side of Po Xiao. However, with the thief Yu Ying Qing Chen, he was only slightly injured. After seeing his bandit team being wiped out in a few rounds, the god of war attacked more fiercely and moved closer to the dark stone ape, ready to rob the items and leave. You bastard! How dare you sneak attack! At this moment, Mina suddenly, Tai Feng shouted from the back, and then the green vines wrapped around the dark stone ape withered in an instant, and the entire boss fell in front of the god of war. Chapter 664 Holy Light Shock. Tai Feng, what's going on over there? Just before Shui Na could say the word situation, Shui Na was interrupted by a system prompt. System, your teammate Tai Feng has been killed by the Lich King's magic bone spear. Due to the influence of the Lich King's death curse, he lost experience points x2. The 5 people who heard this immediately looked stern. Xiaoyu, you come with me, and others don't approach there. Shui Na directly assigned the task. The ability to directly use the intermediate undead magic white spear to kill Tai Feng, a great swordsman-level orc warrior, shows that the Lich King is very powerful, at least he has practiced those low-level magics to the extreme. In this game, if a low-level existence wants to have an impact on a high-level existence, then both sides must be at the same level. As for skills, this means that the bone spear has been trained to the highest level, which is the same as the player's specialization level. Only skills that have reached the specialization level can have this effect of ignoring the level difference and directly causing 100% lethality to the target. Otherwise, just like the Bushido player just now, using low and medium level skills to attack the 80level Dark Stone Ape, most people can't even hit the hundreds. And this is why players like to pursue high-level skills, because only in this way can they use their skills to keep up with the development of this game world. Xiaoyu, you can't get too close to him later. Mina glanced at Xiaoyu who was following him. Mina was still very cautious about this death curse. He remembered that when he was in Yunwu town, the Lich King had a dark curse aura on him. The large area of effect of this aura was heartbreaking for players. However, the death curse he brought this time, although not stronger than the Dark Curse, is more deadly to players, especially high-level players now. I know. Xiaoyu said, taking out enough arrows from her backpack. At this moment, the agile god of war dodged the attack of the dark stone ape and immediately retreated to a sufficient place with the warriors behind him. Now without the treatment of the priest, every death of them means 1 point further away from the final victory. Moreover, in order to take this boss alone, they also have to let the people on the opposite side focus the hatred of this boss so that the boss can get rid of them. The god of war and his men have long known about the powerful attack power of this boss, and now it has returned to the ground. The strength is so strong that the 3 people on the opposite side can't eat it at all. Follow me. While hanging the hatred of this boss, Don went to the open space on the other side. Now he already knew how to control the boss's blood recovery and combat power, but there was a little trouble, that is, the guise of the god of war. Seeing the 3 people running back desperately, the god of war couldn't help but be overjoyed and began to pull the members around to watch the performance of the 3 people. As for the foreign players around, they also watched from the sidelines and didn't plan to take action. It's here. I will freeze the ground with an ice ring later. You will attack it with all your strength. You must get rid of it in a short time. Yu Yingqingchen looked at the surrounding environment. Although this is just an ordinary open space, it is the place where the dark stone ape used the earth tooth formation just now. The surrounding terrain is very inconvenient for players. Just now, in order to lead this boss here, Poxio and Qunlixu spent a lot of effort to lead it here. Yu Yingqingchen took out a few blue scrolls with an icy breath from her backpack, and pulled them casually. An ice ring with a diameter of less than half a meter was suspended on her white palm. Yu Yingqingchen waved his hand fiercely, and the ice ring quickly came to the feet of the dark stone ape. With a swish, the ice ring spread explosively, and the surrounding area of nearly 5 meters was completely covered with frost. Although this scroll is only 60% of the power of Shui Nai's ice ring, the effect is still very good, at least it has reached the initial idea of Shui Nai and Po Xiao. Although the thin frost cannot freeze the huge body of the dark stone ape hit by the ice ring, it can freeze the ground, thus cutting off its energy connection with the ground, causing its blood recovery speed and combat power to drop at this moment. However, this method must be based on the extensive use of the magic of ice ring, otherwise this thin frost will be useless if the dark stone ape steps on it directly. However, Shui Nai had already calculated this, so he directly handed over 5 groups of nearly 50 ice ring scrolls to Yu Yingqingchen, believing that it would be enough for them to use. The players on the periphery did not notice this due to the distance. Now it was just a guess that they were using the ice ring just to delay time. However, Qunlixu and Poxio ignored these people. The 2 who used the cooldown release at the same time were desperately releasing magic. The cooldown release state of magic release is the most powerful state of the mage. In this state, the cooldown time of a magic designated by it is directly reset to 0. However, the duration of this state depends on the skill level. For example, if a primary magic is designated, then this state can exist for 30 minutes. If it is an intermediate magic, it will only last for 25 minutes, 20 minutes for an advanced magic, 15 minutes for a wizard, 10 minutes for a wizard, and 5 minutes for a great wizard. Poxio's designated magic is a flaming arrow transformed from a flaming bomb, while Qunlixu's is a single target skill of the wizard level Holy Light Shock. This magic is a holy light column descending from the air, and the target under this holy light column will suffer 3 consecutive holy light damages. Moreover, under this holy light impact, if the target is a dark creature, there is a 30% chance of a dizziness effect. This skill is a very powerful skill among combat priests, but because the cooldown time is too long and the chanting time is also very long, Qunlixu did not use it just now. However, now it is different. Without the help of the vines, she can only rely on herself. I saw a milky white light column with golden light coming down from more than 10 meters above the head of the dark stone ape. When the light column came into contact with the dark stone ape, I saw the golden light in the light column suddenly became stronger and hit the top of the stone ape's head at once. The first attack of the holy light impact directly hit a high amount of vital damage, and also triggered the dizziness effect. Within 2 seconds after the first attack, the golden light became stronger again, and then the second damage was caused. However, the damage this time was less than 5,000 points. It seems that the dark stone ape just moved. The holy light shock will last for 5 seconds, but within these 5 seconds, the holy light shock has fixed coordinates, which means that within these 5 seconds, as long as the target moves and leaves the attack range, it will not be effective. However, under the stun effect of the explosive flame arrow of dawn, it cooperates very well with the stun effect of the holy light shock, interrupting the skills of this boss several times. In addition, with the weak freezing effect of Yuying Qingshan's ice ring, they are not in any danger. As the two of them opened fire, the health of the dark stone ape, which could not recover blood quickly, was quickly hit to the bottom. After Qunlixu's fifth holy light shock came down, the 19th explosive flame arrow of dawn also came. Roar! The dark stone ape suddenly let out an unwilling scream, and then began to shake, and then fell directly to the ground. This time, Shui Nai's team of 6 not only got all the experience of this boss, but also got extra experience rewards for completing a hidden task of the system. Dawn, Thunder Arrow. Yuying Qingying threw several ice rings in her hand to Qunlixu when the boss was about to fall, and she rushed to the place where the boss fell. As she moved forward, Dawn had already shot the thunder arrow transformed from the prepared thunder bullet. I saw a lightning element arrow flashing with lightning. At the moment it hit the body of the dark stone ape, it began to emit a large amount of electric arcs and soul-stirring thunder sounds around it. After this thunder arrow, there were several ice rings, which were hit outside the range of the thunder arrow, covering the space around the body of the dark stone ape with frost. Under the help of Dawn and Qunlixu, 5 thieves were beaten out of stealth, while the group of Ares in the distance was frozen by the ice ring. Kill them all! Just as Ares began to mobilize other players around to attack Dawn and his group, he suddenly found a figure appearing next to the dark stone ape. Yuying Qingchen directly activated the wind element incarnation, ignoring the protruding rocks around her, and easily swept to the side of the stone ape's body, and put all the items around into her backpack. After that, she returned to normal, her hands fumbled around the huge dark stone ape, and a large number of precious warcraft materials appeared in her palms one by one. On the other side, Dawn and Qunlixu began to fully assist Yuying Qingchen, not letting others get close to her. Prepare to retreat. After Yuying Qingchen filled her backpack, she immediately began to transform into a wind element with difficulty and left the scene. Yuying, you won't come out later, just find a place to hide. Seeing that Yuying's speed was obviously affected by the heavy backpack, and now everyone was in the red name state, if something went wrong and these things were exposed, it would be a big loss, so Qunlixu asked him to hide. As for those who have not yet completely after collecting the corpses of the dark stone apes, she could only give them to the guys like the god of war, otherwise she would not have the ability to crawl through this environment full of ground teeth. Okay, then you guys be careful. Yuying Qingchen said, and then changed direction and went to the nearby woods. The two who had already packed up carefully went to Shui Nai's side, intending to help Shui Nai. Chapter 665 The Bluffing Lich King. When Shui Nai came to the back, she found that Tai Tai Feng's chest was stuck with a white bone spear wrapped in black air. Hehe, it turned out to be you, kid. After seeing Shui Nai and Xiaoyu coming over, the Lich King opposite Ron suddenly stared at Shui Nai for a few glances, and immediately knew his identity under the mask. However, Shui Nai did not feel the breath of the holy book of the dead belonging to the Lich King. It seems that he should have used other methods to seal that breath in order to achieve the intention of hiding his whereabouts. With a swish, just before Shui Nai approached Ron, he suddenly saw the black air on the Lich King suddenly expand and contract, and then he found someone behind him, so Shui Nai didn't think much and directly activated the teleportation on the elemental magic wand. In the eyes of outsiders, they only saw the Lich King's figure suddenly flashing, and then appeared behind Shui Nai, but Shui Nai disappeared in the green light in the next moment, and the Lich King's bone spear hit the open ground directly, corroding the surrounding soil into black. This black and green flash and teleportation made the NPC warriors in the surrounding small villages stunned. However, at this time, Xiaoyu did not waste the opportunity. She shot an arrow from a distance, but this arrow went directly through the body of the Lich King. Seeing this, Xiaoyu immediately knew that she had to leave, but her thoughts and actions were still a step slower. Humph! Xiaoyu felt a pain in her back, and then she found a bloody white spear suddenly appeared in front of her chest. Under the dual effects of the spear attack and the dark aura, Xiaoyu had no time to look at Shui Nai before she turned into a soul and returned to the resurrection area in the distance. Xiaoyu. After hearing the system's reminder of the death of her teammates, Shui Nai could only watch Xiaoyu slowly fall down, while the Lich King on her body looked at her with interest. Go quickly, you can't beat him. Just as Shui Nai was about to rush over, Ron, who had already come over, immediately grabbed Shui Nai's hand. At this time, Ron's face was pale, and several black air was slowly spreading along his blood vessels, and his chest and back were already stained with a large area of bright red blood. Just now, when Ron was casting a spell, he was directly hit by the Lich King's dark artifact Phantom. Although he temporarily interrupted the spell and dodged the shot through his heart, he was still seriously injured. If Tai Feng hadn't risked his life to buy a short period of time for Ron to heal, he might have died directly in the next attack of the Lich King. I can't leave. Shui Nai shook his head. Even if he could leave now, he wouldn't leave. Moreover, the Lich King's current state is very bad. If he gave up like this, he might let the tiger go back to the mountain. Since being severely injured by 5 strong men including Yvonne, Yangzhen, and Fowl, even if the Lich King has a divine weapon to protect his body, it is impossible for him to be completely fine, let alone recover so quickly. And now the 4 prefix characters severely injured and not healed on his forehead further show that this guy is just strong on the outside and weak on the inside, bluffing. Want to go? Then wait for me to take you there. The Lich King, who had already recovered his physical form, showed no signs of weakness or injury in Shui Nai's eyes, but the player's reconnaissance ability could tell him a lot. In the past, with Shui Nai's level, it would be impossible to find out other information except the name, but this time, Shui Nai could clearly know the level of the Lich King and the number of golden health points. This was an intelligent NPC with a level 200 ordinary boss template. Although its level was much higher than that of players like Shui Nai, its true strength was lowered by many levels in its severely injured and weak state. Moreover, the most important thing was that the Lich King's appearance this time was so sneaky, unlike the last time when it almost alarmed the high-level NPCs around Yunwu Town, fearing that no one would know of his arrival. Just his self-awareness reminded Shui Nai that this was an opportunity to strike the Lich King. Ignoring the Lich King's provocation, Shui Na quickly put on the Ring of Life. Although the effect of this Ring of Life was not obvious for a high-level NPC like Luo, it was the only way for Luo N to recover his combat power earlier. However, the Lich King obviously would not follow his wishes. After he felt the life energy in Shui Na's hand, he immediately launched an attack, but he did not expect that Shui Na's attack was faster than him. Shui Na activated the Light of Life in the Ring of Life while shooting an ice ring towards the Lich King, and following this ice ring on the other side, there was the explosive impact stored in the elemental magic wand. As the ice ring burst and the explosive impact approached, even a strong Lich King did not dare to directly withstand Shui Nai's magic. As the artifact in his hand transformed into a magic wand in an instant, and then the black light on the magic wand flashed, a hideous bone wall made of white bones suddenly appeared on the ground, not only blocking the power of the ice ring, but also taking the explosive impact. However, this bone wall obviously could not withstand Shui Nai's explosive impact. After enduring 3 attacks of the explosive impact, it collapsed. However, when the Lich King came out of the ashes of the bone wall, even someone as experienced as him could not help but be a little surprised. Because at this time, Shui Nai had been split into 2, and one hand was holding the elemental magic wand, and the other was holding the magic hand of the mage. However, what shocked and angered the Lich King the most was that the elven wizard Ron behind him was actually standing in a fountain of life full of gentle vitality. Under the dual effects of the fountain of life and the light of life, Ron's injuries had been completely suppressed, and because the light of life had also produced a mutual effect of attributes under the stimulation of the fountain of life, Ron now felt that the wood energy in his body was surging like a tide. And with the explosive growth of this power, he waved his hand casually, and more than a dozen green vines appeared out of nothing beside the Lich King, and entangled around him. Some vines even grew directly on the Lich King's body. Although these green vines withered immediately when they came into contact with the black air on the Lich King, these vines seemed to have no rest and continued to appear around him, seriously affecting his movements and vision. And Shui Nai's main body was not idle either. When the 3 magics stored in the elemental wand were all used up, he could only take out a small magic cannon with one hand, using ice and thunder magic while firing the magic cannon. As for the clone, under Shui Nai's control, it was completely reckless. As soon as it approached the Lich King, it started to chop directly. The Lich King, who was upset by these vines, did not use the Book of the Dead and the Dark Shield. He just kept waving the phantom that had turned into a sword, slashing against Shui Nai's clone while removing the vines on his body. Under the influence of these vines, the Lich King had no way to use flash, and was actually suppressed by Shui Nai's clone for a while. Moreover, the Lich King obviously knew the origin of the mage killer, and was very afraid and dreaded this silver sword, and did not dare to let it have a chance to hit his body. In this situation of one gaining and the other losing, the Lich King was suddenly at a disadvantage. However, for Ron, this magic obviously took up all his mind, and he didn't have the chance to cast other magic. As for Shui Nai, the magic and small magic cannon in his hand were insignificant to the Lich King. After fighting for a while, Shui Nai had to replace the small magic cannon with a large magic cannon. However, when he took out the magic cannon, the Lich King obviously reacted, and he retreated while fighting. Want to run? Shui Nai immediately discovered his little move, and seeing that he was so afraid of the magic cannon in his hand, Shui Nai immediately charged it. Humph, kid, remember this today. The Lich King no longer paid attention to the vines on his body, and flew directly into the sky. When he hurriedly fled, he was stabbed by the clone, and after dropping a few drops of black blood, he flew higher and higher. Seeing someone coming around, Shui Nai immediately put the magic cannon into the space bracelet, and at this time, Shui Nai heard a sound of a human body falling to the ground behind him. Elder Ron. Looking back, he found that Ron had fallen to the ground, pale, and the wounds on his chest and back were bleeding again. Throwing the bluffing Lich King out of his mind, Shui Nai once again shot out the light of life, and escorted Elder Ron to a nearby village with the Don and others who came over. As for the god of war who followed, they looked at Elder Ron who had lost consciousness and thought about something. Chapter 666 Petrified Hand. When Tai Feng returned to the small village by running corpses, the 6 people gathered. Shui Nai, what did the boss explode? When Tai Feng saw that Yuying Qingchen, the wind elf thief, could walk like the wind, he immediately knew that she had given everything in her backpack to Shui Nai. There are a lot of good stuff. Shui Nai deliberately whetted Tai Feng's appetite. What? You won't wait for me? Tai Feng saw that the 5 people around him didn't react much, and immediately thought that these guys had announced the equipment when he was running the corpse. Not yet, aren't they waiting for you? Seeing that Tai Feng was so uncalm, Shui Nai immediately interrupted him and started to share the equipment in the backpack in the team chat. This time, they exploded a total of 3 items, including 1 dark gold equipment, 1 gold equipment, a yellow gem, and some materials. Knowing that only 3 items were dropped, Tai Feng immediately knew that this might be due to Elder Ron's participation and the system's lowering of the drop rate. However, fortunately, Elder Ron did not participate in the output battle this time, otherwise it would be the same whether there was equipment or not. Do you need this pair of petrified hands? Shui Nai held a pair of cocky handguards, which were a pair of handguards that could automatically generate stone armor and provide stone armor protection, a dark gold level top grade equipment. In this game, wooden armor and stone armor are between cloth armor, leather armor and armor. The defensive ability of stone armor is better than leather armor, slightly lower than armor, but the shock resistance of stone armor is much stronger than armor. Moreover, the effect of the stone armor on the petrified hands is many times stronger than that of ordinary armor. I don't want it. It's too heavy and not suitable for thieves. This equipment can only be equipped by players wearing leather or armor, and Yuying Qingchen obviously has no interest in this heavy armor. Me too. Elf archers are a profession that emphasizes agility and hand speed. Although equipped with this heavy armor, although the survivability is stronger, the ability itself is much weaker. Thank you, a lot. Tai Feng didn't expect that the 2 of them would give up this top quality gauntlet, and he didn't expect that he would get such treatment even though he didn't participate in the boss fight this time. Item, Petrified Hands, Dark Gold Equipment. Occupational restrictions, leather or armor occupations. Usage level, 80. Equipment requirements, strength 500 points. Durability. Weight, 200. Item description, this is a pair of handguards made from the leather armor, the hardest part of the stone ape. It can automatically form a layer of hard stone armor to protect the wearer's hands, and can also use the earth element power contained in it to attack the target. Basic item effects, physical defense plus 3000, magic defense plus 2000, earth resistance plus 80, health plus 1000. Item bonus effects, physical defense plus 1000, strength plus 100, constitution plus 500, physical damage plus 1000, health recovery plus 20%. Item special skills. Stone armor protection, the wearer can use the earth element power in the petrified hand to form a layer of hard stone armor on both hands to protect the hands. After using the stone armor protection, the self-defense ability increases by 30%. At the same time, the stone armor can withstand 10,000 points of damage. The duration is 3 minutes and can be used 10 times a day. Petrification power. The wearer can transform the earth element power in the petrified hand into petrification power and inject it into the weapon, so that the weapon has a 100% petrification effect in the next attack. The petrification duration is 10 seconds, fixed value, and can be used 5 times a day. Petrifying tentacles. When the wearer attacks the enemy, there is a 20% chance of triggering petrifying tentacles each time he attacks, petrifying the target. The petrification lasts for up to 5 seconds, which is reduced depending on the target's physique. The defensive ability of this pair of petrifying handguards is already very strong, but it can also derive a layer of reinforced stone armor covering both hands and arms under this strong defensive power. Although the joints may not be able to bend under this stone armor, it also greatly enhances its own defensive ability. In addition, this equipment itself has a control ability petrification, which is a god-level ability, but the equipment level of this equipment is a bit too high. Now Taifeng's level is only 65, and he just dropped a level directly, which makes Taifeng really happy and painful now. Seeing Taifeng's face changing constantly, Shui Na also knew that he had been worrying about this level. For players, the most sad thing is that a top quality equipment is right in front of them, and they have the ability to equip it, but because of their low level, they can only fuss in the warehouse. This is a great torture. However, this time, Taifeng will obviously not be tortured by this. So does anyone want this stone ape leggings? Shui Na asked while announcing the attributes. This stone ape leggings is much weaker than the petrified hand, and the difference is no longer a matter of level. However, this equipment is also yellow level equipment, much stronger than the whiteboard outside, although the level of the equipment is a bit high, it must be 70 to equip. However, such a piece of equipment is not something Shui Na can equip and use, because it is also a stone armor type equipment. The two girls who are mainly agile directly gave up this heavy thing, so this time it was Taifeng who got it. However, this made Taifeng a little unhappy, because he found that his level was not enough again. Okay, the last item is a special earth gem, the grade is gold. Equipping it directly in the accessories column can reduce the restriction level of some equipment. The effect will be better if it is embedded. Does anyone want it? Shui Na took out the last special gem and looked at the girls around him, but did not look at Taifeng. At this time, Taifeng, who had already seen the attribute of this rock-crushing gem, his whole body was a little stiff, and his eyes were dull. Because he found that as long as he embedded this gem in the petrified hand, he could not only equip the petrified hand directly, but also reduce the equipment level of the equipment with earth attribute by 5 levels. If this special gem is only equipped in the accessories column, it can reduce the level of all the equipment with earth attribute by 10 levels at most. But if it is embedded in earth equipment, then the level requirement of the embedded equipment will be directly reduced by 20 levels, and other earth equipment will be reduced by 5 levels. Damn, this thing. Taifeng couldn't help it. Do you want it? Shui Na asked. Among them, only he can use this broken rock gem. Yes. Taifeng nodded. Then don't say thank you or anything else in the future. We are not outsiders, so there is no need to be so polite. Shui Na handed the broken rock gem with crystal lines inside to Shui Na. Okay, the equipment dropped by the dark stone ape has been divided up. Now it's its materials, but there are 2 materials I want to give to Dawn. Although no magic items were dropped in this boss battle, there were several good materials. Dawn, this crystal core and petrified ball are for you. Shui Na took out 2 things from the material pile. Wait, I don't use this petrified ball. And this shouldn't be considered a material. Dawn looked at the petrified ball in his hand and asked in confusion. It was collected from the crystal core position of the stone ape. I don't know whether this thing is a material or equipment. Yu Yingqing Chen was also very surprised that this special item, which was obviously a mage's secondary equipment, appeared in the body of the stone ape. This stone ape should have been transformed, and this petrified ball should be a part of it. Shui Na looked at this special item called petrified ball and guessed. But this thing is still useless to me. It shouldn't be embedded in the magic crystal bow. Dawn said with some doubts. Take it first. This petrification ball is for earth magic, and I don't seem to have learned much earth magic. It's useless for me to take it. Shui Na looked at the petrification ball that was stuffed back and handed it to Po Xiao. You should use it. If I need it in the future, I'll find you again. After all, this is a special item. If it explodes, it will be heartbreaking. Po Xiao was still a little worried about his own strength, and the effect of this petrification ball was also very good. He really couldn't put it in his backpack randomly. Looking at this petrification ball that was half the size of a palm, Shui Na didn't know how to deal with it, so he put it deep in his backpack according to Po Xiao's instructions. This petrification ball is a secondary equipment. Once equipped, it will automatically appear around the player and rotate continuously with the player as the core. However, players who must use two hands to control the bow and arrow can only equip related secondary equipment, such as arrows. In the hands of ordinary mages, Shui Nai's magic wand must be held with both hands, because the mage's strength is insufficient and must be controlled with both hands, but Shui Nai's strength value is surprisingly high, so he can control it with one hand directly. However, the effect of this petrified ball is not too outstanding, at least it is much weaker than Shui Nai's Dream Secondary Equipment Book of Elements. Shui Nai didn't even think about it, and he didn't like earth magic, so he was even less interested. After that, the 6 people in the group divided the remaining materials. Since Shui Nai's own equipment was already very powerful, he had no interest in these materials. Finally, Yu Yingqing Chen and Xiaoyu divided the softest leather armor material of the stone ape equally, while Tai Feng asked for the hardest material with stone armor. These materials are good for making advanced protective gear. As for Qun Lixu and Poxio, they didn't find anything suitable from the pile of materials, so they gave up this distribution. As for all the remaining materials, Shui Nai informed the unscrupulous profiteer and planned to sell them to him at a low price, and the money was divided equally. After distributing the remains of the boss, Shui Nai and his friends saw a young NPC coming to them at this time. Elder Ron has woken up, and he wants to invite you in for a talk. The young man said to the 6 people respectfully, with his head bowed. For him, Shui Nai and his friends not only saved the lives of dozens of people in the village, but also defeated the hateful monster in the end. Their selfless behavior has been unanimously recognized by all the remaining villagers in the village, and they have become the eternal heroes of this village. Chapter 667 Shadow Clone. The 6 people came to the small house where Ron was temporarily resting, and they were immediately surrounded and thanked by a group of villagers around them. Dear warriors, thank you very much for your selfless dedication. Just as Mina and the others began to respond to the villagers' gratitude one by one, a young man suddenly walked up to Mina and bowed nearly 90 degrees to them, but he choked up at the end of his words. Shui Nai and the others took a look at the young NPC and soon found out that this person was the acting village chief of the village, and his information also had some brief introduction. Please accept my condolences. You are still alive and cannot be so depressed. I believe that your relatives in heaven would not want to see this. Shui Nai wanted to say something to get the task done, but seeing the sad expressions of the villagers around him, he could only comfort them. When they arrived at Ron's ward, Shui Nai and the others found that Ron's condition was very bad, which was very different from what they had thought before. Elder Ron, your body. Shui Nai looked at his withered face, and a withered breath was spreading over him, beginning to erode his life. I was cursed with death, but it won't kill me in a short time. It's just that there is no one in charge of the Exoda mine now, only a few teams of soldiers, which makes me very worried. Ron said ashamedly. At this time, Tai Feng suddenly said hi, and stepped forward to ask sincerely. Elder Ron, I might be able to do this for you. Do it for you? You mean to help me guard the Exoda mine, but there. Although Elder Ron was a little confused, his tone was full of expectations. It's like this, I am the president of a small guild. Although our guild's strength is not too outstanding, if it's just guarding and assisting, then I can still do it. Tai Feng looked at Ron and expressed his thoughts. It turned out that just when Ron said this, Tai Feng suddenly received a system prompt saying that he met the requirements to trigger the Exoda mine guarding mission, and this mission was a large-scale long-term guild-style mission. In this mission, Tai Feng only needs to send at least 10 players to deploy defenses at the station, and to keep the station in dangerous moments. These are 2 relatively easy requirements. However, the rewards for this task are very rich. The garrison personnel can get 1% of the current level and 20 gold coins per hour. The upper limit of this task is level 60 and it must be promoted, and the upper limit is level 100. This means that if this task can be continued, then it will only take 200 days for a level 60 player to reach level 100. The amount of experience for this task is huge for most ordinary players. In this case, I can only ask you to do it. I will write a letter now and let your people take it to the captain of the garrison team, and he will know what to do. Ron thought about it. Because of the previous battle to protect the Tree of Life, the strength of basically all the elders was at the lowest peak in history. Now they are probably not as useful as the people in front of them, so he can only agree. Okay, then I will notify them now. Tai Feng explained in the team chat, left the wooden house, and issued the president's order in the guild channel. Tai Feng, the hands-off boss, basically never paid attention to the affairs of the guild. However, since this guild is composed of many small forces, Tai Feng is just a figurehead. However, for such a big task that fell from the sky, I am afraid no one would refuse. Soon, someone began to ask Tai Feng about the situation. Since Tai Feng's guild does not have a guild foundation, their number is not large, but it is not too small. It's just that each force has a good control over the people under them, which prevents the guild from becoming a loose sand. After explaining it and discussing it with several leaders, Tai Feng quickly reached a consensus with them. Set a shift table and arrange the shift personnel. After solving this matter, Tai Feng returned to the wooden house, and then took Ron's letter and waited for the person to come. Tai Feng trusts the people in his guild very much. After all, only his acquaintances will be allowed to enter. In addition, his guild was a very unambitious guild, and it had no decision to dominate the world, so naturally there would be no undercover spies or anything like that. In fact, it was not that Tai Feng did not want to start this guild, but the leaders of the various forces in the guild all held titles such as honorary president or vice president in their own family guilds or other guilds. If he really wanted to start it, he would probably be squeezed by these guilds first. Moreover, at the beginning, this guild was just to maintain the friendship between high school classmates and to have a good time. When Tai Feng arranged for this guild to be stationed, Shui Nai and the others were not idle, because Shui Nai and the others also received a task about Elder Ron at this time. Because Elder Ron was now eroded by the Dark Death curse, his body could not hold on for long. In order to resolve this curse, he had to go to a holy place in the Elf Empire and use the spring water of the Elf Spring in this holy place to wash away the dark energy on his body. And what they had to do was to escort him along the way and ensure his safe arrival. What is the Elf Spring? Shui Nai already knew that his light of life could not overcome the death curse of the Lich King, so he could not help but be very interested in this Elf Spring. That holy place is said to be the place where the Tree of Life was born and disappeared. The spring water there is the most powerful healing medicine for the elves, even more powerful than the magic of the Goddess of Life. Xiaoyu responded. Then where is it? Is it far from here? Shui Nai asked with some concern. Not too far. In the north of the Elf Empire, that place is actually within the scope of the Wind City. Yu Ying answered Shui Nai at this time. For most elf players, this elf spring is only known by name but not by its location. Wind City? There is a wind valley there, and it seems that there are a lot of wind dragons living there. I heard that it is not easy to go there. Shui Nai remembered the information he had collected before. Yes. However, as long as you don't provoke the Wind Dragon clan, there won't be any big problems. As a local resident there, Yu Ying Qingchen wanted them to visit. Then let's discuss the escort mission after Tai Feng comes back. This mission should not be simple. Although we don't know why they are targeting Elder Ron, we must protect him well. When he thought of the Lich King using the artifact to deal with Ron himself, he felt that there was a problem. At this time, several people suddenly came outside the wooden house, some of whom were Shui Nai's acquaintances. Elder Diana, and Liu Yi. Diana and Liu Yi's faces were not very good, their eyes were red, and they were sad. It was obvious that something had happened. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to come out and move in their current state of exhausted magic power. Did something happen? Ron knew something and asked directly. Elder King Gui was killed. When Diana said this, Ron was stunned. Seeing his expression that seemed to have lost his soul, Shui Nai knew that King Gui had a close relationship with him. When did it happen? Ron was silent for a while before asking. It happened at the same time as you did, and the method was the same. It seems that the Lich King has already practiced the magic of Shadow Clone. After learning that Elder Ron had an accident, Diana immediately connected his affairs with King Gui's. Shadow Clone. Ron's body shook, and the pupils in his eyes shrank like lightning, the soul of King Gui. It was taken away by him, and even the body was taken away. One of King Gui's guards finally escaped, and it was he who notified us. Diana said a little weakly. For Diana, her current physical weakness is not a big problem, and she just needs to rest. However, for this person who has been a friend for hundreds of years, he left just like that, and was violated by someone after his death. This blow to her is no less than being killed by someone. Well, may I ask, what kind of magic is Shadow Clone? Is it scary? Xuanai was asked by everyone. This, actually, it's no longer described as magic, because this already belongs to the category of divine arts. Lu Yi paused. The most terrifying thing about this ability is that it uses the soul and body of others to practice. Once controlled by this divine art, it will become the incarnation of the caster. No, it should be said to become another caster, because their souls have been integrated together, there is no distinction between each other, but they can survive alone. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but take a breath. But this doesn't mean that the person who attacked Elder King Gui is the Lich King. Xuanai said cautiously. If this idea is wrong, it will cause all the subsequent actions to go wrong. It won't be wrong. That person is holding the Dark Shield and the Holy Book of the Dead. I already know what happened in Yunmu Town. This divine art is not too difficult for the Lich King who has 3 dark artifacts. But I don't understand why he would look for a clone carrier on our side of the Elf Empire. After all, our elves cannot completely integrate with the dark energy. I think he should be eroding our strength so that he can take the opportunity to get the wood chapter. Xuanai put forward his own opinion. Well, it seems that this is the only explanation. However, although the Dark Tree Demon Forest has been eroded by darkness, it is not easy for the Lich King to enter. I am afraid that if he attacks again, it will be a problem. Diana nodded somewhat dejectedly, and then asked Ron for his opinion. Chapter 668 Escort and Wanted Mission. From the conversation between Elder Diana and Elder Ron, Xuanai and the others already knew that Qingwei was also an elder stationed at the entrance and exit of another dark mine. Similarly, although Elder Qingwei was also a great magician, his combat power was not strong, and he was mainly a support. Now they suspected that the next goal of the Lich King should be to destroy the seal of the dark mine and release the dark zombies inside. When Tai Feng heard this, he immediately told people this in private chat to prevent any problems. Finally, when Elder Ron had rested enough and was ready to set off, several players came outside, and in the distance there were some people who were obviously NPCs who were bringing a group of unicorns. The players who came were Tai Feng and Xuanai's high school classmates. Although these people were of good level, and some were higher than Tai Feng, most of their equipment was white goods from the store. Only accessories like rings were colored, but these equipment were all below level 60. For these level 60 equipment, if you can't find better ones, you can only use them until you reach level 100. However, in the equipment store, if you don't make it yourself, there will only be level 60 equipment. Only in some special stores will you sell a small amount of colored equipment. Tai Feng, who had already equipped the petrified hand and the stone ape leggings, didn't turn on the equipment halo, but the sharp, hard and thick stone armor was still very eye-catching, and several soldiers had their eyes popped out. Because they knew that in this game, equipment designed like this would be impossible without color. After Tai Feng handed the letter to one of them and told them to guard the mine well, he started chatting with that person. Although some people also wanted to come over to get close to Xiaoyu, they were hindered by Xuanai and several other people they didn't know, so they just greeted a few people in a very ordinary way and showed up. However, at this time, the person who had just talked to Tai Feng frowned when he saw Elder Ron coming out. Tai Feng, are these the only people here? Xuanai's relationship with this warrior named Duiju Dang Ji was just that of an ordinary classmate, but he knew that this person was very cunning, but he didn't have any bad intentions and was a very good person. Yes. Is there a problem? Tai Feng saw him looking at Ron and immediately felt a little uneasy. Take a look at this. I don't know what information Duiju Daga sent to Tai Feng, but his face changed in an instant. This is a wanted order, and it's from the Dark Camp. Xuanai shuddered after seeing the information Tai Feng put in the team chat. Because this wanted order is open to all players and NPCs, but the target of this wanted order is Ron. Although this underground wanted order is issued by the Dark Camp, as long as the player is not caught or proves his identity during the action, he will not be punished by the system. But once caught, he will be directly expelled from the Holy Light Camp and can only enter the Dark Camp. Although the punishment for this task is heavy, the reward is also huge, because as long as someone successfully assassinates Ron and brings his body back to the designated recipient, he can get a legendary Blood Shadow Ring. This ring is a top-notch equipment. Just the fact that it can increase the player's health by 30% can drive players crazy. 30% of health may be just a chicken rib for a mage with less than 3000 health points, but for a warrior with more than 10,000 health points, this ring can directly increase the health points by several thousand. Moreover, this ring is the kind of equipment that can be used all the time. In the later stage, the ability of this ring will only become greater and greater. Not to mention that this ring also has a series of special effects such as blood-sucking, defense, and attack increase. It's just that the information of this reward is not too complete, and the specific special effects are not introduced. However, as long as you think that this is a legendary accessory, I believe that most players will take risks, especially the presidents of those big guilds. You accepted this task. Tai Feng looked at the wine song with a little immaturity. Not yet. This kind of task is not easy to do, because the target of this task is a great magician, and in the end, his soul and body must be collected, which is not an easy task. Duijodega naturally knew the problem behind such a generous reward. I think the final beneficiary of this task should still be the NPC, so my suggestion is not to take this task. If you fail and your identity is leaked, you will not be able to survive. But, there should be a lot of people who have taken this task. Shuai said what he was worried about at this time. Well, at least the big guilds I know are Diamond Family and Bushido. I heard that the people of the Dark Dragon Guild have also received the news and are ready to come. If you fight with these people, you will probably suffer a loss. Tai Feng looked very unnatural after hearing this, because he knew that even if the people of these guilds had one person, they could kill him back to level 0. However, the upper limit of the number of people for this task is only 6, which has restricted them to death. Of course, since your opposing mission has such a big reward, the reward for your mission won't be much different. I just don't know if your mission has enough people. Ah, it's full. From what you said, it seems that this mission is not that simple. Tai Feng said with a headache. At first, he thought this mission it was just a simple escort mission, because he knew that the Elf Empire did not have enough manpower, so they were asked to escort, but now it was like this. You must be Shuai. Although I don't know how strong you are, you give me the impression of being a master. I'll have to ask you for advice when I have time. Duijodega saw that the NPCs on the other side were ready, and knew that they were about to set off, so he came over to say hello to Shuai, who had always been very calm. Although they were classmates, he rarely asked about Shuai, but he knew from Tai Feng that this classmate was quite capable. Okay. Shuai responded, and then he was called over by Lu Yi. This time, there were only 3 guards who came with them to escort, but their levels were not very high, but their mounts were all unicorns. Just by looking at these unicorns, he knew that these unicorns were not their mounts. And then Lu Yi also explained that it turned out that their escort mission this time actually had another purpose, which was to be bait, but the specific details were a little vague. In order to ensure their safety, this time, they specially took out a unicorn team to serve as temporary mounts. These unicorns are all around level 80. Although these holy beasts are not very good in terms of combat power, they are very good in assisting, especially against dark creatures. Including Ron, their team only has 10 people. How about this, Tai Feng, let's find a team to follow you, so that we can deal with any problems when the time comes. Duijodega discussed with a few people at this time and came to ask. This is not good. After all, this trip is in vain, there is no benefit. Although they can get some relationship with these NPCs by doing this, such a little relationship is not comparable to the difficulty of this task. Well, don't say that. It's not that I want to do this, but they want to go, so just let them do it. Duijodega naturally knew the thoughts of those who made suggestions. He really had no control over these people who were his classmates. After all, they were not his people, and they only followed him because they could get benefits. Then I understand. I really troubled you during this period. Tai Feng also knew that there were the most classmates in Duijodega's group. These classmates were just ordinary players with ordinary family backgrounds. If Duijodega hadn't come to help them from time to time, their levels would not be so high. Why are you being polite? Don't forget, you have a lot of garrison tasks. Now someone has asked if you can sell a few positions. Duijodega actually knew the value of this task. The advantage of this task is that you can get something for nothing. In this garrison state, their people can be used to practice life skills. This is a good job that falls from the sky. However, there don't seem to be many outstanding life players among the people in his guild, and this is exactly what Duijodega is having a headache about now. You can do this yourself. I'll give you some authority so that you can recruit members, but don't mess it up. Tai Feng said as he opened some of his authority. Don't worry, I will be stationed there in person. I recently acquired a new life skill and I need to practice more. What skill made you give up your warrior life? Refine. Not bad, right? Damn, isn't this a skill that only NPCs have? You got everything. I've been using this skill since the beginning of the game. If I still can't get it, then I'm not losing money. Among the life players, most blacksmith players can only process ordinary metals. Although the levels of these materials are also divided into high and low levels, the equipment made according to the formula process is mostly white equipment. Occasionally, due to the high quality of the materials, high-level equipment in blue or even purple will appear. But if a player has the ability to refine, then these metals can be refined again to obtain higher quality materials, so as to create the highest level of equipment. For example, iron, which is the most used by players, can be made into an iron sword by a life player, but if a refined iron block is used to forge it, then a steel sword may be made. The iron sword and the steel sword may have the same equipment level, but the level may be more than one level different, and the effect is much stronger. Generally speaking, if players want refined materials, they have to find NPCs, but this is very troublesome. Not to mention the cost, they also have to use connections, which is a very tiring job for players. Now that he heard that his classmates and friends have this ability, Tai Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 669 Ambush in the Canyon. Mayuna and his group of 30 people were walking slowly on the road. Originally, they only had 10 people, but in the end, Duijodega temporarily transferred nearly 20 people over. Among these people, half are their classmates, although their strength is not that good, they have good morale. Unfortunately, the restrictions of this task are a bit large, and they are not included in the list of the task team. Shui Na looked at Xiao Yu, who was as calm as ice. Half of the hard work of these people outside was due to her. Hey, why are you still looking at Xiao Yu? We are in danger now. Do you know what danger means? Tai Feng saw that Shui Na actually had free time to look at this and that, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Xiao Yu, who heard this, found Shui Na's eyes, and her cheeks blushed, and she deliberately turned her head away from him. Are you talking about those people from the big guilds? In fact, there is no need to worry about them. Shui Na was not worried about this. After all, no matter how big the reward for a task is, if the entire guild will be involved in the end, I am afraid that there will not be many presidents who will be willing to do it. You mean those guilds won't send elite personnel, but that's not something we can resist. If I tell them, can I make them unable to survive? As long as there aren't a few top-notch players like God of War or Diamond King, I don't have anything to worry about. As for you saying they will use the human wave tactics, then unless they quit the guild themselves, otherwise, just wait for my threat. Threat? You mean to threaten them with the existence of their guild, but is that possible? Tai Feng said with some confusion. Yes, at least we can. Shui Na pointed at himself and Xiao Yu. The two of them are not ordinary players. Now they have a very close relationship with Silver Moon Village and the Elf Empire. As long as they talk to Elder Diana, there will be some impact. However, the development of a guild is very sensitive to the influence of such NPCs, because it will lead to the movements of the members below. Without a large number of ordinary members as a foundation, then even if the elites above are powerful, this guild will not be able to survive under the squeeze of other guilds. What if they don't believe it? Then we will be in trouble. Although Tai Feng was also infected by Shui Nai's confidence, he was still a little uneasy. Because this mission will take 2 days. If something goes wrong during these 2 days, the mission will be over. Then we can only fight, but the enemy I fear most is not the players. Most players are people who follow the wind, so there is nothing to worry about. But if the opponent is the Lich King, then this mission will be really troublesome. Shui Nai is not without worries, but he doesn't like to infect his companions with these worries. By the way, I think we should divide the things that the villagers gave us just now. We should be able to use some of the things in them. If something goes wrong later, it will also improve our ability to survive. Shui Nai saw that the people around him were a little depressed, so he took out the cloth bag that the villagers had just stuffed into his backpack. When they were leaving just now, the acting village chief stuffed this cloth bag into his pocket, but he forgot about it because he was in a hurry to leave and had to discuss the arrangement of the 20 players with Ron and others. What's in it? It shouldn't be very good. Just now, after Shui Nai received the rewards from these villagers, their temporarily triggered task was truly completed, and the system officially settled the experience reward for this task. However, since this village is not very advanced, Tai Feng didn't think much of the rewards in this village, but paid close attention to the surrounding situation. There are several skill books that are pretty good, but those ores and gems are not that good. Shui Nai opened the cloth bag, sat on the back of the unicorn, and checked the properties of these things. What skill book is it? Tai Feng came over to ask as soon as he heard that there was a skill book. They are all passive. 3 of them are called Strengthening the Body, which can increase the physical fitness by 200 points, and the other 2 are called Agility, which can increase the agility by 100 points. Damn, adding 200 points of physical fitness. Tai Feng drooled as soon as he heard this. For such passive skills, it is still rare, especially such skills that add hundreds of points. These 2 books can only be learned once. Let's do this. The physical fitness will be divided among Qun Lixu, Poxio, and Tai Feng, and the agility will be given to Yu Ying and Xiao Yu. What about you? Poxio asked. He has so many magics that he can't practice them anymore, so how can he put so many skill slots? Tai Feng said what Shui Nai was thinking, but he really didn't have to worry about this skill. After all, the effect of his Heart of Elements is not to be underestimated. After dividing the good things and dividing some useful gems, they finally ran into trouble. The ambush was in a small canyon far from the town. Mina only took a glance at the front and knew there was something wrong. You said there was an ambush. Ron looked at Mina and asked with some confusion. Yes, I can feel it. Shui Na looked at the pale Ron. Although he had taken some spiritual medicine to suppress the breath of death, he was still very weak. I'll go over and take a look first, you guys wait. The reason why Shui Na asked these people to stop was actually just to go over and talk to the guy inside to see if it was possible to settle the matter. Come out, I know there are people in here. Shui Na controlled the unicorn and came to the canyon. Just now, he could feel that there were archers aiming at him, and there was no dungeon here, so the possibility of an archer passing by here was too low. Silver Fang, do it. Seeing that no one around showed up, Shui Na gave her unicorn an order to find the person who was sneaking. Fortunately, the unicorn was very psychic and understood Shui Nai's meaning at once. The unicorn soon emitted a soft silver light. The unicorns temporarily borrowed by Yunya village were all male. Generally speaking, such male unicorns would join the holy beast army of the elves after adulthood due to their good combat effectiveness. Therefore, there were generally only female unicorns outside, and females would not be approached by any male creatures under normal circumstances, which led to the rumor that only the purest girls could approach unicorns. Under the illumination of the silver light, several vague figures twisted quickly in the shadows of the canyon, heading towards the deeper darkness. Shui Na would naturally not let them go, and directly sent a chain lightning to them. Now he was in a very special task process, so he was in a very unique state, that is, killing suspicious players would not increase the red name value and sin value, and the original red name was directly cleared. After dealing with these thieves, Shui Na could only say that they were just some people who came to watch, but he was very afraid of those archers. Because these people can directly shoot Ron in a weak state, and they are the most difficult to defend. For thieves, all of them are equipped with unicorns, and this profession is actually the weakest. As for the mage, as long as there is no group, it will not be Xiaoyu's opponent. However, if there are only archers, this profession will be difficult to defend if it makes good use of the terrain. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Shui Na began to measure the height and position, and then teleport directly to the sky. The height of this small canyon is only about 50 meters, and Shui Na teleported up. However, as soon as he appeared here, 2 accelerating arrows with transparent airflow had already arrived in front of him, and it was obvious that they wanted to kill him. When Shui Na felt the arrows approaching, he lowered his head very quickly and rolled to the edge of the cliff. At this time, the 2 archers activated the rain of arrows skill of the jungle archer at the same time. The 2 arrows shot directly above Shui Na, and suddenly flashed and exploded. Then dozens of wooden spikes like arrows shot down from the sky, covering the space within 3 meters around him. However, these rain of arrows did not cause much damage to Shui Na. One by one, mist appeared from Shui Nai's head like bubbles and disappeared quickly. Shui Na looked at the archer's dementia and couldn't help but laugh. The snake eye necklace on her body was the nemesis of these skills with low attack power but large range and large number. If all the damage of these 2 arrow rains were calculated, then even Shui Na would not dare to stand here and let them shoot. There are two types of arrow rains for archers. One is like just now, directly shooting a large number of arrow fragments from the air. This kind of arrow is not very powerful, but it is more numerous, and it is the best for interrupting skills. The other is to shoot several arrows that will split from the bow in an instant, and repeatedly hit the enemy in front. This skill is powerful, but the number is small, and the attack area is limited. However, Xiaoyu said that the elemental archer actually has a trick of arrow rain, but this skill must reach the level of archer, that is, after level 100, to learn. Watching them draw the bow again, Shui Na didn't say much to them. Anyway, these two guys didn't have a guild background, so he just waved the elemental wand directly. With a bang, the explosion impact in Shui Na's elemental wand completely swallowed the two people. Chapter 670 Ambush in the Cave. On the way, Shui Na and his team encountered several groups of players who were obviously trying to deal with Ron, but their number was small, and they were scared away by the 30 people on Shui Na's side before they came over. In order to ensure safety, Shui Na drove away any archers he found. However, whether it was out of professional considerations or convenience, the people who came over were mainly thieves, but these thieves were completely defeated by the unicorn team. The thieves were discovered by the unicorn before they approached the team. Shui Na and his team showed no mercy to these enemies, and what Shui Na found most terrifying were his classmates. Because whenever these guys were about to fight, they seemed to have taken stimulants, and their fighting power soared. They were the ones who dealt with the most thieves. Moreover, these guys cooperated well, advancing and retreating, and beat those guys who were obviously just stalking without even having a chance to fight back. Today, we will rest here for one night and set off again tomorrow morning. The three NPCs who followed were obviously masters of the wild. After choosing a cave that could be attacked and defended, they decided to camp and rest here. After several hours of travel, Ron's complexion was already very bad. In addition, he was old. If he had not been practicing wood magic, his vitality would be much more vigorous than that of ordinary old people, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Then we will stay outside. Call us if there is any problem. Seeing that Elder Ron was in a bad spirit, Shui Na and the others left so that he could rest first. Hey, can he hold on? There is still a long way to go. Tai Feng asked with some concern. Elder Ron was in this state now, which made Tai Feng very worried whether he could reach the elf spring alive. It's okay. I have taken medicine just now. If I take a rest and recover some energy, there will be no big problem. Shui Na replied, how do you plan to spend this night? There seems to be nothing here. They are playing bonfire below. Are you going? There was a firewood rack in the open space below Tai Feng's cave, ready to light it when he goes online next time. No, I'll just stay here. Anyway, I'm going to go offline soon. Shui Na glanced at the time. It was only a dozen seconds away from going offline. When everyone went online again, Shui Na suddenly felt that the number of people online around him seemed to be a little different. Because their team, plus the 20 who followed, only had 26 people at most, but just now, he seemed to have seen far more than 26 white lights on the line. As soon as Shui Na found something wrong, he immediately rushed into the cave, which puzzled Tai Feng, but he still followed. However, before Shui Na entered the cave, he and Tai Feng heard the unicorn stationed in the cave suddenly issued a few warning hisses, and then there was a magical light effect flashing from the cave entrance, and the loud shouts of several guards were even more terrifying. Shui Na rushed in and soon found that there were more than a dozen masked thieves in the cave. These dozen thieves were desperately blocking the three NPCs and several stationed unicorns so that the person behind could successfully kill Elder Ron. This is a player wearing Templar equipment. He has rushed to Elder Ron and chopped Elder Ron with a magic sword with flames. As soon as Shui Na saw this, he immediately knew that this guy was the god of war. However, at this moment, a relatively small unicorn suddenly rushed out of the encirclement from one side and hit the waist of the god of war. This collision not only directly resolved the attack of the god of war, but also knocked down his health by more than 4 points. However, what puzzled Tai Feng was that Elder Ron was obviously pale, but his skills were very agile. He was able to dodge several attacks from the god of war. Moreover, his eyes were so sharp that he didn't look like a patient. Tai Feng, they are Bushido people, tell the people below to be careful. After Shui Na finished speaking, he teleported to Elder Ron and easily took the sword of the god of war. After that, when the sword and the staff collided, electric currents flowed from Mina's staff, electrocuting the armor of the god of war. "Damn it, it's you again!" The god of war cursed when he saw Mina, not caring about the current running through his body. Although Mina's magic could not be used in a narrow cave, the elemental attack of this elemental staff was very popular. Whenever it intersected with the long sword of the god of war, the current on it would electrocute hundreds of health points on the god of war, and it could also paralyze him for several seconds. In this case, even if the god of war's magic defense was high, it was a bit unbearable. Seeing the opportunity, Mina switched the elemental attack of the staff to fireball, and then directly stabbed the helmet of the god of war who was paralyzed by the electricity. With a boom, the helmet of the god of war was immediately covered by flames, and a series of heartbreaking screams came from the flames, and a nearly 2,000 point attack on the vitals came from there. The god of war, who was hit by this, soon found that his eyes were burned by the flames and became blind. Having come to this point, the god of war also knew that he had no chance of leaving alive, but he didn't understand why a magic wand of the thunder system could turn into a magic wand of the fire system in an instant. The magic wand can also make physical attacks carry elemental damage, which gives him a headache. However, the god of war did not give up dying directly. He relied on his memory to activate the charge skill and rushed towards the unicorns around him. Now he wants to get rid of these hateful unicorns, even if it is just one. At the same time, the remaining thieves around him also rushed towards the unicorns. When Shui Na and Ron saw this, their faces changed immediately. Because these unicorns are not the player's pets, once they are assassinated, there is no such thing as resurrection. Tai Feng, stop them! Shui Na shouted at Tai Feng who was nearby, and he used the elemental magic wand as a javelin and threw it at them. This cave is basically overcrowded. He can't and dare not use magic indiscriminately, otherwise he and his people will suffer together. Shui Na's magic wand successfully intercepted a thief, and Tai Feng blocked too, but there was still one thief and the god of war who were not stopped by anyone. Shui Na slapped the thief's head with his burning hands several times, and directly solved the thief who was numbed by the electric shock. Tai Feng's giant axe also successfully solved the other two thieves, but the god of war's sword had already cut a unicorn, pulling out a long blood light. However, these unicorns were not weak either. Under the leadership of Xiao Yu Xiao Bai, they actually used sacred magic against the god of war and the thief together. Although this attack was a bit weak for the players who had already been promoted, they successfully saved their lives. Shui Na and Tai Feng dealt with one each, and soon solved the god of war and another thief, but among these unicorns, one was seriously injured due to the excessive attack power of the god of war, and one injured its forelimbs. Looking at the huge and hideous bloody mouth on the neck of the unicorn, Shui Na directly shot out the light of life, and then applied hydrotherapy to the other injured unicorns to save their lives first. The body disappeared. Tai Feng poked Shui Na, and at this time, Shui Na also turned around, but suddenly found a glittering object on the ground. He went over to pick it up and found that it was a badge with a golden samurai sword in the middle. As expected. This opposition task is really not that simple. It seems that we still have hope. Shui Na put the badge in his hand into the backpack, and then checked the surrounding situation and collected all the equipment they exploded. In these sneak attacks, the best things they got were the flaming long sword of the god of war and the helmet on his head. These two are gold level equipment. Although the quality is not as good as Shui Na's, they are also very rare. However, among them, no one uses a sword, and Tai Feng cannot equip this helmet. After giving these suitable equipment to the 3 NPC guards, Shui Na asked Tai Feng to stay, and he left the cave to see the situation outside. Looking at the badge in his hand, Shui Na's original worries were swept away. Just now, when he found that someone had lurked in the cave in advance, he already realized that there was something wrong with this task. Because they didn't tell anyone about the route they took at the beginning, but someone followed them all the way. This also shows that the opposing task should have someone or something to provide them with coordinates, which makes them in the light and the enemy in the dark. And now someone has ambushed in this cave in advance using offline, which really makes him feel that the difficulty of this task is basically not what he thought before. However, it is different now, because he knows that although a guild's badge appears in the form of a badge, it will never drop automatically, and now this dropped badge has obviously triggered a new task. Looking from the cave, there were already a huge crowd of people below, except for the 20DD people on his side. The camp on the opposite side was also divided into 2 factions. Looking at the resurrected god of war and the Diamond King on the other side, Shui Na felt that the two guilds came at the right time. Chapter 671 Threat. The personnel configuration and number of Bushido and Diamond family were similar, and because of this, the talents of these two parties did not take the lead in attacking Dawn because of their mutual concerns. In fact, Shui Na and his team had already anticipated this, because there was only one beneficiary of this mission in the end, and there were far more than one person who wanted to get it here. When Shui Na came to the bonfire, Shui Na found that the god of war was looking at him with a cannibalistic look. If these looks could bring attribute attacks and cause damage, Shui Na would probably be burned to zero in an instant. For the god of war, their battle this time was very time-consuming, and they spent a lot of gold coins to find out the whereabouts and route of this team. But in the end, when the task was completed with the appearance and intervention of Mina, the plan failed completely. Seeing this, Diamond King immediately knew the reason for the battle light effect in the cave just now. So he began to give orders in the team chat, not to attack first and waste energy early. Now is the best time to watch them fight each other, and he can be the fisherman. However, Mina obviously didn't want to let him go. Mina passed Xiaoyu and other people who were standing in the front line and came to the front of the two gangs. Diamond King, your Diamond family was registered in the Elf Empire. Humph, this is none of your business. Diamond King glanced at Xiaoyu behind Mina, who was like a faint orchid in the valley, both clear and beautiful. He looked at Mina, who was in spring but had an ordinary face, and couldn't help but secretly hate this guy's good fortune. This is indeed none of my business, but if you want to deal with Elder Ron, then I can only advise you not to exchange your guild for the Blood Shadow Ring, because it's not worth it. What do you mean? Diamond King felt a little uneasy when he heard this. Although he founded this guild himself, the people in his family also have a certain investment. If he really messes up, he won't be in too much trouble, but it will be affected to some extent. Moreover, if his guild is finished, he doesn't know where to put his face. Humph, you think you can make those NPCs destroy our guild with just a few words? Do you think you are a system god? Want to threaten me, next life? The god of war doesn't believe what Shui Na said. If he really has this ability, he would have called hundreds of NPCs to help him, so why would he come here to lie down? What I picked up in the cave just now is the Bushido Guild badge. Now you understand the seriousness of this task. If this badge appears in the hands of an NPC, who do you think the NPC will trust? Mina put the badge on her palm and looked at the god of war. On the chest of the god of war, the badge that had always existed had long disappeared. When is this? The god of war looked down and his face changed immediately, because he already knew the real difficulty of this task. Unless he can kill all the players and NPCs here, once the news leaks out, his guild will definitely be implicated. But the players here cannot be killed. Don't worry, I haven't handed this thing over yet, so... What do you want? The god of war roared in a low voice. Although the Bushido Guild is only a second-level guild now, it is not as good as the third-level guild such as the Diamond family that has been operating for nearly half a year, but the god of war's investment in this guild is not less than that of the Diamond family, and it is probably much more. If this guild is blacklisted by the Elf Empire or even the Holy Light Camp, then even if it is not directly cancelled, it may not be able to continue operating, and the money I have paid will be completely irrecoverable. It doesn't matter. As long as you don't come to trouble us, I will return this thing to you as long as the mission is over. Shui Na said happily. You. The god of war's eyes suddenly turned a few times, and the anger on his face disappeared in an instant. Just when he was about to agree to Shui Na's request, Shui Na interrupted him. Oh, by the way, I have a roster of your Bushido during this period, so you don't have to ask your people to leave the Bushido Guild. As long as you find someone who matches the person on the roster. Then, don't blame me. Shui Na looked at the god of war's angry expression again, and couldn't help but laugh secretly. Okay, very good, remember this for me today. The god of war glanced at Shui Na, and then at the golden badge on his palm. The golden color made his eyes sting abnormally under the firelight. Don't worry, as long as you don't cause trouble during this mission, you can come to me again in the future. Goodbye. What about you, Diamond King, are you here to help or to fight? Shui Na turned around and glanced at Diamond King, trying to give him a way out. We came here to see the stars, okay. Diamond King said, and left with the dozens of players behind him, completely ignoring Shui Na's way out. Damn, I was scared away by you like this. After returning to the cave, Tai Feng immediately stared at Shui Nai. He had already known the following things clearly through the live broadcasts of several classmates. Find a way to release the video just now, and it would be best if you can help me collect the list of Bushido and Diamond family guilds. You don't have a list? Tai Feng was a little stunned for a while. Of course not. I don't have the time to get this. I just scared them a little, but it's better to prepare. Mina is most afraid of these people without guild background, because he has nothing to deal with them except hard power. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and if a group of, then wouldn't it be easier for them? I'll ask other people to see if I can get it. They should have spies infiltrating these guilds. Tai Feng thought about it and still felt that it should be right to do what Shui Nai said. That's good. In this way, at least we will be more confident. After that, the night passed quietly. However, what Shui Nai couldn't figure out was that someone actually published their coordinates every 30 minutes on the official website forum. Shui Nai had entered this forum once, but it was charged. Each time he entered, he had to pay 10 gold coins, but Shui Nai couldn't contact the creator. There was no way to know what this person meant, but he thought it was not bad. At least it would let everyone focus on this side. Then, it wouldn't be too troublesome to take action at that time. Walking in the morning mist of the forest, Shui Nai and his team set off on time, but this time, they did not meet other people, so they walked quite fast. Boss, they have left the cave, what should we do now? In a forest surrounded by black air, dozens of players were scattered around in various places in the forest. What about the movements of those guilds? They seem to have been really scared off. It seems that we can't expect them to weaken their strength. Humph, a little mouse with a heart but no courage, can such a person actually lead a guild? The boss said with some disdain, call Fenja and Wei Zhe, and bring a few archers and mages, and we will go to meet them. But, here. Isn't the refining of the Lich King at the last moment? If we leave, are we afraid? Tisk, the Lich King is not an ordinary person. The 3 artifacts on his body, no artifact can deal with him. Let's get rid of that Ron first. To be honest, it would be good if we can get the Blood Shadow Ring. Okay, I'll go and notify them. After a while, a huge object suddenly carried nearly 10 players and flew away from the forest. And looking down from the sky, the center of the forest has withered, and this withered area is slowly spreading to the surroundings. After finding an open space, Shui Nai and the others began to prepare lunch. Although players can fight for a long time without eating or drinking, NPCs cannot. The 20 people were scattered around the open space, and Shui Nai and the other 6 discussed other issues in another place. I say, is that person really a player? It's not so easy to be followed along the way. Tai Feng has been troubled by the tracking during this period. This situation where he didn't even notice the enemy's figure made him feel very powerless. Maybe it's the players and NPCs working together. If it's an NPC, then we have no way to find it out. After all, there are too many abilities of NPCs that we don't understand. Then you don't plan to find that person. Forget it, looking for that person may affect the itinerary, it's better to go directly to the Elf Spring. If I know it's that guy, I will never let him go. However, when Tai Feng finished this sentence, Ron's mouth corners not far away suddenly curved slightly, but he quickly covered up his facial expression with bread. After that, Ron looked at the sky in the distance with a pale face and sighed faintly. Chapter 672 Battle on the Spider's Back. Just when they rested and were ready to set off again towards the target, the flying object that suddenly appeared in the sky attracted their attention. Hey, what's that thing over there? Why is it flying so low? It doesn't seem like a flying creature at this speed. An archer with better eyesight said this first. Damn, that's a spider, a big flying spider. A player with a telescope immediately got more specific information about the flying object. Spider. Alarmed by those guys, Shui Nai and Po Xiao looked at each other immediately, and then took out their telescopes to check the situation at the same time. This is a colorful magic spider, it's Long Tian. Shui Nai can now see several figures on this colorful spider. Everyone, find cover immediately, don't stay in this open space. After seeing that the players on this spider were almost all equipped with long-range professions, Shui Nai immediately asked people to leave here. In this open space, there is no way to fight these people in the sky. Xiaoyu, use the skateboard later. Poxio, find a safe place to hide and wait for the opportunity. Yuying, go protect him. Tai Feng and Qun Lixu, Elder Luoan depends on you. Okay, everyone disperse immediately. Shui Nai looked at the people around him who followed his own ideas and dispersed, and then he also ran to the distant woods. However, because they were, in order to prevent being approached, they deliberately chose such a very open place. So now it is a bit troublesome to retreat to a covered place. Although the flying speed of the seven-colored magic spider is not fast, it is not slow either. In addition, Shui Nai deliberately fell behind by more than 10 meters, because they quickly locked Shui Nai as the first killing target. Wei Zhe, if the magic spider is injured later, you must keep it, understand? Long Tian looked at the undead warlock in a black magic robe, and at the same time controlled the seven-colored magic spider to fly lower. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Wei Zhe said confidently, and at the same time raised the blood-red magic wand in his hand, and the blood-red gem on it was emitting a charming luster. Hey, isn't the wizard below the magic apprentice? It seems that our luck is not bad this time. Although we found him so quickly, I hope that the silver sword will explode later. A female archer was holding a bow made of bones of an unknown creature, aiming at Shui Nai's vest. With a whoosh, a bone arrow made of white bones was shot out. Feeling the wind and danger behind him, Shui Nai slid aside swiftly and avoided the arrows. At the same time, the lightning on the elemental magic wand flashed, and a thunderbolt struck the head of the seven-colored spider. 986. Shui Nai's thunderbolt only hit nearly 1,000 health points. However, for this seven-colored spider with nearly hundreds of thousands of health points, this damage is much weaker. This golden boss level 7-colored spider is much stronger than the violent evil poisonous spider or poisonous snake, and it is also a magic beast. Shui Nai no longer expects his magic to have much effect. However, Shui Nai's thunderbolt was exchanged for a series of bone arrows and dark magic. While dodging these attacks, Shui Nai ran towards the woods in front, where their people were more or less ready. Xiaoyu, Poxio, first deal with the Dragon King, that is, the Death Swordsman. As long as he is dealt with, these few will be almost done. Understood. The two responded, holding the bows in their hands tighter. Humph, you want to lure us into the woods, demon spider, fly higher, we will go directly to find Elder Roan. Fenja, use the Eye of the Dead, find them for me. Long Tian shouted into the void, and a transparent and blurry figure flashed to the side of the seven-colored demon spider, and a pair of originally grey eyeballs suddenly emitted a terrifying red light. Tell the people inside to be careful. Shui Nai couldn't help but worry when she saw the seven-colored demon spider flying high. At this height, Xiaoyu and Poxio's arrows would be affected quickly, and because they were at a high altitude, if Poxio and the others wanted to deal with Long Tian, they had to deal with this seven-colored demon spider first. Don, you have to be careful, they should be able to detect living people. Seeing the colorful spider directly passing over him, Shui Nai immediately knew what Long Tian was thinking, and couldn't help but inform the few people standing at the edge of the woods. Now the flying height of this colorful spider is already several dozen meters, which is beyond the attack height of magic. Even if it is hit by a bow and arrow, I'm afraid the power will be too reduced. However, just as Shui Nai's words fell, the people on the colorful spider began to pour out firepower, and pale bone arrows, elemental magic mixed with grey energy, and pure black dark magic began to launch the most fierce attacks on the players guarding the edge of the woods. Ah! Several players who were unable to dodge soon suffered this. Although the hit rate of these attacks from the sky was not very good, they were absolutely perfect. Poxio, can you hit that demon spider? I'm afraid not. The leaves in this forest are too dense, and the stability of the magic arrow will be affected. Poxio didn't dare to move now. At first, his plan was to let Shui Nai attract the firepower, and then he would sneak attack from it. But as the colorful demon spider climbed and began to fly deep into the forest, his plan had to change. Mage, put on the ice crystal armor and use ice defense magic to lower your body temperature. Shui Nai, who had guessed the reconnaissance method of Long Tian and others, immediately notified the 20 companions around him. Xiaoyu, let's go, we can't fight like this. Shui Nai took a look at the casualties on his side. Although only 3 people were hit in the neck and other vital parts by stray arrows and died, this passive approach made him a little angry. Okay. Xiaoyu said as he took out the flying skateboard and took off in the open space. Among the 6 of them, apart from Shui Na and Yu Ying Qing Chen, Xiaoyu had the best skill in controlling the flying skateboard. In addition to her long-range profession, the flying skateboard was very suitable for her. As soon as Xiaoyu went up to the sky, she was immediately discovered by the people on the 7-colored magic spider. What is this thing, even though it can fly? For current players, flying pets have not yet become popular. It seems that only a few players can enjoy the fun of flying. Long Tian is a rare one. As for the players who have the ability to fly, Long Tian only knew that players with bloodline could fly, except for the disappeared Fanfiction. However, these players soon deleted their accounts and started training again because they could not stand the perverted requirements of this race. However, Xiaoyu's flying skateboard was completely beyond the expectations of these people. Coupled with her beautiful figure, her moving waist gently turned, and the whole person flew towards Long Tian and his team. Among these dark camp players, the only female elf archer, when she saw Xiaoyu's appearance, immediately felt jealous and drew her bow to shoot her down. However, she underestimated the flying skateboard that Shui Na and Master Mist Errol had made. Xiaoyu stepped lightly and the speed of the flying skateboard immediately increased, and began to accelerate steadily. After dodging the bone arrow, Xiaoyu raised her hand and shot back an arrow, but her arrow only brought a burst of attacks. Xiaoyu slowed down and accelerated from time to time, always able to avoid these attacks at the last moment, but her counterattack could not keep up with these people. However, just when Xiaoyu was exchanging fire with these people and attracting their attention, Shui Na suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. After 2 teleportations, his figure had come to the side of the 7-colored magic spider. His figure lightly stepped on the back of the magic spider, and then directly released the explosive shock in the elemental magic wand. Now Shui Na likes to use teleportation to quickly approach the enemy, and then use teleportation to quickly leave the battlefield, because in this case, it often has a surprising effect. However, when Long Tian found the explosive shock, he did not retreat, but rushed to the front of the explosive shock, and then he actually raised a bone shield, intending to use this shield to block the powerful explosive shock. However, as soon as the bone shield appeared, there were bursts of wild ghosts crying around, and the bone shield was surrounded by black air. The ghosts with twisted expressions were restrained by the black air and could not leave. Ghost Reflection Shield! Long Tian shouted, and then some of the ghosts in the black air were released in an instant, and squeezed and twisted to form a grey-black energy shield on the surface of the bone shield. As soon as Shui Na heard the word reflection, he immediately launched the next moment and came to the other side. As soon as the fireball came into contact with the energy shield suddenly exploded and reflected the entire explosion impact on it. Moreover, this reflected explosion impact lost contact with Shui Na, and Shui Na could no longer control its explosion. Just when Shui Na was about to use other magic, he suddenly found a transparent wave flashing not far away. Shui Na didn't think about it and used a chain lightning in that direction directly. However, the thief was so fast that he rushed to Shui Na in the face of the chain lightning. The 2 bone daggers in his hands, with grey and black luster, stabbed directly at Shui Na's neck and heart. It seemed that he was too lazy to use control skills and planned to kill him. Looking at the bone daggers that were already in front of him, Shui Na did not take it hard. All the bone tools on the side of the undead empire were naturally poisonous, and with the second poison applied on them, it would be even stronger. So Shui Na directly launched a teleportation and came to one of the thighs of the magic spider. Although Shui Na had been dodging here and there and did not attack many times, Xiaoyu was able to catch the flaw of an archer and pierced his throat with an arrow, taking the first drop of blood. Chapter 673 That Arrow. Boss, let the magic spider use magic. It's a bit dangerous to fight like this. As the only profession among the 10 people who can heal, Wei Zi's forehead is already covered with sweat. Although Shui Na seldom launches magic attacks, his elemental magic wand can produce a fireball every time he swings it, and the power of this fireball is amazingly high. The inherent shortcoming of the undead race, that is, the short blood of the undead race, also appeared at this time. Although Shui Na's fireball was not accurate, the flames that would spread out continuously ignited the back of the demon spider, and these flames alone had burned nearly 30% of the health of these people. Now Wei Zi has been desperately replenishing the blood of others, but the healing magic of the undead race is to exchange blood for blood. Although this ratio is still very high, it is still not enough for him, a necromancer. With Wei Zi's own health value, if it is just to save one person, there is no problem at all, but now more than one person is injured. Moreover, the demon spider under his feet has also suffered a lot of injuries. No, at this altitude, if the demon spider uses magic, it will have to descend, and then we will become targets. Long Tian did not expect that his people would be so overwhelmed by these 2 players. All archers, focus on dealing with the elf archer, and the rest of you, deal with this one. Mage. Long Tian looked at Shui Nai, who had teleported for the 5th time. He knew that Shui Nai had an item that increased the number of teleports, and he also knew that his upper limit was 6 times, so he had to seize the opportunity for the 6th time. If this mage did not teleport for the 6th time, he would have no way out. However, Shui Nai's plan was obviously not what he thought. Shui Nai's flying technique had never been used in front of other outsiders. That was because he had not found a target worthy of exposing his flying technique, but now Long Tian's 7-colored magic spider was worth his effort. Since Long Tian had the 7-colored magic spider, he had become the most powerful player in the Undead Empire, and his level was far higher than that of players in all camps. Among them, the most enviable thing was that he had used the 7-colored magic spider to complete a dark camp mission and obtained a legendary equipment, which was the Ghost Shield. The basic defense ability of this Ghost Shield is very strong. Whether it is magic damage or physical damage, it is extremely fragile in front of this shield. And the most powerful part of this shield is that it has an extremely abnormal growth ability. The more ghosts on this Ghost Shield, the stronger its defense ability. And the way to obtain the ghosts on this Ghost Shield is also very easy. As long as the holder can continue to kill, the shield can automatically absorb the resentment of these dead creatures and produce new ghosts. However, although this legendary shield has been ranked first on the equipment ranking list, due to the systematic protection system, no one knows the specific attributes of this Ghost Shield. Instead, Long Tian himself announced some of the attributes. Although he did this, it was equivalent to revealing his trump card, but it was the best way to attract members. Now Long Tian's guild has a tendency to unify the Undead Empire. If it is not stopped, then it may seriously threaten the players of the Holy Light Camp. If possible, it would be best to get rid of this colorful magic spider, otherwise it would be troublesome for him if he was messed up by this magic spider that came and went like the wind. After the 6th teleportation, Shui Nai came to the center of the spider's back. The space of this colorful magic spider was very wide. Even if there were dozens of people, there would probably be a lot of space. So Shui Nai had been walking around the edge of the spider just now, just to guide them and give himself space to settle down. As soon as Shui Nai came out, he directly took the undead warlock not far away as the number 1 target. He raised his hand and hit him with a few wind blades. Just now, because he was always focusing on attracting the attention of these people, his counterattack was really limited, but now it was different. As long as he was given a little time, he could release a lot of deadly magic. However, the necromancer's reaction was not slow. As soon as he saw Mizunao's figure, he immediately stepped back, took out a potion with one hand and drank it, and held the blood-red magic wand with the other hand, and cast a bone armor on himself and summoned a skeleton soldier. The effect and level of this bone armor are the same as the elemental mage's ice crystal armor, but this bone armor has an evolution mode, that is, the material used. If a necromancer adds some bone materials to the bone armor when casting this magic, then the defense ability of this bone armor will be strengthened. As soon as he saw him using the bone armor, Mizunao immediately switched to continuous fireballs. Behind the 3 wind blades, 15 small fireballs were covering the space on the left and right of the necromancer in an arc. But the skills of this necromancer were good. He continued to retreat rapidly. During the retreat, he chose to use the skeleton soldiers to take the 3 wind blades, and the magic bone arrows in his hand accurately hit the 3 small fireballs, turning them into 3 small fireworks. At this time, the people around also found Shui Nai's position. The thief was the fastest, and he even skipped the sneak action. He rushed to Shui Nai in one breath and stabbed Shui Nai's vitals with 2 daggers again. For Feng Yue, being played by a mage at such a distance for so long was a serious blow to his face. This made him a little embarrassed in front of these companions, so he wanted to kill the mage to save his face. However, just when he was about to succeed, he suddenly heard Long Tian's shout. "Feng Yue, be careful!" However, when he found the ice blue energy ring on Shui Nai's waist, he found that he found it too late. As Shui Nai's ice ring expanded, Feng Yue, the thief, was immediately frozen by the ice ring, and several skeletons that had just been summoned by the necromancer were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Undead, especially creatures like the skeletons that were summoned, are very afraid of fire and ice, and these 2 types of magic have a great impact on them. With a casual blow of the staff, the flaming staff head directly burned Feng Yue's head black. Although this blow did not hit any vital points, Shui Nai or a fatal blow, but Feng Yue is a dark thief, born with low health due to the erosion of darkness, and even his defense is weakened to a certain extent. Being hit by Shui Nai's staff attack with half the power of Fireball, this is enough to kill him who is not at full health. After the white light, Fenja has fallen to the ground, and Shui Nai went to the necromancer. Now 2 of Long Tian's people have died, and basically everyone has been injured, but the 2 players who attacked them have not been injured at all, which makes Long Tian feel very unbalanced. Everyone find a way to add blood. Wei Zhe, summon the ghost. Seeing Shui Nai going to Wei Zhe, Long Tian immediately shouted in the team chat, and then he grabbed the bone sword in his hand and charged directly. Although there is enough space on the back of the 7-colored magic spider, this space is not flat, so if Long Tian wants to charge here, he must have enough skills, otherwise he may fall down due to the terrain before he can charge a few steps. But Long Tian did not make this mistake. He was seen walking on flat ground with his feet, and he came behind Shui Nai with a few steps. Although Shui Nai knew that there was someone behind him and had taken steps to dodge, Long Tian was an agile warrior, and he was in a state of skill bonus. Shui Nai had no way to dodge. With a bang, Shui Nai was hit by the charge, but it caused a miss damage. Long Tian saw this and couldn't help but look stern. Although his strength was insufficient, it was not something a mage could bear, but his charge did not cause any damage, which also showed that this mage had very strong equipment, so strong that he could actually defend against his charge. But it prevented the damage, but not the dizziness. Shui Na suddenly froze when it was hit. After that, Long Tian's bone sword directly cut Shui Na's unresponsive body. With a crash, Shui Na's ice crystal armor shattered all over the ground in an instant, and the wind coat on her body also flashed and dimmed. Shui Na didn't expect that Long Tian's sword could directly solve the 2 defensive magics on her body. Although the effects of these 2 magics are not very significant, they are her most powerful defensive magic. And Long Tian's second sword was aimed directly at Shui Na's neck, intending to pierce it. Not far away, the necromancer who had summoned several ghost-like undead creatures was commanding these ghosts to rush over. However, both Long Tian's sword and Wei Zhe's ghost were a step slower. An arrow with a spiral airflow suddenly inserted into the battle between the 2 and hit Shui Na's chest. Shui Nai, who was flung away by the impact arrow, was still flying out of the back of the colorful spider due to the influence of the phantom ring and the wind pants on her body, and then she stopped. However, this stop made Long Tian and the others unable to react. Because that arrow was aimed at Shui Nai, which means that it was completely murdering her companions. Long Tian looked at the beautiful figure still flying around him, and saw that she had no intention of saving the mage who was shot down by her. He couldn't help but feel a little chilled and uneasy. Because he found that this beautiful archer had no worries or uneasiness on her face, and she didn't even have the interest to take a look. After hitting Shui Nai down, Xiao Yu immediately flew around to the other side, intending to deal with the necromancer who had already run to the end. Chapter 674 Powerful Combination. Xiao Yu didn't dare to get too close to the colorful spider, because even if she was proficient in operating the flying skateboard, there was no way to change the disadvantage of being inflexible when turning. Therefore, she could only use distance to buy time for reaction, but the result of doing so was that her bow and arrow did not play any decisive role. The people on the spider's back could dodge the attacks forward, backward, left and right, but she could only speed up or slow down. If she did not have the spider crawling skill, she could stand firmly on this flying skateboard. Otherwise, even if those attacks did not hit her, she might have fallen down. After raising her hand and shooting an arrow to force an archer away, Xiaoyu immediately turned around and came to the side of the necromancer, drew her bow and arrow, and shot 2 arrows in a row. With 2 pops, Xiaoyu's arrow shot directly into the bone armor, but due to the effect of the bone armor, it did not kill him, but it also knocked off nearly 3,000 health points. These 2 arrows scared Wei Zi and made him tremble in his heart. However, what Xiaoyu found strange was that the health value of this necromancer was actually more than 5,000, which made her feel very strange. Generally speaking, the health of a necromancer is often 20% less than that of an ordinary mage, and the necromancer in front of him is obviously strengthening his health with all his strength. Wei Zi hurriedly commanded several skeleton soldiers around him to surround him, and then he was relieved and shrank back to take out the potion to drink. The life-saving medicine of the undead clan is not easy to use, and its production is not large, because on the side of the undead empire, there are too many herbs to make potions, but if it is poison, there are too many to be seen. It is for this reason that in the undead empire, the undead warlocks and dark priests who can use healing magic are very popular, but these dark healing magics are mostly at the cost of the caster's life value. It is equivalent to amplifying one's own life value through magic and then transferring it to others. At this time, Wei Zi, who has been responsible for keeping an eye on the life value of the seven-colored magic spider, immediately found that the life value of the seven-colored magic spider was constantly decreasing after his life was guaranteed. This speed of decline is a bit problematic. Long Tian, this seven-colored magic spider was attacked by someone, and its life value dropped very quickly. I can't make up for it. Wei Zi cast a series of blood-red magic to the seven-colored magic spider, while he picked out the blood bottle and drank blood. What? When Long Tian heard this, he didn't care about the archer running around outside. He put on an undead shield for himself, took out the wrath shield in his hand, and rushed directly to the outside. But when he came to the outside, he found that there were bursts of magic light effects coming from under the colorful spider. Damn, that mage is down there. Long Tian said in the team chat. He couldn't figure out why the mage who had clearly fallen down would appear under the colorful spider. Because he just saw that the mage had already left the body of the colorful spider, and then came back to deal with the archer. But now this was beyond his expectations. We have to lower the altitude, otherwise the spider will be dealt with. Now Long Tian regretted that he didn't bring more people here, otherwise, he wouldn't be toyed with by these two guys. Watching the colorful spider slowly descend from a height of 100 meters, Shui Nai's attack became more fierce. Just now, he had only been using the silent magic of the flame wall, wind blade and ice spear, for fear that these magics like the explosive bomb would cause their reaction. Now, they obviously knew they were below, otherwise they would not have descended at this time, because there were also archers threatening them below. So Shui Nai no longer had to worry, and directly cast the strongest magic one by one, constantly harvesting the health of the seven-colored magic spider. Don, get ready, other archers also help. Shui Nai passed Tai Feng and the others, and then Tai Feng notified the people around. As the seven-colored magic spider quickly descended to a height of only a dozen meters, Shui Nai immediately found that a grey figure suddenly appeared on one side of him. This was a ghost without a physical body, that is, Wei Zi's vengeful spirit. This vengeful spirit is a more advanced summoning soldier in the ghost system. Compared with the ghost that can only attack with a body, it has one more attack method, and this attack can still ignore defense, but the power of this is very weak. Seeing this vengeful spirit lightly coming to her side, Shui Nai threw a fireball directly. The ghost looks similar to the ghost, but the ghost's facial expression is more resentful than the dull ghost, and it is this resentment that makes it more advanced than the ghost. Like the ghost can glide at low altitude, but cannot fly. Their glide height is about 10 meters. Because when the seven-colored magic spider descended to 10 meters, Wei Zi released the three ghosts on his hand to search for the enemy. These three ghosts are Wei Zi's most powerful combat power. As a necromancer specializing in summoning, although his current full-time job is to be the nurse of the seven-colored magic spider, Long Tian knows that if Wei Zi is allowed to specialize in this, it would be a waste. Especially the seven-colored magic spider has slowly lost its powerful side, so he let Wei Zi choose to specialize in summoning. After all, the future battlefield is the world of the undead system. Shui Nai's fireball did not cause much damage to the ghost. This invisible ghost monster, if there were no relevant props, could probably only be dealt with by a priest. The slightly injured ghost screamed, and the other two ghosts searching around immediately surrounded him. Looking at the three ghosts that he could not quickly eliminate, Shui Na left there directly. However, when he appeared in front of Long Tian's eyes were full of disbelief, but his mouth was not slow at all. Demon Spider, use the lightning net. A net composed of lightning came out of the mouth of the demon spider and suddenly came to Shui Na's head. In the process of flying, this net became larger and larger, covering a space. However, Shui Na's dodge ability under the flying technique has definitely risen to the extreme level. Because the entire three-dimensional space is a place for him to dodge. He suddenly fell down, and then flew backwards, easily escaping the attack range of the lightning net, and then used lightning and wind blades to fight back against the colorful spider. Fuck, what's wrong with this mage, boss, am I dazzled? Several people in the dark camp saw Mina dodging everyone was a little bit unacceptable. Ah! At this moment, Xiaoyu took the opportunity to sneak attack a dark elemental mage, shot through his thin mage robe, and harvested his thin life value. Don't stand there, fight back, shoot this mage down for me. Long Tian didn't expect that there would be such a player who has the ability to fly with him, and his flying ability is much stronger than his 7-colored spider. However, his order was completely wrong. I saw Shui Nai flying while taking out a magic scroll from her backpack, and then she fired a flaming shock at the head of the 7-colored spider. When Long Tian saw this, he immediately ordered the spider to retreat, and he shot a few bone arrows. He was still a little familiar with this magic. After the explosion was blown up by these bone arrows in the air, the flames in the sky had not disappeared, and Long Tian suddenly found that there was a little blue light in the flame that was growing rapidly. This is... Before Long Tian saw the blue light, he found that it was an energy arrow composed of blue electric light, but the energy arrow had already reached the armor on his chest. With a boom, this small energy arrow produced a deafening thunderous sound, and the dazzling lightning arc that exploded afterwards made several players around Long Tian dizzy, blinded, and paralyzed, and several damage numbers of different sizes appeared on their heads. Beautiful! Shui Nai couldn't help but shout in the team chat, and the magic she was preparing was also completed. After the flame space in the air dissipated, Shui Nai, who was standing in the air, had completed the chanting of the explosion impact, and the big fireball had already been shot out, heading towards Long Tian and others. No. Like Long Tian and the players with magician power behind him, their hearts froze a little when they felt the breath of fire coming from the front. The fireball of the explosion passed by Long Tian directly, first devouring the archer beside Long Tian, and after dealing nearly 5,000 points of damage, it left behind a corpse emitting white light, and devoured the dark elemental mage behind it. And then, under the trajectory of this parabola, it rushed into the body of the 7-colored magic spider. With a boom, although Long Tian could not hear the explosion, he could feel the vibration of the 7-colored magic spider under his feet and the high heat around him. Now he understood the mage's idea. He wanted to kill his 7-colored magic spider. Although this 7-colored magic spider is somewhat behind the times, its ability to fly has always been Long Tian's most powerful asset, because no pet has such a powerful flying ability, and no pet has such a strong magic ability as the 7-colored magic spider. Wei Zhe, save the magic spider for me. Even if you die, you must save it. When Long Tian ran out of the fiery flame space, he yelled at Wei Zhe, and then directly controlled the colorful magic spider to fly into the air and escape. But his reaction was not as fast as the magic arrow of the dawn. A red energy arrow shot out from the treetops 10 meters away and hit Wei Zhe directly behind him. Under this explosive fireball, the bone armor on Wei Zhe's body and the surrounding guarding skeleton soldiers turned into white fragments, and he had already fallen on the back of the magic spider. Chapter 675 Wrathful Spirit Spikes. When he knew that Shui Na wanted to shoot down the colorful magic spider, Po Xiao had been looking for an opportunity. He knew that in this battle, there were only two people who played a decisive role. One was Long Tian, because he was the owner of the colorful magic spider, and the other was the necromancer, because only he could treat the colorful magic spider. Bubble. Book. Asterisk. However, he didn't know one thing, that is, this necromancer has the skill of corpse transformation, but Shui Nai already knew that this necromancer was the one he had killed before, so now he was waiting for his corpse transformation. Shui Nai's explosive impact killed several players around Long Tian in one go, and with Xiao Yu's supplementary arrows, the result was that there were only less than 4 dead players on Long Tian's side, and this already included the necromancer Wei Zhe who was in corpse transformation. Among them, Long Tian was the strongest, because the ghost shield in this guy's hand was really the best in defense equipment, and there were many ghosts in front of him, so the increased defense could not be underestimated. Seeing this bone shield, Shui Nai also wanted to explode and play. Using magic potion and magic pills, Shui Nai came to the back of the colorful spider again to reduce the loss of magic power, and at the same time took out the scrolls in his hand one by one. Seeing Shui Nai coming up, Long Tian asked the remaining 2 people to entangle Xiao Yu, and he rushed over with the bone sword and the ghost shield. Shui Nai knew that Long Tian's bone sword was cursed, and the bone sword could not conduct electricity, so he did not intend to fight with his magic wand. After hitting Long Tian with a whirlwind flying blade, Shui Nai started to attack the colorful spider again. Now Shui Nai finally knew that as long as he stood on the back of the 7-colored spider, it had no way to attack him. Long Tian was entangled by the whirlwind blades. Although this magic could not stop him, it forced him to bypass the whirlwind blades. However, Shui Nai placed several whirlwind blades on the spider's back, and some of them targeted the 7-colored spider, constantly reducing the life value of the 7-colored spider. He took a look at the life value of the 7-colored spider. Although it was only about half, as long as the mage was solved, the spider would be fine. Your eyes look like someone. Just when Shui Nai was about to fly to the side of the necromancer, he heard Long Tian's words. Is he someone I know? Shui Nai thought to himself, but he didn't expect that there was such a person among his friends. I remember that the mage was called Fan Chen. Although I don't know what your relationship is, your eyes and the feeling you give me remind me of him. He is someone I want to defeat. Long Tian estimated the distance and then launched a charge directly. The reason why he said this just now, in addition to wanting to know the relationship between the two people, the biggest purpose was to confuse the enemy and find a flaw. Shui Nai was somewhat affected by Long Tian telling her that he was immortal in front of her, and this short flaw was caught by Long Tian. Shui Nai dodged quickly, but he did not fly directly, but just moved quickly on the spider's back. But he did not expect that Long Tian's charge could turn around. He saw that his footsteps turned and the direction of the charge immediately caught up, and there was a trend of acceleration. Shui Nai dodged left and right, not only dodging the collision of the charge, but also dodging Long Tian's sword and shield. Looking at the ghost shield that brushed past his nose, Shui Nai felt that even if this was not a skill, it would be very painful if he was hit, and he might even be disfigured. Because he saw that the black air on this bone shield was covered with tiny bone spurs. And some of the vengeful spirits above even brushed past his face, which made him feel a chill in his heart and felt that his body's reaction was a little slow. He looked down and found that he was actually affected by the vengeful spirits. This vengeful spirit entanglement did not have any major side effects, it was just that the body's reaction would be slower within 2 seconds, but Long Tian grasped these 2 seconds. He aimed the vengeful spirit shield at Shui Nai, and then the black air on the vengeful spirit shield suddenly rolled up, and the vengeful spirits on it slowly turned into sharp and tiny grey spikes under this black air, and all the spikes were ejected at the moment of formation. The attack range of these spikes is very limited, and they can only hit targets within 2 meters. Once it exceeds 2 meters, these spikes will turn into grey smoke and disappear. However, this skill is obviously a continuous skill, because the vengeful spirits on it will turn into spikes in batches and then be fired out. However, Shui Nai was just within the THRE emitter range, and was hit directly. All of a sudden, the ice crystal armor and wind coat were pierced with these energy spikes. However, the lethality of these spikes was not too high, obviously not more than 500 points, and one miss after another was seen like bubbles, constantly bubbling out. Although Shui Nai was not hurt, the energy spikes generated by the vengeful spirits caused Shui Nai to have several negative states. Looking at the series of states on her body such as weak, slow down, slightly dizzy, etc., Shui Nai felt that her body seemed to be hollowed out all of a sudden. After taking a look at the existence time of these states, Shui Nai immediately flew into the sky. However, under the influence of these negative states, Shui Nai's magic power consumption doubled at once, and the recovery of life value was directly interrupted. However, Long Tian, who was below, also had some problems. After using a large number of the wraiths on the wraith shield, Long Tian was also affected by the wraiths. However, because he was protected by the wraith shield, he was not actually affected. He just couldn't move or attack in the next few seconds. However, what made him tear his eyes out and couldn't believe it was that he used up all the wraiths accumulated in the past few weeks at once, but didn't cause any substantial damage to the mage. This is impossible. Long Tian immediately thought of cheating, but he soon realized that although this game could not be absolutely fair, the system would not allow such an obvious thing to happen. And now, since it has appeared, it means that this is normal. However, he didn't know what equipment could achieve this effect. For most players, the Snake Eye Necklace is a completely unpopular equipment, because not many people have been able to pass the miracle level underground dungeon of the Poisonous Insect Valley. There are also not many people who can get the Snake Eye Necklace after passing it, because the explosion rate of this is very low. Only at the beginning, a few of them were deliberately released, but they were all blocked by Mina and the others. Here it comes. According to Long Tian's idea, it is impossible for the mage to survive under this move Wraith Spikes, because the nearly 1000 wraiths in Long Tian's hand can directly cause a fixed 100 points of damage to the player. Although the attack range is only 2 meters, for any player, thousands of wraiths can kill anything instantly. The disadvantage of this skill is that after using this move, all the wraiths on the wraith shield will be consumed, and the user will also be affected by the 5-second immobilization. However, if you can kill a person, then this 5-second immobilization effect is completely fine, but now that the person has not been killed, the wraith shield has lost most of its power. If he had known this would happen, Long Tian would not have used this equipment skill. Seeing Long Tian surrounded by a large number of resentful spirits, Shui Nai didn't know that the power of his resentful spirit shield had been greatly reduced. Although he was not hurt by this move, he was a little scared because the resentful spirit shield was so fast that he could not respond. Moreover, after being hit by the skill just now, the negative state of Shui Nai was surprisingly long, and it took nearly a minute to eliminate it. With no other choice, Shui Nai didn't dare to challenge Long Tian again. He took advantage of the flight and came to the top of Wei Zhe, who had just resurrected. He killed him again with an explosive bomb, and then got under the seven-colored magic spider and started to attack desperately. Now he was determined to get rid of this seven-colored magic spider. In order to speed up, Shui Nai directly used the shadow clone. Two Shui Nai were attached to the belly of the magic spider, one using the wind blade and the other using the explosive bomb, completely ignoring the provocation of the furious Long Tian above. Although Shui Nai's lethality was somewhat insufficient under these negative conditions, the seven-colored demon spider was not doing well either. His health was being consumed at a visible speed, and soon it was less than 30%. With no other options, Long Tian could only descend into a forest. The seven-colored demon spider that came to the ground was immediately under Long Tian's control, with several trees on its head, and then the green wood attributed lines on its body lit up in an instant. Damn, this is life absorption. Shui Nai did not expect that this seven-colored demon spider would use recovery magic at this time. However, the life absorption of this seven-colored demon spider was a little too strong. All the trees that were touched by it withered almost in the blink of an eye. Even Shui Nai, who had recovered, could not compare his lethality with the recovery speed of this life absorption. After the seven-colored demon spider sucked the vitality of the trees, its health value was also recovering bit by bit, and soon it had recovered to 50%. Xiaoyu, change the mission and kill Long Tian with all your strength. Shui Nai didn't expect that the seven-colored magic spider had such a powerful life-saving skill. As a last resort, she had to kill Long Tian. However, what surprised Shui Nai was that after the seven-colored magic spider absorbed all its health, it did not fly, but ran wildly on the ground. However, its speed on the ground could not be compared with that in the sky. Above, Shui Nai and Xiaoyu had already attacked Long Tian and another dark elemental mage with all their strength. Just now, Xiaoyu had already dealt with another archer, but the mage's defensive magic was very strong, and Xiaoyu had no chance to succeed for a while. Chapter 676 Red Shield. With the joint efforts of Shui Nai and Xiaoyu, the dark elemental mage had not had time to react before Shui Nai, who suddenly appeared behind him, dealt with him with a wind blade. Long Tian was very shocked and angry about this elusive mage, because he had never encountered such a difficult mage, and he had never thought that there would be such a day for him. 10 people on his side were killed by 2 people, leaving only himself. This was very difficult for Long Tian, who was faintly known as the king of the undead. What he couldn't face even more was that these 2 people actually had the ability to keep him. After taking a look at the surrounding environment and the map, he found that he was very close to the forest where the Lich King was. However, Shui Nai didn't want to fight a protracted battle with him anymore. He saw him quickly descend to the side of the colorful spider and hide his body. At the same time, Shui Nai controlled his clone to rush up from that direction, but he was holding a silver sword in his hand. Hey! Want to fight alone? Long Tian saw that the layer of green airflow on Shui Nai's body disappeared, and thought that the flying effect had disappeared. So he raised his shield and sword, rushed forward, and slashed at Shui Nai with a sword. But Shui Nai's clone did not hesitate under Shui Nai's control, pulled up the mage killer, and easily blocked the sword, while the blade slashed down along the blade. After seeing the pale bone sword and the silver shining mage killer collided violently for several times, Long Tian found that his strength value could not account for a single point. Although he, the death swordsman, was not a power player, and the growth of strength the value is the worst among all warrior professions, but this is not comparable to a mage, because how can I also have nearly 250 points of strength? However, this mage's agility and strength attributes are not bad, otherwise he can't move so fast, and the magic damage of this mage is also excellent. What kind of mage is this? Of course, if Shui Nai's equipment can be replaced by Long Tian's profession, it may become even more abnormal, but this possibility is impossible. However, Long Tian did not give up because of this. Since he can't compare with this mage in terms of attributes, then use skills. Long Tian saw that while slashing with Shui Nai's silver sword, his left foot was suddenly raised high, and a grey-black energy continued to accumulate on this foot. Death trampling. Shui Nai found the prelude of this skill, and wondered inwardly that if this skill was really death trampling, then Long Tian might want to use this skill to stun the clone, and then take ruthless action. Despite this, Shui Nai did not come out from her hiding place, nor did she help her clone. Even Xiao Yu did not attack Long Tian under Shui Nai's instructions. However, in this environment, Xiao Yu not only had to control the flying skateboard, but also had to be wary of the surrounding trees and branches that stretched out horizontally. If this was not a simple operation, in fact, she could only keep up all the way, but she had no chance to attack. I saw Long Tian's left foot wrapped in grey-black energy suddenly trampled on the back of the seven-colored magic spider, and a damage value of nearly 2,000 points quickly appeared, and circles of grey-black shock waves also appeared. Hey, the trampling skill can produce such a great lethality. Both Shui Nai and Long Tian were a little surprised by the damage caused by this trampling, because the trampling skill is mainly auxiliary, because the lethality is basically small. However, even so surprised, they did not forget the enemy in front of them. After Long Tian stunned the clone with trampling, he immediately activated the next skill. The bone sword in Long Tian's hand suddenly emitted grey-black death energy. Death slash. The bone sword raised high soon turned into a grey-white shadow and slashed on the clone's shoulder, and the death energy on the blade was directly injected into the clone's body from the sword, starting from the wound, constantly destroying the clone's body, dyeing it with a layer of death color. 2315. This death slash is the strongest skill of the Death Swordsman Great Swordsman level. Although this skill is not a group skill, it is very powerful when it is used. This slash can cause 2 to 10 times of damage in total, among which the strongest is the first slash. However, this attack is pure physical damage. The subsequent damage is the result of the continuous destruction of the death power in the enemy's body, and this internal destruction can also continuously weaken the effect of armor. The damage of this death power is related to the enemy's physique. The higher the physique value, the weaker the effect. Now Long Tian would never believe that this mage could stand up and fight with him after such a blow, because the first sword alone had cut off nearly 80% of his health. Even if he was really lucky and survived such an attack, he would not be able to fight with him under the negative influence of the death power. As for the archer outside, he did not believe that an archer could do anything to his armor profession. However, he did not expect that the real danger was behind him. When Long Tian shouted this sentence, Shui Nai did not hesitate and used a blast attack directly on Long Tian. This time, he was determined to kill Long Tian. Explosive attack is Shui Nai's most powerful skill at present. Although it is a bit troublesome in terms of cooling time, its power is unparalleled. Shui Na quickly checked the magic power of the clone. He still had about 8,000 magic power. Once it exploded, the power would probably kill Long Tian, but Shui Na hoped to get rid of him personally. Moreover, he also knew that Long Tian, the Death Swordsman, had a strong magic defense ability, coupled with a set of top-grade equipment, and he might not be able to be harmed by self-explosion or explosive shock alone, but if there were two. Just when Long Tian suddenly felt that there was a high heat element approaching from behind, he suddenly found a lightning bolt from the sky, which directly electrocuted him. Although the paralysis effect had a weak effect on the undead players, the delay of 1 second made the big fireball behind him rush over. However, before Shui Na had time to control the explosion of the explosive shock, the clone's health had been consumed. The moment the clone slowly fell to the ground, the whole body suddenly expanded explosively. After that, the corpse exploded violently. Although Mina was mentally prepared, she was still affected by the explosion. Fortunately, however, Shui Nai's explosive impact was not inaccurate. It not only hit Long Tian, but also exploded under the influence of the self-destruction technique. Shui Nai's clone explosion has been recognized by the system, but the side effects of his Bug-level skill are very strong. But he is not alone. When the colorful spider turned into a star and disappeared in the sky, Shui Nai's body was pulled by Xiao Yu. Although the flying skateboard could not bear the weight of 2 people, it still allowed Shui Nai, who was trembling and twitching all over, to get to the ground safely. Otherwise, falling from the colorful spider that was nearly 10 meters high, he would probably be seriously injured. After placing Shui Nai aside, Xiao Yu immediately cleaned up the battlefield. Shui Nai, who was on the side, looked at the environment here with a headache, because he didn't know why, he always felt that there was an evil force calling him not far away. After calling up the map, Shui Nai soon found a black area on the edge of the player map. However, at this time, Xiaoyu had already returned. It seems that we have to leave here quickly. What's going on? Shui Nai asked with some confusion after hearing this. Take a look at this. Xiao Yu said while applying for a trade with Shui Nai. And in the panel on Xiao Yu's side, in addition to several dark equipment and Shui Nai's mage killer, there was actually a red bone shield. It exploded. Shui Nai looked at the bone shield in disbelief. Yes. So we have to leave quickly, otherwise it will be troublesome. Xiao Yu was not tempted by this equipment, but just reminded Shui Nai very rationally, because anyone with some brains would know that Long Tian would not let this shield be given to others. Okay, let's go now. After Shui Nai received these things, he immediately walked in the direction he came from with the support of Xiao Yu. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. Shui Nai knew that this ghost shield is definitely better than any treasure now. Shui Nai's weakness lasts for about 10 minutes. During this time, he is not only unable to use magic, but also his ability to fly is restricted. By the way, Xiaoyu, when you were flying in the sky just now, did you find any problems? Shui Nai asked. Problem? What do you mean? Just now I found that the forest on that side seemed to be blocked by something on the map, and even the player map could not show the general situation inside. Shui Nai thought for a while and said, and that direction is the direction where Shui Nai felt the evil breath. Now Shui Nai is already guessing that the evil breath should be the Lich King's dead book. Then I'll go up and take a look. Xiaoyu also knew that Shui Nai wanted her to fly up and take a look. Well, by the way, Xiaoyu, I think you should go back first. I'll just use the teleportation ring to leave later. Although the battle just now was not too long, the flying speed and crawling speed of the seven-colored magic spider were not slow, and now they are far away from the main force. If it was flying, it shouldn't take too long, but now Mina couldn't fly. And she could vaguely feel that the Lich King was nearby, which made Mina very worried. Okay, then you find a place to hide, and I'll let you know when I get there. Xiaoyu said as she put on the teleportation ring. After watching Xiaoyu circling in the air for a few circles, Mina found a big tree, cast the water hiding technique, and then activated the phantom stealth, and began to hide her traces with all her strength. Just now, Mina had learned from Xiaoyu that the forest was shrouded in darkness, and it was getting bigger and bigger. She just didn't know what happened inside, because she didn't stay for long, and after giving a warning, she flew back quickly. Chapter 677 Wrathful Shield. After seeing that Xiaoyu had left the dangerous area, Mina couldn't help but be curious and began to check the Wrathful Shield in her backpack. After losing all the ghosts, this shield made of bones even lost the black gas and the spikes on it. The entire shield looked very smooth, just like the skull of some creature. And most importantly, this bone shield looked several times smaller than the one just seen. Shui Na remembered that when it was in Long Tian's hands, this ghost shield was as big as an ice shield, enough to protect the upper body of a thin player, but now this ghost shield is less than a quarter of the size. After looking at the appearance, Shui Na began to check the properties of this ghost shield. Item, Wraith Shield, Legendary Equipment. Occupational restriction, none, non-undead races will be cursed by the wraiths after using it. Usage level, 60. Durability. Weight, 20 plus X, X increases by 1 point for every 40 wraiths added to the Wraith Shield. Number of wraiths, 0. Item description, this is a special magic item made from the skull of the legendary Dark Dragon King. All professions can control it. The dark power it contains can absorb the ghosts of the surrounding dead creatures, and as the storage of ghosts increases, its defensibility will be strengthened accordingly, and it can also use the accumulated ghosts to launch attacks. Basic effect of the item, Physical Defense plus 2500, Magic Defense plus 3000, Dark Resistance plus 100, 30% reduction in damage from dark skills, 20% increase in damage from holy light skills. Item bonus effect, Physical Defense plus 1000, Magic Defense plus 1500, Undead Skill Level plus 2, Skill cooldown time reduced by 15%, Skill effect increased by 20%. Item Special Skills. Ghost Power, the ghosts on the Ghost Shield can increase the defensibility of the Ghost Shield. Every 40 ghosts can increase the total defensibility of the Ghost Shield by 1%, but the weight will increase accordingly. Wraith Corrosion, when there are wraiths on the Wraith Shield and it is equipped, the Wraith energy on the Wraith Shield will have a negative impact on the user. The health value decreases as the number of wraiths increases. The decrease coefficient is 20 points for every 100 wraiths accumulated. The health value cannot be restored and the healing effect cannot be received. Wraith haunting. When there are wraiths on the wraith shield, creatures that come into contact with these wraiths will be affected by the wraiths, and the attack speed and movement speed will decrease by 50 points for 2 seconds. Wraith reflection shield. When the number of wraiths on the wraith shield reaches 100, the effect of the wraith reflection shield can be activated. At the cost of consuming 100 wraiths, the attack can be reflected back. The power and effect remain unchanged. The reflection time is 2 seconds and the cooling time is 1 minute. Wraith shock. When the number of wraiths on the wraith shield reaches 200, the wraith shock effect can be activated. At the cost of consuming 200 wraiths, a large number of wraiths are released within 20 meters in front, causing 500 points of dark energy damage to all creatures in front, ignoring defense and infecting the target with the effects of power weakness, slowness, mild dizziness, mana exhaustion and life weakening. The above effects last for 1 minute, the skill duration is 4 seconds, and the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Wraith spike. When the number of wraiths on the wraith shield reaches 500, the wraith spike effect can be activated. At the cost of consuming all the wraiths on the wraith shield, each spike can cause 100 points of damage to all creatures within 2 meters in front, 50 points for boss level creatures, and infect the target with the effects of power weakness, slowness, mild dizziness, mana exhaustion, and life weakening. The above effects last for 1 minute. The skill duration is related to the number of wraiths, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. After use, the target will be affected by the 5-second wraith immobilization effect. Curse cannon. When the number of ghosts on the ghost shield reaches 5,000, the effect of the curse cannon can be activated. At the cost of consuming all the ghosts on the ghost shield, it can cause damage per second to all creatures within 50 meters in front, and the duration is 10 seconds. The duration increases by 1 second for every 1,000 ghosts added, and the cooldown time is 20 hours. After use, it will be affected by the ghost immobilization effect for 30 seconds. Note: non-undead races will be cursed by the dark power when using this equipment, and the 4 basic attributes will decrease by 20%, the movement speed will decrease by 10%, and they will be affected by the weakening of life. After reading the information of this ghost shield twice, Mina finally confirmed that she could use this shield, but this 20% weakening and weakening of life gave Mina a headache. However, if the equipment is only used to fight the boss, this shield is not bad. After all, the negative state of those ghosts can basically last for nearly 30 seconds against the boss. Mina has a deep memory of the 5 negative states of these ghosts. Weakness can reduce the player's attack power by nearly 20%, slowness can reduce the movement speed and attack speed by 15% each, mild dizziness can make people slow to react, exhaustion of magic power can prevent magic power from automatically recovering, and the consumption can be doubled. Weakened life can directly prevent the life value from automatically recovering and reduce the upper limit of life value by 10%. Even the boss may not be able to bear these negative states, especially the 10% reduction in the upper limit of life value, which is a magical skill. Because after the upper limit is reduced, even if the state returns to normal, the missing 10% will not be restored, that is, this skill can consume 10% of the target's life value at one time. Although this effect may be discounted for the boss, it is not a small number, but the consumption of the number of ghosts on this ghost shield is not a small thing. Moreover, the ghosts on this ghost shield seem to be unable to be passed on, that is, once this ghost shield changes hands, the ghosts on it will be directly released. However, for a mage, accumulating ghosts does not seem to be too difficult, and the way this ghost shield collects ghosts is also very convenient. As long as it is placed in the backpack, it can automatically absorb and form ghosts. For the properties of this ghost shield, Mina is still very satisfied, because the negative effect of this shield will only appear when equipped, but the defense value it increases is surprisingly high. Looking at this legendary shield, Mina couldn't help but look at his elemental magic wand, because he found that the properties of this elemental magic wand are much weaker than this shield. However, Mina knows that it should be the effect of the seal. At least this elemental wand can grow twice. I believe that once all the seals of this elemental wand are lifted, its properties will not be much weaker than this. While Shui Na was resting and waiting for the teleport, several people came from a distance. Shui Na took a look and found that these people were from the dark camp, and one of them was killed by him at the beginning. But he was a little puzzled why these people who had obviously died were resurrected directly in the Holy Light camp. Because there is no resurrection stone for the dark camp here. However, Thinking of the dark area on the player's map just now, Shui Na was relieved. Alas, I didn't expect that the president would even explode the ghost shield. This is too pity, I haven't even touched it. A thief said with a sigh after carefully checking the place where the battle just happened. In fact, he didn't believe that no one would pick up such a shield after it was exploded. Even if he couldn't use it, hiding it directly in the warehouse would also be a good collection. Now there is no Wraith shield on the equipment ranking list. There are only two possibilities for this situation. One is that it has become an ownerless item owned by a non-player, and the other is that it was obtained by the player called Magic Apprentice, because the lurking mask on his face can hide these information. Shut up and search carefully for me. The thief named Fenja shouted immediately after hearing this, and then carefully checked the traces on the ground. Now he has only one thought in his mind, that is, he hopes that this shield was blown away just now and fell around without being discovered. After all, just now, President Long Tian also said that the explosion was very sudden, and he basically didn't react and was blown to death. However, the red equipment halo of the Wraith shield was not found at all, which made him very discouraged and disappointed. This Wraith shield took Long Tian and his group of people nearly a week to complete the task, and the suffering and pain they suffered during the period were even more endured with blood and life. Boss Feng, I think it should be in the hands of those two people. Why don't we just sneak attack them and see if we can? Go after him. That male mage should not be able to fly anymore. We should be able to catch up. We must get this ghost shield back, otherwise, we will not be able to see anyone in the dark temple. Feng Ye said, and then he ran towards Shui Nai, ready to seek revenge on Shui Nai and the others. Watching them rushing away from him, Shui Nai slowly relaxed. When he found them, he didn't even dare to breathe a breath, and he was already sweating coldly. In his current state, if he ran into them, he would probably be unable to live or die. Not to mention the ghost shield, I'm afraid his equipment would not be able to protect the thieves' stealing skills. He took a look at his own state, and there were about 10 minutes left. Shui Nai was also considering whether to use this clone explosion, but this ability was indeed very powerful. Without downgrading, the power of this skill could be fully exerted. After resting for less than a minute, Shui Nai suddenly found a huge black shadow in the sky. When he looked up, he only saw the two huge hind legs of the seven-colored demon spider flashing over his head. It seems that even Long Tian did not expect Shui Nai to be under their feet. However, this is no wonder. After all, he just got a super quality equipment. If he doesn't put it away quickly, it might be a bit unreasonable. However, this is also thanks to Shui Nai's water hiding technique and phantom stealth. Let me ask you, which player would have thought that the mage they met would have stealth skills? However, Shui Nai is not worried about this now, because he knows that Long Tian should bring all the strength at hand, and there will probably be another hard battle on the other side. But in his weak state, he is afraid that he will have to watch when the fight starts. Chapter 678 Dark Portal. When Shui Nai used the teleportation ring to return to Tai Feng's side, less than 2 minutes had passed, but his weakness effect was still about 5 minutes. However, the huge colorful spider could already be seen in the distance. All archers and thieves stay, and the rest of you go into the woods and find a place to hide. After seeing Shui Nai return safely, Tai Feng immediately gave orders to the people below. In a fight with a boss like the colorful spider, the number of people is no longer very meaningful. Xiao Yu, how long can the flying skateboard last? Now Shui Nai is no longer able to fight, so Xiao Yu can only be the main force this time. If it flies at full power, it may only last about 10 minutes, but if it just floats in the air, it can last a little longer. Xiao Yu estimated that the energy of this flying skateboard is related to the flying speed. I'm afraid that won't work. If Long Tian doesn't bring dozens of people with him this time, I won't believe anything. After learning that Long Tian's legendary shield was revealed by Xuina, Tai Feng was surprised at Xuina's good luck and could only say that Long Tian, the future king of the undead, was really unlucky. But, he also knew that this time, Shui Nai had completely offended the Long Tian guild. After the Dark Dragon Guild and the Four Seas Hall, the smaller Bushido and Diamond family, and now the Undead King level Dark Temple. Shui Nai is simply a guild killer. Basically, the presidents of these guilds have all been defeated in his hands, and they are almost sunk into the sand. However, his game life makes people feel helpless. Because the people he offended, except for Long Tian in front of him, none of them are open-minded people. These are the kind of guys who will take revenge for the slightest grievance, and they are not gentlemen who will take revenge for 10 years. Wait, don't be stingy with those scrolls, use them if you can. Shui Nai said, taking out a few magic scrolls from his backpack and distributing them to several thieves. You should also go in and hide. If the things are exposed, it will be troublesome. Tai Feng looked at Shui Nai, who was just hiding at the edge of the woods, and said in the team chat with some concern. Don't be afraid. I can fight in 4 minutes. But you have to be careful of thieves. They have a lot of thieves. Shui Nai disappeared from everyone's sight after she finished speaking, and several archers disappeared with her. Seeing this kind of magic, all the players had no reaction. After all, Shui Nai's magic had spread in their team. Then let's go. Tai Feng said, and went back to the edge of the woods and disappeared. The thieves around disappeared in the open space. Looking at the nearly 40 troops on the colorful spider, Shui Nai and his team were all nervous. These people were all elites in the Dark Temple. Once the fight started, how many people on their side could survive was a question worth discussing. Magic Apprentice, get out! Long Tian roared loudly in the regional channel. However, there was silence below, and no one responded to him, which made him feel very stupid. I know your people are here. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude later. After waiting for a while, Long Tian saw that there was no movement below, so he immediately shouted again. But this made him feel even more awkward, because this situation where no one responded made him feel like he was playing with a monkey, and he was such a stupid monkey. This time, Feng Ye's Eye of the Dead was completely unable to detect the figure in the woods now. Boss, can you lower it a little bit? At this height, the effect of the Eye of the Dead is much worse. Feng Ye's voice was very low, as if he didn't want to alarm Long Tian. No need, it seems that they have broken your Eye of the Dead. Long Tian said lightly, he knew the weakness of the Eye of the Dead. This Eye of the Dead can only detect temperatures higher than the environment, and once the temperature is low, or the same as the surrounding environment, it will be useless. Especially in this dense forest, even if the 7-colored demon spider is at a lower altitude, there is no way to find the traces of these guys. As for Shui Na, he already knew how to deal with the eyes of the undead, so his tactics of ice crystal armor and ice shield were very good. Although there would be some temperature leakage, as long as the temperature was not high and the impact on the environment was not great, the people above would not be able to find the people below. As for the people below, they completely ignored those who had already started to curse, because they all knew that those who could deal with the sky would need to rest for a period of time before they could take action. But they mistakenly thought that this was the negative effect of Shui Na's flying technique, and Shui Na and his friends did not explain this misunderstanding at all, but hoped that such a misunderstanding could spread. It's not that Shui Na and his friends don't believe these classmates and companions, but they know that there is no wall that is impenetrable, let alone a mouth that is often leaking. As long as they are human, they like to show off what they have seen to show that they are superior and have more knowledge. But their showing off is just a boring act of leaking secrets for Shui Na and his friends. It's not that they don't know the importance of these secrets, but they can't control their mouths. After all, these secrets are not their own, and maybe people will be jealous of these secrets in their hearts. Shui Nai and Tai Feng are very clear about this, so they didn't even say anything about the Wraith Shield, for fear that these guys would not be able to control their mouths for a while and expose the matter. After all, the most powerful power of the Wraith Shield must be exerted when others don't know, otherwise, no matter how strong the Wraith Shield is, it will not be stronger than the targeted attack of the player. However, Shui Nai is now worried that Long Tian's people will burn themselves to death and directly announce the properties of the Wraith Shield. If this is really the case, then I am afraid that people will be more concerned about this set of equipment. Afterwards, Long Tian suddenly let the 7-colored demon spider set a big fire on the woods, but Shui Nai and other fighters who stayed behind were hiding on the edge, while Ron and others had already found a safe place to hide, so his fire was completely wasted. Magic Apprentice, no, Shui Nai, if you are smart enough, it's better to hand over the Wraith Shield, otherwise. Just when Shui Nai was bored and ready to go to the official website to kill time, he received a text message. After taking a look at the guy named Death Agent, Shui Nai couldn't help but be a little stunned, because this was a threatening letter. Hehe, yes, but you have to show some sincerity, otherwise. Shui Nai saw that he was a little bored, so he started chatting with him. Humph, my sincerity is already very high, otherwise we would have come to you directly. The person on the other side said arrogantly. And this shield originally belonged to our dark camp. Even if you get it, you can't use it. Stop, I want to ask you, are you on Long Tian's side? Shui Nai was a little suspicious of the identity of this death agent. Of course, he asked me to come to you. The death agent said impatiently. So, you should not be on Long Tian's side. Shui Nai thought of this very quickly, because this guy admitted it too quickly, and he didn't know anything about the Wraith Shield. He didn't think Long Tian would find such a guy to negotiate with him, unless he didn't want the Wraith Shield back. Of course I'm not from the Dark Camp, otherwise how can I communicate with you? All the remote communication capabilities of the player are only effective for people in the same camp. Seeing this guy start to play with words, Shui Nai didn't pay any more attention to him. If you really want this shield, then show me enough honesty. Otherwise, please don't disturb me if you are sincere. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he put him on the blacklist and ignored him. As for this ghost shield, Shui Nai did not intend to sell it. After all, he could also use this kind of thing, but he wanted to know who the person on the other side was, and if he wanted to investigate him, then he had to lure him out in this way. While Shui Nai was dealing with the death agent below, Long Tian and his group in the sky were not having a good time. Because he suddenly received a report from his men, saying that a group of Dark Camp players suddenly appeared on the other side of the Dark Portal. Judging from the appearance of these players, they did not seem to be from the Undead Empire. Tisk, it's the people of the Death God Guild, let's go back first. Long Tian immediately thought of the King's Guild in the Dark World. Only their guild has the strength to undertake such a task. But, the Wrath Shield. Feng Ye said unwillingly. The Lich King is more valuable. We can't let the Death God and others take away the Lich King's trust. Let's do this, Feng Ye, you take a few people to stay. If there is a chance, take action. If there is no chance, come back immediately. Long Tian said hatefully. Hey, the people above seem to have left. At this time, Yu Ying Qingchen and other thieves who had been outside the open space found that the colorful spider suddenly turned in a direction and left at full speed. That direction? Shui Na asked immediately. Just now, he didn't pay attention to the situation above. The direction you said there was a situation seemed to be very anxious. Although Yu Ying Qingchen didn't see the situation above, he could feel that there was something wrong with the way the seven-colored demon spider left. It seems that there is a problem in the dark area. Tai Feng, have you notified those people? Shui Nai suddenly asked. I have notified Duijodega, but now the NPC is in this state, can we investigate this problem? Just now, Tai Feng had already asked someone to notify the top leaders of the Elf Empire according to Shui Nai's request. At least there are still warriors and archers who have retained their strength. It seems that our mission has to be faster, otherwise there will be no time to participate in the battle on the other side. That dark area is not in the same direction as Shui Na's mission. It looks like that side should be a new mission site. Chapter 679 The Lich King's Plan. When Long Tian returned to the forest that was slowly eroded by the black air, he found that there were suddenly nearly 100 players in the center of the black air, and they were confronting his men who stayed there. Long Tian controlled the colorful spider to slowly land in the center of them, looking at the member of the Death God Guild who suddenly appeared here with a condescending look. Tisk tisk, this is the colorful spider, although the level is a little low, but it seems not bad. The person in charge of this operation is a dark wizard, and judging from his magic wand, it should be a fire wizard. Long Tian knew that this person was one of the vice guilds of the Death God Guild, called Dark Flame Emperor. Although he did not know his specific strength, in the Death God Guild, which uses the law of the jungle to measure the value of a player, it is impossible to hold a position in the guild without a little strength. After hearing this, Long Tian ignored his provocation, just looked at him contemptuously, and stood on the head of the seven-colored magic spider, without coming down or saying hello. Long Tian's behavior naturally made the people below very dissatisfied, but they did not have such a tall pet like a mountain, let alone a pet that could fly like the seven-colored magic spider. By the way, Long Tian, I just heard from one of my subordinates that there is someone told him that they wanted to sell the Wraith Shield, and the price was very low, so I wanted to ask what the attributes of your Wraith Shield were, so that I could know whether the Wraith Shield was genuine. The Dark Flame Emperor said this in the regional channel, and all the players heard it clearly. Boss Long Tian. As soon as the Dark Flame Emperor said this, the people behind Long Tian were a little unsettled. Because the Wraith Shield was only exposed just now, less than half an hour, but the people in the Dark World already knew about it, which means that there are their spies in the Dark Temple, and they are among their high-level people. This is definitely a big blow and impact for them. It's okay, there is no impenetrable wall in the world, I got rid of the Wraith Shield, it's my responsibility, I failed everyone's expectations. Long Tian's tone was very light, and it seemed that he was not angry at all for the spy around him. From your appearance, it seems that the Wraith Shield has really fallen. Alas, it's a pity for such a dark magic weapon. Dark Flame Emperor continued to talk there, but Long Tian and the others ignored them completely and just looked into the distance. When Dark Flame Emperor saw this, he thought that Long Tian had nothing to say, so he started to take screenshots of Long Tian's appearance with the players behind him and prepared to post them on the forum. It's so noisy. Can you say less? It's like a toad all day long, chirping and croaking, it's so noisy. Just when Dark Flame Emperor and his gang were making trouble, several female players not far away said with some dissatisfaction. Bingsha, what do you mean by this? Dark Flame Emperor looked at this companion and felt a little weird, because she was a member of his own guild. Oh, it turned out to be King Bingtian. Sorry, I didn't see you just now. I'm sorry. At this time, Long Tian suddenly shouted hello to Bingsha behind the tree. Haha, President Long Tian, don't be so polite. I'm here just for tourism. The sky here is much more beautiful than the dark world, right? Bingsha said, and asked the 5 slim players behind her. At a glance, these players are all female players. You. Dark Emperor Yan looked at Long Tian and saw that he actually got off the colorful spider and went to Bingsha, which made him a little angry. Because in the Death God Guild, although Bingsha is one of the 4 kings and is very powerful, he is basically not comparable to her. However, in terms of position, he, the vice president, is much higher than a combatant like her. Why are you the only king here? Aren't other people coming? Long Tian, who had already come to Bingsha, immediately saw Bingsha's beautiful and refined face. This Bingsha is a black elf wizard. Looking at her ice blue wizard robe and magic wand, Long Tian knew that she had chosen the ice wizard profession again. The fight down there was very chaotic, and I couldn't stand it, so I ran up to play. You have to do your duty as a host. Bingsha's voice was very soft and pleasant, but Long Tian was not affected by the beauty and voice of this woman. Well, I just came here not long ago, and I can't do my duty as a host. Hate it, then I'll borrow your colorful spider to play with, okay? Bingsha looked at the tall colorful spider, and her beautiful eyes began to show some brilliance. Okay, but you have to be careful. I'm not responsible if you fall down. After Long Tian finished speaking, he took off the space ring of the colorful demon spider from his hand and threw it to Bingsha. For the Death God Guild, although he didn't like guys like Dark Flame Emperor, he really wanted to meet a female player like Bingsha who was both beautiful and powerful, and also loyal. After all, people like Bingsha would not stab people in the back, nor would they change their minds according to the wind. Humph, it turns out that our President Long Tian is also a man, and he actually... Alas, you finally called me President. Do you know why I didn't talk to you just now? Because you are basically not worthy of talking to me. Of course, if you add a warning word like President or Adult, then I can talk to you. Because only in this way, I feel that my identity has not lost value. At this time, Long Tian looked at Dark Flame Emperor with his eyes. Long Tian, what did you say? Even if your president comes, he won't call me by my name, because my name can only be called by friends. Of course, I won't call your president by his name, this is etiquette. Forget it, you don't understand anyway, it's useless to tell you. After Long Tian finished speaking, he shook his head and walked away. You. Dark Flame Emperor watched Long Tian walk away like this, and then looked at the expressions of his men behind him. He just felt that these guys' eyes seemed a little dazzling. The eye attack and defense battle between Long Tian and Dark Flame Emperor did not last long, and the Lich King suddenly walked out of the woods. Long Tian and Dark Flame Emperor immediately led people over, but looking at the appearance of the Lich King, Long Tian felt that his face was a little weak. It seems that cultivating this dark clone is a very energy-consuming thing. Lord Lich King, I wonder if you summoned us here for something important. Dark Flame Emperor did not wait for Long Tian to come forward to ask, and immediately he went forward to ask for the task. It's an important matter. I plan to solve the dark mining area, but we are short of manpower, so I plan to use the power of your dark world. The Lich King didn't even look at the Dark Emperor. For the Lich King, he clearly distinguished this dark world from this world. Because before he became the Lich King, he was a person of this world, not a native dark resident. Haha, Lord Lich King is too polite. We are a family. There is no need to be so formal. Dark Flame Emperor followed the system's prompts and guided the task. I wonder if Lord Lich King wants us to solve that place first. After all, we are not familiar with this place and there are not many people. Don't worry. Now the guardian of the Exodar mine has been seriously injured by me. There should be no guardian there, so you people should be enough. As long as the guardian altar outside the mine is destroyed, the seal can be lifted. But even I don't know the location of the altar. Seeing that the task was in hand, Dark Flame Emperor immediately started to check. However, in this task, they only have one goal, to find and destroy the altar of the Dark Guardian, so as to liberate the dark creatures in the dark mine. The difficulty of this task lies in how to find this altar. As for the destruction, it depends on the situation of this altar. After taking a closer look, Dark Flame Emperor couldn't help but frown. Although his attitude was bad, he had everything a vice president should have. His first impression of this task was that it was very difficult, because there was no hint for this task except a rough range. If this was the Undead Empire or the Dark World, it would be fine. After all, it was their own territory, but this was the territory of the Holy Light Camp, and they had to be careful every step they took. However, they were a little reluctant to let go of this super difficult task, because the reward for this task was very generous. As long as the task was completed, the experience alone would directly allow all of these level 60 players to level up, and each of them would be given a dark gold equipment and a large amount of honor points. For the dark gold equipment above level 60, it was a rare resource, and it was very attractive to them. Okay, I understand, let's set off now. The Dark Flame Emperor didn't want to do this task with Long Tian and his gang, so they said goodbye immediately after they confirmed that they accepted the task. After Bingsha returned the 7-colored demon spider, she looked lazy and followed the Dark Emperor's men at the end, without any awareness of being behind the enemy. After seeing that everyone had left, the Lich King carefully looked around and confirmed that no one was behind him. The smile on his face suddenly became a little gloomy. My lord, we just met Ron. After seeing the expression of the Lich King, Long Tian immediately knew that the mission of those people just now was probably just one of the steps of the Lich King, and most of them were abandoned. Because the Lich King had never told them about liberating the dark mining area for this mission. The Lich King was a very protective NPC. He didn't believe that he would give such a task to outsiders. Of course, if he abandoned it, it would only be done by outsiders. Ron? You found his location. The Lich King didn't expect this to happen. Yes, but we don't have enough manpower. What's the situation of Ron? The Lich King suddenly asked. He was so badly injured, but he still dared to walk around. This clearly smelled of conspiracy, but this smell was very much to the Lich King's taste, because he needed Ron's body and soul now. We don't know about this. As long as we get close, Ron's men will protect him behind. Didn't he attack you? No. Let's go, take me over to see. The Lich King thought about it and finally decided to go and see. Chapter 680 The Arrogant Guild. Sir, should we attack? Long Tian and his group, who were floating thousands of meters in the air, looked at the tiny people in the distance, and said in a somewhat instigating manner. He hoped that the Lich King would take action and kill all the players below, so that he would have a chance to take back the Wrath Shield, or even more things. First, find a way to announce the location of those people, so that the people of the Elf Empire can get busy first, and then we will deal with them. The Lich King did not answer Long Tian's question. It's okay. In my plan, they are just cannon fodder to attract the Elf Empire. After all, I still need time to refine that clone and restore my strength. To refine the dark clone, one must separate part of his soul and body to merge and assimilate the clone. For the Lich King who has completely become undead, this loss is huge, but it will affect his own strength, which is a very serious problem. Especially now that the Lich King is seriously injured and extremely weak after using this ability, he basically had little fighting power, and it would take at least until tomorrow to recover. I understand. Long Tian glanced at the small black dots that were moving farther and farther below. Although he was unwilling, he knew that the Lich King's words were true. Soon, with the cooperation of the personnel of the Elf Empire where Long Tian was lurking, a team of more than a dozen people suddenly encountered a group of people from the Dark Camp and started a fierce battle. After that, this news immediately appeared on the forum of the Holy Light Camp and attracted the attention of many guilds. Long Tian made this move very covert, and even the Dark Flame Emperor and his guys didn't think about it. They could only admit that they were unlucky and had to find a way to complete the task. However, there was one thing that Long Tian didn't know, that is, their base in the Elf Empire, that is, the forest exuding a dark atmosphere, had been known to Shui Nai and others under his unintentional leadership, and some surrounding troops were also making very slight adjustments to the forest. Shui Nai and his companions, who were still on their way, had no time to care about other things. In order to send Ron to the Elf Spring as soon as possible, the 30 of them had already moved at full speed. Along the way, Shui Nai's acceleration spell almost never stopped, and under the effect of this acceleration spell, Shui Nai and his companions' speed was basically increased by 18%, which was the effect of Shui Nai's 8th level acceleration spell. This high-level magic, in the case of non-specialization, is only level 20, which means that the maximum speed is increased by 30%. And it is said that once it is specialized to level 30, its speed will increase by 50%, which is a very amazing increase. Moreover, in order to use time to practice other magic, Shui Nai also threw down countless ice shields along the way. Although the effect of this ice shield is very small now, Shui Nai likes this light and wide-ranging thing. The 9th level ice shield can withstand 1800 points of physical damage. If this value is at level 60 or before, this is a very practical value. But now, once you exceed level 60, just those better whiteboard equipment can already hit such a number. Therefore, the current intermediate ice shield technique can no longer keep up with the development. However, the scarcity of high-level skills is effective for all players. Although more and more people have entered the level 60 wilderness map, the harvest is completely disproportionate to the huge population base. While Shui Nai was practicing the acceleration technique and the ice shield, he suddenly heard a crisp and pleasant reminder sound. Ding! Your ice shield technique has reached level 10 and has obtained the magic enhancement effect. Shui Nai, who had mechanically thrown away nearly 1,000 ice shields, reacted after throwing more ice shields and summoned an ice shield in his hand. Shui Nai immediately found that the appearance of this ice shield had changed. The thickness of this ice shield is nearly twice as thick as before, and the defense area has also increased slightly. After taking a closer look at the introduction of the level 10 ice shield, Shui Nai immediately knew that the strengthening effect of this level 10 ice shield is reinforcement, the defense effect is twice as good as before, the durability becomes 100x skill level x occupation level, and the ability to resist fire is also greatly enhanced. After seeing that the ice shield has been strengthened, Shui Nai immediately transferred other skills, and Shui Nai threw ice crystal armors at the people around him. Shui Nai's ice crystal armor has reached level 8, only one step away from level 9. When the people around saw Shui Nai's wasteful behavior, no one had any opinions about it, because Shui Nai didn't use a bottle of potion when practicing the ice shield just now. This speed of mana recovery, coupled with this total amount of mana, has completely embarrassed the surrounding mages. However, for practicing this ice crystal armor, Shui Nai began to consume it. This advanced skill, the ice crystal armor, has a large defense area and high durability. The level 8 ice crystal armor can withstand 3,200 points of physical damage, and can also increase the recipient's physical defense by 320 points and magic defense by 160 points. However, due to the large area of the ice crystal armor, generally speaking, the 3,200 points of durability will be consumed very quickly. If it encounters a strong impact, it is even more likely to break, and once the broken part, the ice crystal armor will lose its defensive ability. However, this defensive magic has a very good effect, that is, lightness. Although in terms of defensive ability, it is much weaker than the wood-based rattan armor and the earth-based stone armor, these are all at the expense of speed and agility. However, this ice crystal armor is not like the ice shield, which can be thrown away and started over, because once it is put on the target, if the ice crystal armor does not disappear, then the next ice crystal armor cannot be put on. Because this kind of entity magic is different from energy magic, it will not cover automatically. On the way, the only ones who could cooperate with Mina's magic practice were warriors like Taifeng, because only they could quickly knock the ice crystal armor off their bodies. The group rushed forward like this. After walking for an afternoon, they were forced to stop until a group of people appeared in front of them. Seeing the badges on the chests of these guys, Shui Nai and Taifeng's pupils shrank in an instant, and then they looked at each other with some helplessness in their eyes. Because the people who came were Shui Nai's enemies, the hostile guild of the Fanfiction, the Dark Dragon Guild. Although they had long known that the Dark Dragon Guild had also accepted the mission, they had no way to deal with this guild headquartered in the human empire, and they had no way to find evidence of their collusion with the dark forces. This time, the team was led by Speed Dragon, and these people were basically all thieves, with a few elf archers. Looking at this agile force of nearly 30 people, everyone on Tai Feng's side felt very headache. Just as Tai Feng was about to step forward to ask them about their purpose, the leader Speed Dragon, after just glancing at these people, stared at Xiao Yu and Po Xiao, and then looked at Shui Nai carefully. Hand over the legendary silver sword and Elder Ron, or we will send you back to the city. A thief behind Solong suddenly said arrogantly in the regional channel. Sorry, the sword in my hand is not a legendary equipment. You have been deceived. At the same time, we will not give up our mission so easily, so please go back. Shui Na saw that Solong was staring at him, so he spoke first to see if he could mislead him. Looking for death. The thief saw that Shui Na directly rejected his proposal, and immediately became furious. He actually took out a crossbow and shot at Shui Na. For the people of the Dark Dragon Guild, not many people can refuse what they say, especially those who have no background at all. Therefore, the members of the Dark Dragon Guild have always been very arrogant and domineering to these people and even some small guilds, and they will destroy them directly if they are not satisfied. People like them are just short of having the words "I am the Emperor" written on their foreheads. The crossbow in his hand was quite powerful. Even though he was dozens of meters away, he could still maintain the speed at the beginning and hit Shui Nai directly. Shui Nai raised the ice shield that suddenly appeared and easily blocked all 5 crossbows. After that, Shui Nai looked at Solong, wanting to know what he meant. Can you take off your mask? Solong had doubts about Shui Nai's identity, because this mage gave him the feeling that he was very similar to that person. Yes, but why? And now your people are still attacking me. Shui Nai did not immediately follow Solong's wishes. You have no right to ask me why. We want to destroy you, but it is very easy, just like the mage named Fan Chen before. Haha, I heard that your guild was once disturbed by this person. How come it has become like this now? Shui Nai couldn't help but feel a little angry when she heard this. Her concession was actually described as this. Could it really be that she could only fight to the death? Do you think he can deal with the Dark Dragon Guild alone? Solong's tone was a little cold, and his eyes were constantly looking at Shui Nai's neck and heart. It was obvious that he was looking for a place to attack. I'll say it again, give it to the Silver Sword and Elder Ron. By the way, I also want the magic wand in your hand. Otherwise, you can only die here. Solong didn't say much nonsense and directly issued the final ultimatum. You have a big appetite. If you have the ability, come and take it. Shui Nai saw that Solong didn't take her seriously, even a clay man would get angry. All warriors stand outside, mages stand in the innermost, archers get ready. When Shui Nai said this, Tai Feng immediately mobilized the people around him. No one on Tai Feng's side could help but get angry at the tone of these people, because these guys with their eyes on the top of their heads and completely arrogant basically did not treat them as players, nor did they treat them as equals. This was a silent provocation for any player. Very good, since you dare to challenge the majesty of our Dark Dragon Guild, then pay with blood. Chapter 681 The Discovery of Speed Dragon. The battle between the two sides broke out in an instant, and no ranged profession could be faster than an archer. The two sides were roughly the same in number, and the arrows were fired back and forth, and the shooting was very intense. However, Shui Na's side had a magic archer. When Breaking Dawn shot a thunder arrow, nearly a dozen thieves who wanted to rush out on the opposite side directly hit the magic with 3 negative states. In this case, Shui Na and his team would not let it go. Shui Na's explosive impact and a series of wind blades almost swallowed nearly 10 people inside. At this time, the battle on the battlefield had only been going on for less than 3 seconds, but nearly one person on the other side had already died. With overwhelming long-range power, Mina and his men's attack power had completely exceeded Solong's imagination. Moreover, at the beginning, they did not expect these guys to attack first, nor did they expect these guys to really dare to fight. The idea of these people. But in this game, if you don't think about it, you have to pay with your life. For Shui Nai and others, these people are just the advanced troops in their eyes. The real enemy should be coming from somewhere. Because the opposite army, which only has agility professions, is unlikely to pose a big threat to their team. Although Shui Nai's nearly 10 classmates have all kinds of professions, the people who drink and sing are all ranged players such as mages and archers. Although these players are not as good as Don or Xiaoyu in terms of equipment and skills, even masters with good equipment cannot escape unscathed after a volley of fire. Scatter, kill them. So Long was not careful for a while. He didn't expect these guys to be so fierce and so direct when they started fighting. In one encounter, nearly half of his people were knocked down. After Shui Nai dealt with the thieves as quickly as possible, he immediately set his sights on the archers hiding behind. The sky was filled with lightning flashes, and from time to time there would be a lightning bolt or several chain lightning bolts that would strike down, making the archers who were huddled together burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Although the paralysis effect of these lightning magics was already very weak, Shui Nai's magic always won by numbers. The lightning that almost formed a beam of light almost made them unable to move, let alone shoot at each other. In order to deal with the speed-type thieves, the archers on Shui Nai's side almost never stopped using arrow rain or scattering skills. In addition, with the cooperation of some mages around, the thief had no chance to get close. The only trouble was that the crossbows were very lethal. If they hadn't been wearing the ice crystal armor that Shui Nai had left behind when she was practicing magic just now, these crossbows alone would have caused a serious blow to the mages inside. However, even so, the crossbows were still very lethal to mages, and they lacked meat shields such as warriors, so they couldn't do any better in terms of the defense circle. Seeing the danger on this side, Shui Nai directly cast an ice ring, stopping several thieves who were unable to dodge, and then immediately dealt with the archers on the other side. With the help of Xiaoyu's arrows, Shui Nai could steadily eat the archers on the other side, but there was no way to speed up the already chaotic battlefield. As the thieves dispersed, the surrounding crossbows were already coming like raindrops. The crossbows in the hands of these thieves were almost inexhaustible. Often, as soon as the arrows in the crossbows in their hands were used up, they would immediately take out the next one and shoot almost continuously. In this case, several mages were immediately unlucky. However, fortunately, no arrow was directed at Ron. The battle was still going on. If Shui Nai and his team had not killed nearly half of the thieves at the beginning, otherwise, it would not be just these two companions who died now. Once the thieves wandered around, it would be a very troublesome and dangerous thing, because under the high speed and high flexibility of the thieves, ordinary attacks often have no effect. Thieves like Yu Ying Ching Chen have completely become shields in front of the magician, because in this case, it is very troublesome for them to go out and fight with the thieves. Not only will they block the vision and attack of their companions, but they will also make the weak magician behind them lose a layer of protection. However, their bows and crossbows should not be underestimated. At least several thieves have fallen in front of them because of these things. Shui Nai's firepower is still as sharp as before. Almost all thieves who are tracked by her magic often have only one way to die. However, with the development of the game, the lethality of Shui Nai's magic is not as good as before. In the past, Shui Nai's explosive bomb could often directly blow a warrior with thick blood into ashes, but now? Sometimes a explosive bomb can't blow up a thief. Seeing that the explosive bomb is not as good as before, Shui Nai has given up directly and fully selected the magic of Wind Blade. With the death of several archers of the Speed Dragon, the remaining thieves could no longer threaten Shui Nai and his group. As they kept moving, Shui Nai suddenly felt a sudden fluctuation of the fire element in the sky. Looking up, he saw a layer of red fire cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Be careful of the meteor shower. I don't know which mage shouted first. Almost everyone looked at the fire cloud in the sky, and the few remaining thieves around were also rushing over at this time, trying to tear this solid defense line apart, but Xiaoyu and Taifeng blocked them very hard. However, at this moment, Shui Nai suddenly shot an ice ring into the sky, which actually dissipated nearly a quarter of the fire cloud in the sky. Next, Dawn also shot an icicle arrow, and the ice blue ice element arrow suddenly turned into an ice column in the air, and hit the fire cloud that was about to take shape, directly knocking out a large hole. Seeing this, the mages who reacted very quickly immediately gave up their escape and cast several ice magic spells on the enemy. Gone. Under the neutralization of ice magic, the range of the meteor shower in the sky has been eroded by nearly 80%, and although the remaining 20% also dropped fireball-like meteor showers, these fireballs still cannot kill the people below. Taifeng, this is up to you. Shui Nai glanced at the stunned mage in the distance and planned to go over to contain him. However, at this moment, the ice element in the sky suddenly became active, and a cold ice mist appeared out of thin air above Shui Nai. As the ice mists vibrated inside, they began to slowly close together under the vibrations, turning into sharp ice spikes with icy breath. Ice storm. Shui Nai and the surrounding mages immediately recognized the name of this magic. Like the meteor shower, this magic is a combination of several waves of attacks. This storm-like attack rhythm is often a devastating blow to Shui Nai's current team. Dawn. Shui Na suddenly shouted, and then the elemental magic wand suddenly flashed with a fiery red light, and a huge fireball shot into the sky. The surrounding mages also knew Shui Na's idea, and almost at the same time, they fired the fire magic in their hands into the sky. The fire magic that was rising up and the ice storm that was about to come down almost occupied this space. After that, all the magic turned into a burst of water vapor and disappeared in the sky under a violent explosion. Although the two magics appeared for less than a few seconds, these few seconds caused a great sense of oppression to the mages below, especially when they used the magic of mutual restraint to deal with the magic in the sky. At this time, they felt that their spirits were unprecedentedly concentrated, and this feeling as if the whole world had slowed down was very profound for them. However, Shui Na now had no time to discuss the situation of breaking the law with the mages just now, because Shui Na had already seen the players who suddenly appeared in the distance. Retreat. Shui Na saw hundreds of people rushing over, and his face changed drastically. He immediately ordered to leave. Now there is no thief around. If he doesn't leave now, when will he leave? After that, Shui Na quickly separated from the team and began to prepare for the rear guard. Tai Feng and the others had no objection to this rear guard work. As Tai Feng and the others left, Shui Na soon found some abnormal situations behind him. A feeling like a needle piercing his back told him strongly that there was an enemy behind him. Looking back hurriedly, Shui Na found that the unique cold light of the dagger suddenly appeared in front of him. After seeing the dagger, Shui Nai's elemental magic wand stood up calmly in the direction of the dagger. With a hiss, the dagger was successfully blocked, and there was not even a scratch on the tough rod of the elemental magic wand. The already revealed speed dragon had a flash of disbelief in his eyes, because this ambush had exerted his strength to the maximum. But when he saw Mina's eyes, he seemed to have some realization and actually smiled. Seeing this smile, Mina suddenly felt a little cold, but his attack did not stop. Mina's left hand suddenly ignited a red flame, and then directly imprinted on Speed Dragon's body. Mina's move was completely unexpected, and Speed Dragon did not expect that Mina, a magician, could take his attack with one hand and even counterattack him. Speed Dragon, who was in a wrestling situation with Mina, basically could not react, and was slapped hard, burning hundreds of health points. Seeing this, Speed Dragon immediately retreated, but Mina's magic was faster. Before he could even take a few steps back, a thunderbolt from Shui Na struck in front of So Long. If So Long hadn't suddenly accelerated when retreating, this thunderbolt would have definitely hit him. However, So Long felt somewhat familiar with this thunderbolt. Sure enough, I was wondering why such a powerful mage suddenly appeared here. It turned out to be you. So Long suddenly stood not far away and said strangely. Chapter 682, Reveal. Looking at So Long's sudden realization, Shui Na felt a little uneasy, but he ignored So Long's words and pretended not to know what he was talking about. However, So Long obviously had no intention of letting Shui Na go. Although I don't know how you changed the game ID, your eyes and the feeling you gave me can't deceive me. So Long took out a pair of sharper and more deadly daggers from his backpack. Judging from the style of the daggers, the patterns on them, and the faint light that echoed each other, this should be a pair of small daggers. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Fanfiction. So Long looked at the surrounding environment and said with some disdain. Shui Na also looked at the surrounding situation. There were a lot of corpses on the ground, but they are all from the Dark Dragon, and the dead companions on Mina's side will be resurrected at the first time. Unlike some large guilds, the resurrection technique is reserved for important personnel first. It's a bit long, but I don't want to see you. If possible, I really don't want to have any intersection with you anymore. This is not a good feeling. Mina was disappointed when she saw that So Long had discovered her identity, because the life she hoped for had been ruthlessly destroyed. Really? But I miss you very much. At that time, I always wanted to pay you back 100 times for the shame you gave me. Now I am different from before. Today, I will wash away the humiliation I had before. After So Long finished speaking, he directly entered the stealth state and rushed towards Mina. Mina, who had already sensed a strong sense of danger, did not hide anymore, and also entered the phantom stealth, and the speed soared to the highest level in an instant. However, just when Mina disappeared, a small silver box suddenly appeared where Mina disappeared, and then it exploded violently, and a burst of silver powder filled the sky. Mina, who was affected by the silver powder, immediately found that the silver powder on her body had a strong stickiness, and it could still sparkle when Mina was in stealth mode. However, Mina's counterattack was not weak. 3 chain lightnings turned into a fence at a distance of 1 meter, covering that space. However, Mina's chain lightning did not hit the target at all. This speed. Mina was immediately shocked when she saw the speed of the speed dragon. She saw him step forward and the whole person slid away at a height of less than a few centimeters from the ground. The 2 daggers with cold light passed through Mina's previous position. Looking at the faint grey and yellow on the blades of the 2 daggers, Mina knew that they should be coated with magic prohibition and slow or paralyzing toxins. The moment Solong showed up, he was also stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly, and the grim smile on his face became even more intense. Seeing that Shui Nai had already appeared, Solong did not sneak anymore, but chased after her at the fastest speed, and at the same time pointed the dagger at Shui Nai's neck, clearly intending to cut it off. Seeing that the dagger was about to come, Shui Nai's elemental magic wand flashed with green light, and in an instant, 2 daggers rushed directly through the green light, but did not hurt Shui Nai. Shui Nai, who had retreated dozens of meters, looked at Solong who disappeared again, and was shocked no less than Solong. Now this Solong's speed is completely master level. If it were Shui Nai's understanding, his speed is not much worse than that of Dao Yiyu Dao under the Wind Thief. The upper limit speed of a high-level thief is 600, and the upper limit speed of a great thief is 900. Generally speaking, if a thief uses all his strength to increase his agility to gain speed in the early stage, unless he has a very strong team, it is also a problem whether they can train their level with low attack power. However, the speed of the current Velociraptor has completely exceeded the level of 600. With Mizuna's speed being less than 250 points in normal state, even if he turns on the Phantom Stealth, there is still a gap from 600 points. After adding an acceleration spell to himself, Mizuna's figure disappeared again. Although his stealth has no meaning under the effect of acceleration spell and silver powder, this is the only way he can think of. Mizuna, standing in the open space, did not walk around, but quietly felt the changes around him. At this moment, Mizuna suddenly found that the airflow behind him had a slight tremor, and this tremor was obviously coming to the left. Under the breath of wind, as long as Mina can calm down, even if he can't find the stealth thief, he can get some information through the changes in the surrounding atmosphere. However, under normal circumstances, he won't have a chance to stop in the melee. After discovering the speed dragon, Mina's first magic was an ice ring, but this ice ring appeared at Mina's waist, and then several chain lightnings were immediately fired to the left. Mina's feeling of this airflow is not very accurate, because the change of airflow is not constant. Moreover, for a thief at a very fast speed, the momentum of the body often produces an airflow vortex, and this vortex-like airflow will cause greater airflow changes to the surrounding airflow. Mina now can't distinguish the specific changes of these airflows so carefully. However, the general direction can still be determined. However, the speed dragon is very fast. Although it flashed out of the chain lightning's lock range in an instant, it turned a corner and rushed towards Mina. Under the flash of several chain lightnings that struck the ground, Mina only found a vague transparent shadow flashing by. Although the shadow only appeared for a moment, Mina already knew his position and the direction of the turn. Seeing this, Mina did not retreat but advanced, and Mina's speed was amazing, and she flew quickly in the direction he predicted. Seeing Mina in front of him actually running at a very fast speed, Solong's first reaction was not but when he saw the ice ring on Shui Nai's waist that was about to explode, he was a little shocked. However, the distance between him and Shui Nai was less than 10 meters as Shui Nai approached. No one would have thought that this ice ring magic could be used in this way, but Solong did not retreat. Instead, after realizing that he could not dodge the ice ring, he directly raised the dagger and rushed forward. As the ice ring spread, the energy ring with icy coldness covered the space around Shui Nai with a layer of frost, and there was a piece of ice hanging on Solong's waist. Solong, who was hit by the ice ring, completely ignored the damage of the ice ring and the ice on his body, and rushed directly to Shui Nai, raised the dagger and planned to directly make a few holes in his neck. However, he suddenly found that Shui Nai had a bone shield with black air in his hand for some reason, and this bone shield blocked the direction of the dagger. After seeing this bone shield, Solong's first reaction was to be stunned, because he had never heard of a mage who could take out shield equipment from his backpack in combat, nor had he heard of a mage who could use shield equipment. But the shield in Shui Na's hand was not an ordinary piece of equipment, otherwise it would not have a legendary level. The wraith shield easily blocked the dagger attack this time, and the wraiths on it that had just been killed were already entangled with Solong. Solong, who was entangled by the wraiths and in a frozen state, immediately found that his situation was different. Without thinking, he pulled back, but Shui Na's speed was faster and rushed forward. He directly swung the elemental magic wand and hit Solong's nose hard. After the fire, Solong was smashed away by Shui Na, but he did not die. He just lay on the ground with a very thin skin and a little weak. And Shui Na's elemental magic wand was facing his neck. The speed just now. Solong didn't focus on the magic wand in front of him. His mind was constantly reviewing Shui Na's weird speed just now, because at this speed, he actually lost to the mage in front of him, this enemy. Shui Na didn't do anything, and the Solong below didn't drink the medicine, but just like that, the last life value of Solong was taken away by the remaining flames on his body. However, before Solong died, he heard Shui Na's words, "You shouldn't reveal my identity, because this way, no one will have a good life." Hearing this, Solong only felt a layer of chill on his body, and his eyes were fixed on the huge and ferocious cannon in Shui Na's hand. His throat kept surging, but it turned into white light in an instant. Looking at Solong, who finally died with some regrets because of taking out the magic cannon, Shui Na disappeared quickly. After nearly 10 seconds, the players in the distance finally came over, and a dozen of the priests were quickly surrounded by a group of warriors. As the resurrection spells were cast one by one, the corpses on the ground began to stand up slowly. In these resurrection spells, not everyone has the same treatment. Elites like Speed Dragon enjoy high-level resurrection spells, and this high-level resurrection spell can save them 10% of experience points. As for ordinary members, they only have the lowest treatment. However, the resurrected Speed Dragon suddenly screamed palely, "Leave here immediately!" However, in these nearly 30 seconds, it was enough for Mina to complete the charging of the magic cannon. After Speed Dragon's exclamation, a blue light column appeared from the left side of the crowd, close to the ground, and then quickly moved to the right. Under the coverage of this beam of light, whether it was the stealth thieves, the stunned warriors, or the mages who couldn't react, they all turned into dazzling beams of light under this light. The magic cannon was like an overly large eraser, easily erasing the hundreds of players on the open space. Looking at the enemies falling in unison in front of him, Shui Na felt a sense of relief all over his body, and as for the hundreds of grey ghost energy flying into his backpack and his eyes, he was even more excited. Chapter 683 Thieves in the Woods. Looking at the 256 ghosts on the ghost shield, Shui Na knew that he was going to kill a lot this time. All along, Shui Na didn't want to use the magic cannon to kill people, because once this thing accidentally hurt, it was too serious. However, this time, Shui Na couldn't let the Dark Dragon and others ruin this mission. If the Dark Dragon's people knew his identity, they would probably go all out to chase him, so he never wanted to reveal his identity, especially when he knew that they were wanted for Dao Yiyu Dao in the human empire. He didn't want to be known. He was different from Dao Yiyu Dao, he didn't like this kind of exciting life, especially for a president like Shenlong who liked to kill indiscriminately. And now, with this shot, Mina was just warning them to see if they could be more sensible and not get involved in this mess. He took a look at the system. Shui Na actually found Shenlong's name in the death list just now. When she thought that Shenlong was solved by herself in such a muddle, Shui Na felt that this time it would not be so easy to solve. With Shenlong's character, even if he didn't know that he was Fan Chen, he would try his best to deal with him. After all, the face of him as the president of a large guild is more important than gold. After arriving at the open space full of corpses, Shui Na made sure that there were no living people, and then found several badges of the Dark Dragon Guild in the pile of corpses. The reason why Shui Na collected these badges was to let these people remind Shenlong and others that they now had a handle in their hands. As for the various equipment on the ground, Shui Na did not move any of them. It was not that he looked down on these equipment, but he felt that if all these equipment were taken away, it would probably be a situation of no end to life. After Shui Na disappeared in the woods, about half an hour later, the corpses here began to slowly revive. Shenlong glanced at the equipment on the ground and found that none of them were missing. He was slightly surprised, but then, when he thought that the magic apprentice was Fanfiction, he immediately became angry. Because this time, it was the first time for him to lead a team to leave the human empire for a cross-border battle. It was just a maiden battle, but the result was that all the team members lost 50% of their experience. Do you want to chase? Although half an hour had passed, So Long knew that he could still catch up, because it was close to night and the NPCs had to rest. The magic cannon is still in his hand. Even if he chases him, it's probably meaningless. Although Shenlong wanted to cut Mina into pieces, he also knew that Mina, who was now reckless, was even more dangerous. If he tried his best to conceal his identity at the beginning, he would never use stealth and magic cannons, but now, I'm afraid he will use them very smoothly. As for the thieves, forget about it in front of the nemesis of the unicorn. Maybe if the thieves of Speed Dragon go all out, they will have a chance to kill a few people, but this definitely does not include Shui Nai and Elder Ron. Then are we going to fight the players of the Dark Camp now? Speed Dragon knew that after solving the problem on this side, they would attack the people of the Dark Camp. However, fortunately, Shenlong and his men did not specify to kill Ron this time, so even though Shui Nai had a handle in his hand, he might not be able to convince the NPC, but now they can't mess around. In addition, with the existence of Shui Nai now, it is even more difficult to deal with. Let's go. We still have a chance in the future. Shenlong didn't want to make enemies with the people of the Elf Empire, because nearly half of his men were elves. If they failed because of this mission, it would be troublesome for these people to learn skills and upgrade in the future. At the beginning, their plan was to snatch Elder Ron first, so that they could get rid of Ron in the fastest and simplest way. If that doesn't work, they will just use force to solve it, because as long as they kill all the players as quickly as possible during the battle, they will have no way to obtain evidence. However, they didn't expect that the opponent this time would be so powerful that not only did they wipe out the thieves' team of Speed Dragon, but also swallowed up the 200 people behind them, and then took away the evidence. In fact, at the beginning, Shenlong had already thought about asking these people to take off their badges, but when he thought that the departure of a large number of elite members would make the grassroots members of the guild feel fearful, thus affecting the operation of the guild, he didn't study it anymore. Moreover, these elite players all have agreements, and once their badges are taken away, there may be problems, which is even more what Shenlong doesn't want to face. The current Shenlong is no longer the second-generation ancestor who shouted and killed at every turn, but a president who has begun to be scheming and patient. On the way back to Mina, it was not too safe either. Just when Mina was about to quickly pass through the woods, he suddenly found several bone arrows appearing from a corner. Although he had dodged the bone arrow, Mina became more alert. He looked down and found that he had forgotten to deal with the silver powder on his body, which led to his phantom stealth being discovered. Under normal circumstances, Mina would not make this mistake, but his identity had just been exposed, and he was worried about the situation on Xiaoyu's side, so he did not think of this. Looking at the current situation, Mina knew that the players of the Dark Camp had not let him go. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Mina did not dare to stay in one place. He kept running in the woods and ran towards the exit in the distance. This kind of woods is a paradise for thieves, and these thieves have also cleverly chosen to attack in the center of the woods, which prevented Mina from leaving the woods quickly. However, under the fast movement, Shui Nai couldn't deal with the silver powder on her body, and there was no way to find the location of these thieves. In the woods, it is harder to find a thief lurking in it than to find a needle in a haystack. However, fortunately, Shui Nai's speed is fast enough, and the disappearing Ji Fengwu can't exert the maximum speed in the woods, but it is still easy for Shui Nai to dodge danger. Now, Shui Nai doesn't want to and won't deal with these thieves in this woods, because it is a very dangerous and stupid thing. However, these thieves of Longtian have arranged this woods. Now Shui Nai has to change direction every time he walks a distance, because there are often thieves guarding in front. Puff puff. Using the woods on one side to block the scattered bone arrows, but in such a pause, Shui Nai has already felt that there are several figures around him flashing in the direction of his advance. He looked down at the teleportation ring in his backpack. Now the ring is still cooling down and basically can't be used. After running in the woods for a while again, Shui Nai found that these thieves obviously did not want to kill him. At least they would not kill him before they got the Wraith Shield. However, even so, surrounded by nearly 10 thieves, Shui Nai could only avoid being approached by these thieves. However, what made Shui Nai feel strange was that these thieves did not dare to get too close to him. They just shot a few black guns from a distance and did not take any further action. In fact, it was not that they did not want to get close to Shui Nai, but they found that their speed could not keep up with Shui Nai's speed. This was a very dangerous thing for thieves, and Shui Nai's lethality and magic skills were far beyond the reach of ordinary mage players. If he was not careful, he might be dead here. Seeing the light of the sky not far away, Shui Nai knew that he was not far from the edge of the woods. However, just when Shui Nai felt a little relaxed, Fengya captured it very keenly. Fengya suddenly took a step forward, and almost in an instant, he exerted his speed to the extreme. When Shui Nai left the forest, he was obviously dizzy due to the sunlight outside, and his body instinctively slowed down to avoid falling due to the excessive speed. During this time, although Shui Nai had already felt someone approaching behind him, he had already discovered it a little too late. However, faster than Fengya were several bone arrows. These bone arrows with slightly yellow arrowheads quickly hit Shui Nai's body. Although these bone arrows could only knock off a bunch of white ice chips against Shui Nai's ice crystal armor, these bone arrows were obviously hollow. As these bone arrows broke, Shui Nai's body began to be filled with several kinds of poison powder. After seeing the sudden appearance of forbidden magic, mild paralysis, mild poisoning and other states on her body, Shui Nai immediately knew that she was in trouble this time. Now the vision has been restored, but more and more bone arrows have dyed Shui Nai's body with more colors. Fengya had already rushed behind Shui Nai and raised his hand to hit her with a club. Shui Nai felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and then a dizzy mark suddenly appeared on him. Although Fengya would also be affected by these poisonous powders, this thief was not affected at all. It seems that he had taken the antidote before. Shui Nai, who was tied up by Fengya in a few strokes, was not worried about it, because the moment he emerged from the woods, he found that there were several cursors on his player map, which belonged to his companions. Just when Fengya and several thieves were about to steal Shui Nai, more than a dozen crossbow arrows suddenly shot out from behind these thieves. Almost in an instant, these thieves who couldn't react were stunned, and several thieves with inadequate equipment were quickly harvested by these crossbow arrows. Just when Fengya was about to steal once and then kill Shui Nai, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing behind him, and then he found that he was also hit by a club. From the corner of Fengya's eyes, a green hazy figure was waving 2 green daggers at him. Chapter 684, Forward. After dealing with all the thieves here and collecting all the potions and equipment that exploded, Shui Nai left with Yu Ying Qingchen and the others. It turned out that Tai Feng was worried that Shui Nai would have problems, so he deliberately left Yu Ying Qingchen and a few other thieves here to see if they could help Shui Nai. As a result, this step caused Fengya and the others to be annihilated, because they did not expect that there would be thieves coming, nor did they expect that they had already ambushed at the edge of the woods, waiting for their appearance. After returning to the temporary camp where Tai Feng and the others rested, Tai Feng was relieved when he saw Shui Nai coming back intact. However, he still asked about what happened just now with some nervousness. What? You used the magic cannon. I've said it, my identity has been known to others, and there is no point in hiding it anymore. Shui Nai said indifferently. Said. Now that it has become like this, it really doesn't matter. Seeing Tai Feng so anxious, Shui Na couldn't be so careless anymore, so he found a topic. By the way, does anyone want this wraith shield? Shui Na asked. This wraith shield is a very strange piece of equipment. All professions can use it as long as they can hold it. Among all people, the most suitable profession to use this shield is only Tai Feng, because with it, Tai Feng can achieve both offense and defense. However, the giant axe in Tai Feng's hand has a 10% power bonus when held with both hands, and the 20% reduction in all attributes when this wraith shield is equipped is a very serious matter. Not to mention that after equipping this shield, you can't get the treatment of healing magic and lose part of the upper limit of life value. Although it's very attractive, I still don't want it for the sake of my life. Tai Feng hesitated for a long time about this, but still felt that this shield was coming, and it didn't seem to be of much use. A warrior who can't accept healing magic, just drinking potions, can't survive on the battlefield for too long, not to mention that as the number of kills increases, the more life points will disappear, which is simply not something a short-range profession can bear. What about you? Shui Na asked Yu Ying Qingchen and Qun Lixu. Yu Ying Qingchen was not interested in this. After all, if a thief can dodge the attack, he will never stand to bear it. Qun Lixu was very interested in this bone shield, but when she was about to touch the ghost shield, a holy light suddenly appeared on her body, appearing between the ghost shield and Qun Lixu. Woo, it seems that this ghost shield discriminates against our holy light priests. Qun Lixu saw this and didn't dare to force it anymore. After all, Once this shield was in her hands, the hundreds of ghosts on it would disappear. Shui Na. I say, you should take this shield. Anyway, your health is enough to consume it. This shield is safer in your hands. Tai Feng said while looking at several classmates around him. He just saw a trace of greed in the eyes of these classmates. Although they did not disclose the properties of this ghost shield, they knew more or less the power of this ghost shield. In fact, Shui Na also wanted to keep this shield, but he wanted to see if anyone needed it more, so he let everyone choose. However, Shui Na did not want to give this shield to other people, because once this shield fell into their hands, it would be a problem whether they could keep it, let alone use it. And the 256 ghosts on this ghost shield have increased the defensibility of this shield by 6%. Although this increase is insignificant to the original data on the ghost shield, it is a good sign. Because this shield has been in Shui Na's hands for less than a day, but so many ghosts have been collected. If there are more or fewer ghosts on the shield's absolute defense capability will be completely invincible. After learning from the ambush in the cave last time, the campsite chosen by Shui Na and his team this time is an open space, and it is randomly selected, which can definitely eliminate the possibility of being ambushed. After a night of repair and rest, Ron and other NPCs finally recovered. Although it was not safe at night, under the protection of Shui Na and his team, none of those who dared to come could leave alive. If the night is a paradise for thieves, then in front of the unicorn, it is a hell for thieves. Elder Ron, who took the elixir once, immediately signaled everyone to set off, because they were not far from the elf spring now. If today's trip goes smoothly, they can reach that place at night. After watching the 3 NPC guards quickly pack up Elder Ron's tent, Shui Na and the others began to cast auxiliary magics such as acceleration and ice crystal armor on them one by one. The 2 elf wind mages also began to cast energy-based defensive magic such as wind protection for the people around them. Wind protection is a very practical magic, but it is not as good as wind clothes in terms of duration. However, the wind clothes can only weaken the damage, but cannot withstand all the damage. Therefore, for most warrior players, they like the wind clothes more than the absolute defense of wind protection, but for the mages and thieves with thin blood, wind protection is very useful. The prepared group immediately left the camp and continued their journey. Although there were a few thieves in the surrounding woods from time to time, Shui Na and the others could ignore them as long as they did not come in a group. By the way, Mina, I heard that a group of dark players attacked the Exodar mine yesterday. What happened? Mina didn't know about this matter. It seems that they were beaten badly by the Dark Dragon Guild and a large number of players on the way. However, we can only say that these dark players were unlucky. However, they encountered our players again and again, and their whereabouts were completely exposed. In the end, there were only a dozen players who came to Ijuota, and they died without even passing the NPC level. No, these players are too strong. Shui Na didn't expect that these players from the Dark Camp could actually cross nearly 100 kilometers of space from that forest, and run to the Ijuota mine alive in the situation of being surrounded by enemies. Such strength is not something that ordinary players can do. Yes, we already know the identities of these people. They belong to the Death God Guild in the Dark World. These people are the elites among the elites, and the core of the Death God Guild is still a very large and complete game studio. It is not much worse than the Dark Dragon Guild. It's a pity that this time the Dark Dragon Guild has a serious loss of personnel. In terms of strength, it can no longer compare with the vibrant guilds such as the Death God and the Holy Flame of Light. Tai Feng said with a vicissitude. The Dark Dragon Guild is very old? Shui Na could hear what Tai Feng meant. Well, it is already the oldest guild in our Asia region. In fact, many of the current large guilds are split from some old guilds in the past. However, this is not bad, because once it splits, it is equivalent to eliminating a lot of waste. As long as you can survive the pain of the split period, you can be reborn. Although Tai Feng is not very old, his gaming experience is much older than that of ordinary people. So, these larger guilds all have their own studios. Shui Na has heard of studios, but most of them are just small-scale studios. Yes, like the Dark Dragon Guild, in addition to its own core studios, there are also a large number of external studios. These studios have reached certain agreements with the Dark Dragon Guild and serve it. I heard that the Dark Dragon Guild already has thousands of large and small studios, but they are of varying quality. Most of them can only earn gold coins or materials to create resources for the foundation of the guild. So, if the Dark Dragon Guild collapses, many people will be unemployed. Shui Nai lowered his head and thought for a while. If they are unemployed, then they are unemployed. Who told them to follow the wrong people and stand on the wrong side? If you really want to take action, don't trademark T, think about it. These studios will not work on the same project. Kill them with confidence. Tai Feng immediately knew what Shui Nai really thought. For this friend who always thinks about others, Tai Feng only hopes that he can be more iron-blooded and decisive. Because only in this way can he become truly powerful. Eat 'em, I trademark am not a butcher. What do you mean by safe killing? Red name is not fun, and I don't trademark T want to be a real red name player. Shui Nai suddenly thought of the bold words of some red-named players in the forum. He remembered that some time ago, a player who claimed to have been famous for several months and killed thousands of people suddenly announced to the public that he would not play the game as long as someone could kill him. Shui Nai naturally just took a look at this boring behavior, but in this game, there are countless players who are bored. One by one, those who want to be famous or want to get the honor value on him all rushed to him. However, it must be said that the strength of the warrior is very strong. In a Oneonon situation, no player in the past could take him down. Moreover, in the end, he used a trick to trap the thousands of players in the past in a canyon. In this day, the warrior killed nearly 1,000 people in total, and what was more terrifying was that when the red name value and sin value of this player reached a certain level, it actually triggered a hidden profession, bloody butcher. This is a very special profession, but this profession is very powerful, so powerful that the players of the Holy Light Camp were expelled from the Holy Light Camp at the moment of changing their profession. Butcher, to be honest, if you really dare to kill, I'm afraid you will become a more perverted player than the butcher. The most powerful ability of the bloody butcher is that every time he kills a person, his ability will become stronger. However, the creatures he kills must be of similar level to him, otherwise they will not be recognized by the system. Let's go. I will never be a butcher. This profession is too dark and has no future. Chapter 685, the last section of the road. After a day's journey, they finally arrived at the border of the Wind City. Although it was still more than 10 kilometers away from the Wind City, this majestic stone city had already appeared in the eyes of everyone. The place where the Wind City was located was a vast plain, but this plain was very desolate, because all the trees had disappeared here. And this plain, on Shui Nai's map, was shown as the Wind Plain. The biggest feature of this plain is that there will be a gust of wind from time to time. The strong wind can completely blow a weak and weak mage to sway left and right. If it is stronger, it may be blown down directly. After walking out of the woods, Shui Nai and the others finally set foot on the Wind Plain, but as soon as they came out of the woods, they were immediately blown out of formation by a gust of wind. And the flying sand and rocks made their eyes sting. Everyone should be careful, the environment here is relatively bad. Warriors, take good care of mages. Tai Feng was born in a place that is even more hostile than here, so he is the calmest person here. This is the last section of the journey, so don't take it lightly. Shui Nai said in the team chat. Looking at the people around, whether it was Shui Nai's classmates or his subordinates who were drinking and singing, most of them were already very relaxed. Although this benefit made them a lot lighter, this relaxed state made Shui Nai very worried, because the enemy was everywhere. Along the way, Shui Nai and his team fought nearly a dozen times, big and small. Although they were all small teams, they did not have much impact on their team with the unicorn team. However, time was inevitably delayed. And this accumulated delay prevented them from entering the city to rest before nightfall. Although this did not have any major impact on the players, it was already a bit too much for Ron and the 3 NPC guards. Don't worry, it's not bad to relax a little. At least on this plane, there shouldn't be too many enemies. In the control range of Wind City, Tai Feng also relaxed a little. For now, the power of NPCs is still countless times stronger than that of players, and Tai Feng's mentality is normal. However, Shui Nai instinctively felt that this last journey would not be easy. After setting up the tent on the open space at the edge of the woods, Shui Nai and the others did not rush to the Wind City, because for them, it was not far from the time to go offline, so they planned to let Ron and the other 4 rest for a while, and then go directly into the city at night. And this plan was actually the opinion of Elder Ron, because his body seemed to have deteriorated again, and he had to take medicine and rest. However, their pause this time affected the ambush of some people behind. In an underground crack on the Wind Plain, several archers and thieves were ambushing here. However, when the thieves in charge of monitoring above used telescopes to know that they did not move forward, they immediately became a little anxious. Boss God of War, those guys are stationed on the edge of the wind plain. What should we do now? Wait. I received news that Long Tian and his men will take action soon. You can see if you can take advantage of the opportunity. If not, forget it. The God of War said hesitantly in the private chat, even though these players were elites that he had hidden away and had been doing things for him that were not worthy of being on the stage. But their names had very obvious Japanese characteristics. If they were discovered, they might be implicated. In a cave farther away from the crack, Long Tian looked at the 30 people in the distance, and the hatred in his eyes continued to soar. Since he learned that Feng Ye and his men were killed at the last moment, his hatred for Shui Nai and his men has become deeper and deeper. If for no other reason, just because Feng Ye was killed by them again and again, this hatred is already big enough. Especially after knowing that this person was the former Fan Chen, he felt even more that he could not let this mage grow up. However, what made him unable to attack now was the Lich King behind him. Now Long Tian and his men had to protect the Lich King well, to protect the Lich King who was recovering his strength from being disturbed. However, this one protection took them a full 20 hours, which for elites like them, the time consumption was far from the reward of the task. However, even so, their task was completed, because now the time for this protection task was less than a few seconds. As the Lich King stood up, Long Tian and the others also gained more than 10 points of gold experience. However, when they found that the black air on the Lich King appeared again, they already knew that the current Lich King, although not yet back to the peak level, was no longer an opponent that players could defeat. Let's go, it's time. The Lich King stood up, exhaled a stream of black air like ink, and then left the cave first, looking at Ron and the others in the distance. At this time, Shui Nai and Ron in the tent both had a strange feeling for a moment, as if they were suddenly stared at by some beast. However, in the darkening environment, they did not plan to explore. When the Lich King walked out of the cave, all the players were offline in such a moment, and the Lich King's movements also remained still at this moment, and all the data seemed to be paused at this moment. Hey! After taking off the game helmet, Mina got off the bed immediately. As he got used to the game, he could adjust his thinking and physical speed the moment he left the game. After moving his stiff body, Mina quickly changed into sportswear and carried out the project he had been working on. Going online again, Mina and the others were always able to go online on time, but some of their high school classmates had some small matters and had to wait for a while. And Ron's tent happened to be put away. Something is coming. It seems that this level is more troublesome. At this time, Ron suddenly walked to Mina and looked at the small black dot in the distance of the sky. The speed of this black dot was very fast, so it soon turned into a huge spider in the eyes of everyone. Enemy attack! So everyone immediately advance 100 meters. After Tai Feng took a look at the speed of the 7-colored magic spider, he immediately asked everyone to move forward 100 meters. Because here, it is too close to the woods. If there is an archer lurking here and using the commanding heights to snipe, it may be a big problem. However, among the people moving forward, there is no figure of Shui Nai, and no one knows where he is hiding now. The people who already know Shui Nai's true identity did not react to this. In fact, they are numb. The 7-colored magic spider quickly flew to the front, and the height was also very low, but whether it was Shui Nai who was sneaking, or Xiao Yu and Po Xiao who had already pulled their bows to the full, they did not take the initiative to attack, but just looked at the Lich King surrounded by black air above the head of the 7-colored magic spider. The Lich King pointed his arm at Ron, and 3 boss-level skeleton soldiers suddenly jumped out behind him, and behind this skeleton boss, there were 10 elite-level skeleton soldiers. Seeing so many skeleton soldiers, Tai Feng and Ron almost took a breath at the same time. Because these skeleton soldiers are all level 70, they seem to be the minions summoned by the Lich King who is proficient in dark magic. Although the boss is just a white boss, it has nearly 400,000 health points. I am afraid that they will find it difficult to resist just these 3 together, not to mention the 10 elite skeleton soldiers and a Lich King. Seeing this, Ron immediately took out 3 very thin silver discs from his arms. When the Lich King saw the 3 silver discs being taken away by an NPC guard, he immediately shot out a black light spear, the spearhead pointing directly at the back of the guard. I'll do it! Xiao Yu saw the approaching light spear, and immediately narrowed her beautiful eyes to stare at the light spear flying in the air. She only raised her head slightly to complete the aim, and then a freezing arrow with a cold breath directly shot the light spear in the air into pieces. And as if this arrow and spear were the horn of battle, both sides launched the most violent attack almost at the moment when the freezing arrow and light spear were shattered. I saw more than a dozen skeleton soldiers on the colorful magic spider just jump down, and the height of more than 10 meters seemed to be non-existent, and they came down very lightly, and then they dragged rusty blunt knives and blunt swords and began to come towards Tai Feng and the others. And the people on the colorful magic spider, except for a few thieves and warriors, all the ranged professions did not come down, but instead threw down magic and skills one by one. They also learned from the Lich King to summon undead creatures one by one, and then controlled these undead creatures on the back of the colorful magic spider, following behind the elites or bosses. Poxio and Qunlixu had already prepared to launch an offensive. Poxio's wind blade arrow, which was like a circular blade, shot and killed the thieves who followed at lightning speed, while Qunlixu, who was protected inside, cast buff magic on the surrounding warriors and mages. However, at this moment, Elder Roan suddenly rode on a unicorn and left the defensive position. The Lich King and Tai Feng were surprised when they saw this scene. Just when Tai Feng wanted to pull him into the innermost part of the defense circle, Shui Nai's words interrupted his action. "Let him go, otherwise we can't deal with the Lich and the seven-colored spider at the same time." But Tai Feng was looking at the Lich King who was approaching Roan quickly, and he was a little curious about Shui Nai's intention. Was he going to give up Roan? "Believe me, and believe him, our plan will definitely succeed." Mina didn't say much. He didn't know where he was hiding now, preparing to launch the most fatal attack. Chapter 686 Fierce Battle. "Leave Roan to me. You must get rid of them as soon as possible. At the same time, let a few thieves go over and get rid of the man in the woods. Don't let his teleporter start successfully." The Lich King just said a few words to Long Tian behind him very calmly, and then flew away directly from the top of the colorful spider and flew towards Elder Roan. However, when the Lich King left the colorful spider for nearly 100 meters, Shui Nai, who was wearing a green airflow, suddenly appeared under the colorful spider, but soon left the ground. He held a small magic cannon in each hand, and in less than a second, he flew from the ground to the top of Long Tian and his men's heads. The two small magic cannons were emitting a deadly halo. There are about 50 people on the back of the colorful spider now, and judging from their equipment, they are mainly necromancers. They are summoning undeads one by one and commanding them to attack the enemy. And Shui Nai's first target was Wei Zhe among these people. This necromancer had the highest level and strength, and the ones he summoned were all high-level undeads such as vengeful spirits. Mina's small magic cannon swung and a blue beam of light the size of an arm shot towards Wei Zhe. However, Long Tian's reaction was not slow. He slapped Wei Zhe away with a slap, and the beam of light hit the back of the colorful spider. 2500. After seeing the power of this beam of light, Long Tian was also shocked. He didn't expect that Shui Nai, a player, would have so many strange things on him. The reason why he didn't follow those warriors was to deal with Shui Nai's surprise attack. However, he didn't expect that the second beam of light would come and hit Wei Zhe before Long Tian could react. This change has exceeded Long Tian's imagination. Wei Zhe, who was directly hit by nearly 3,000 blood, immediately started to take medicine. Wei Zhe, who was equipped with blue-dotting equipment, didn't expect Shui Nai's first kill target to be him, nor did he expect Shui Nai's things this time to be so strong. However, Shui Nai's surprise attack this time was a little beyond everyone's imagination, because he had never seen the weapon in Shui Nai's hand, but he knew that Shui Nai had a more powerful weapon. However, when he saw that Shui Nai did not use the large magic cannon, Long Tian felt a little relieved. Seeing this weapon that can fire continuously, Long Tian just used his body to resist these light pillars for Wei Zhe. Fortunately, such light pillars are not fatal to a death swordsman with high magic defense like Long Tian. Several dark priests behind him pulled up his health. And the long-range players on the colorful spider also began to list Shui Nai as the biggest enemy, and the magic and bone arrows never stopped. In this continuous attack, Shui Nai's counterattack became very limited, but attracting the attention of these people was only Shui Nai's first step. At this time, right below the colorful spider, a huge blue light pillar suddenly rushed out from the void. The size of this light pillar was far different from the one Shui Nai had just fired, and the brightness of the light was even more like the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. The beam of light pierced through the body of the colorful spider like a sharp sword, sweeping away a quarter of the players on its back in an instant. Afterwards, the beam of light, under the control of the Shui Nai clone who had already appeared, began to chase Long Tian according to Shui Nai's orders in the sky. However, since the clone only had 70% of its power, the movement speed of the magic cannon was not fast this time, but it was not comparable to Long Tian. In addition, the appearance of the beam of light made Long Tian stunned for a moment. It was not until the beam of light approached that he realized that Shui Nai's real target was him. He could only retreat to the back with a cold sweat. However, this only delayed for less than a second. With the death of Long Tian, the colorful spider immediately turned into stardust and disappeared. The players above fell directly from a height of more than 10 meters. Those unlucky players who landed directly on the ground turned into corpses in the white light. Among the professions that fell, only agile players like archers were able to save their lives at the last moment, while those magicians were directly injured. It was lucky that they didn't die. After dealing with Long Tian and the seven-colored magic spider, Shui Nai in the air just took a look and flew towards Ron and the others. The clone on the ground directly pulled the magic cannon to the ground, sweeping several approaching warriors and turning them into white light on the spot. After putting away the magic cannon and taking out the elemental magic wand, the clone immediately followed Shui Nai's order and rushed towards Shui Nai. Seeing Shui Nai knock all the people on the seven-colored magic spider to the ground, and more than half of them were dead or injured, everyone, including Tai Feng and Feng Yue, lost their minds for a short time. Because Shui Nai's move was so fast, it was unbelievable. Not to mention that these few attacks directly wiped out the advantage of the dark camp, and it was wiped out very cleanly. The 1-minute summoning time for large pets obviously does not exist on this battlefield. Moreover, Long Tian is already dead, and this summoning can only be done after resurrection. However, Tai Feng and the others will not watch Long Tian resurrect, nor will they give him a chance to revive. Xiaoyu, Poxio and several archers immediately listed all the mages as targets for shooting. Now they already know Shui Nai's initial idea, which is to prioritize all the professions that can summon. The undead creatures summoned by the necromancer killed by him all followed him, leaving only broken bones or nothing left. Now these archers don't care which one of these mages is the necromancer, anyway, they will kill them first. As for Yu Ying Qingchen and several other thieves, they ran directly to these boss-level or elite-level skeleton soldiers, intending to lead them away to reduce the burden on the defense circle. Although they could only lead away the 5 skeletons summoned by the Lich King, this gave Tai Feng and his team more space to focus their firepower and energy on dealing with those players first. Tai Feng arranged for Poxio and Xiaoyu to deal with the undead warlock, who could transform into corpses. Occupation. Hey, that Long Tian seems to have used the resurrection item. Yu Ying Qingchen is the thief with the best equipment and strength among all the thieves, so in addition to luring away one of the bosses, she is also responsible for monitoring the enemy's situation. Long Tian, who has been resurrected, immediately ran away. It can be seen at a glance that he intends to leave the battlefield to summon the 7-colored magic spider. I'll go after him. Xiaoyu knew that once he summoned the 7-colored magic spider, without the support of Shui Nai, they might become the target of the 7-colored magic spider. Be careful. Tai Feng watched Xiaoyu fly up and immediately warned, while he controlled the flame lizard to block an elite skeleton soldier. However, these skeleton soldiers summoned by the Lich King are of high quality, and the flame lizard was beaten back step by step. If the speed of these skeleton soldiers was not a little slower than that of the flame lizard, the duel between them would probably have ended long ago. As the number of Dark Camp players' deaths increased, Tai Feng and his team had already begun to focus on these skeleton soldiers. Pets were summoned one after another. Although these pets were somewhat weak, they were superior in number and coordination. They could still fight against the undead creatures that did not have much intelligence. Axio, you are responsible for the health of the 2 guards. Don't let them die in battle. Seeing that the 2 guards led away an elite skeleton soldier each, Tai Feng was a little worried. The overall strength of these skeleton soldiers was not something that ordinary NPCs like them could withstand. Without supplies, they would probably be defeated soon. However, at this time, the defense circle had begun to loosen, and suddenly a thief appeared. This thief was illuminated by the unicorn's horn. However, the thief whose stealth was broken suddenly accelerated, and shuttled through the crowd without hesitation, and came to Qun Lixu's side very arrogantly. Although he suffered a lot of damage while weaving through the crowd, he still managed to stab the dagger in Qun Lixu's back. The dagger shook and pierced her heart. Axio. Tai Feng saw Qun Lixu cast 2 continuous recovery spells on the 2 guards before she fell, and he couldn't help but tear his eyes. But he didn't go forward to help her up, because after the thief's suicide attack, a large number of thieves suddenly appeared around, and all of these thieves targeted the Holy Light Priest or the Life Priest, and 2 of them even put Dawn on the death list. This round of desperate attacks quickly tore apart the already unstable defense circle. Under this desperate attack, the unicorn's ability was no longer useful, and their auxiliary ability was completely unable to play a role in this situation. Soon, the thief who launched the suicide attack pulled all the priests to the ground together, and even Dawn fell to the ground after getting rid of 1 dagger but couldn't avoid the 2nd dagger. But when he fell, he successfully turned several undead warlocks who had already completed the transformation into corpses. Seeing this life-for-life fighting style, even Tai Feng couldn't stand it, especially when his side had already occupied a great advantage, but was actually killed and injured by a dozen thieves, and even lost all the priests, which made Tai Feng, the captain, hit hard. As these players died, their pets also disappeared, and the skeleton soldiers who lost their targets began to come to Tai Feng one by one. The situation was reversed in an instant, which forced Tai Feng to give up this defense circle and start a guerrilla war with these skeleton soldiers. Chapter 687 Fighting the Lich King. After the Lich King and Ron left the battlefield of Shuinai and others for several kilometers, Ron in front suddenly stopped the unicorn and let it leave on its own. "Why, you're not running anymore? I thought you wanted to escape back to the Windy City." The Lich King looked confident and calm, and it was clear from his appearance that he was playing a Catan Moose game. For the extremely weak Ron in front of him, although the Lich King's strength had not yet fully recovered and he had not brought any artifacts, it was still easy to capture him. "Haha, I won't run anymore. There's no point in running anyway, right?" Ron's pale face smiled with a weird taste, and this taste made the Lich King's heart a little rippled. "Oh, so you plan to become my clone, right?" The Lich King couldn't help but feel a little excited when he heard this. For the dark clone training, if the other party is willing, then the effect will be twice the result with half the effort. And even if Ron is not willing, if he voluntarily dies, it can save some hands and feet, so as not to damage Ron's body, and then he will have to find a way to repair it when he practices. "Doppelganger? I'm afraid that won't work. I can't be your avatar. It seems that only a mage can be your carrier," Ron said as he took out a bottle of potion from his arms and looked at the Lich King who was only a few dozen meters away from him. Stop. Seeing the Lich King here immediately thought that Ron was going to destroy his own body, and couldn't help but shout loudly. "Haha, don't worry, this is, for you," Ron said as he unscrewed the potion cap and threw it hard, throwing all the potions inside at the Lich King who had already rushed close. "ZZ." As soon as the potion came into contact with the black air on the Lich King's body, a corrosive sound was immediately found, and the Lich King also snorted a few words in anger. I saw that a large amount of black air gushed out of the Lich King's body, which corroded and neutralized the holy water with the holy light on his body. Looking at the Lich King who had retreated, Ron poured the other bottle of potion in his hand into his mouth at this time. "Lich King, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Ron said this suddenly, and the paleness on his face quickly disappeared under this bottle of potion and began to turn red. "Humph, you are just playing tricks. Don't think you can delay time like this. It's easy for me to kill you." The Lich King saw that Ron drank the potion, but his whole body did not turn into fragments or stardust as he thought, which made him feel a little teased. "Yeah, it's really easy for you to kill me, but did I say that I would let you kill me?" Ron suddenly walked slowly towards the Lich King, and his expression began to twist. "How dare you?" The Lich King saw Ron's shameless words and couldn't help but feel a little angry, but the current Ron had some problems. However, this did not prevent the Lich King from intending to kill people by force. A black magic wand suddenly appeared in his hands, and judging from the color of the magic wand, it seemed to be made of the bones of some creature. At the moment when the black bone wand appeared, more than a dozen black energy arrows turned into a rainstorm and rushed straight to Ron. However, Ron dodged the close magic with a speed far beyond the Lich King's imagination. "You! Haha, I'm sorry, Lich King, you fell into the trap." Ron suddenly laughed sinisterly, "Because I'm not Ron." Hearing Ron's straightforward words, the Lich King immediately pulled back, but the man who claimed not to be Ron was much faster than him. Before the Lich King had time to add defensive magic to himself, Ron had already arrived in front of him, and then a holy silver light flashed, and a silver dagger inlaid with shining holy stones appeared in front of the Lich King's chest in an instant. When Shuinai came here, he saw this scene. The sharp-eyed Shuinai saw that the silver dagger had the luster of the unicorn's horn, but he was not sure if it was the unicorn's horn. The blade of the dagger seemed to be less than 10 centimeters, but now the dagger has completely sunk into the Lich King's body, leaving only half of the handle. However, the holy stone on the hilt of the knife kept flashing with holy light. Every flash would cause the Lich King to twitch a few times, and the high heat of the holy light made the Lich King's body tremble constantly. Although the dagger could not cause greater damage, it slowed down the Lich King's reaction a lot. Ron, who succeeded, ignored the Lich King's heart-wrenching scream. After taking a few steps back to let go of several black energy storms, he shook his hands and pulled out 2 handfuls of powder with holy light. This handful of holy stone powder was sprinkled on the Lich King, and immediately consumed most of the black air on his body. At this time, the Lich King let out another painful roar. "Who are you?" The Lich King, who had already discovered Shui Nai flying over, immediately stared at Ron for a few times, but the aura on his body was completely Ron's. "Want to delay time? But I can tell you, we know each other," Ron said as he accelerated his approach, and 2 daggers appeared in his hands like magic. And judging from the color of the dagger blades, it was obviously fed with forbidden magic and slow toxins. The moment Ron's hands produced the daggers, his speed immediately soared to a new level. Even Shui Nai, who had already come close, could only see a few after-images flashing around the Lich King, and the daggers never left the neck and head and other vital parts. However, the boss of the undead department has a much higher resistance to such vital attacks than other creatures, and less than 50 points of damage are constantly appearing on the Lich King. I took a look at the blood bar on the top of the Lich's head. Although he is still a level 200 title. However, unlike Howard, his health value is golden, and judging from his health value, it doesn't seem to be too high, it is actually less than 400,000 points. Damn, the effect of these toxins is too poor, and they are useless. At this time, Ron suddenly stepped back from the Lich King and cursed a few times. At this time, Shui Nai had also come over. He was holding a silver sword, and in the state of activating the wind dance, he rushed behind the Lich King, raised his hand and chopped the sword directly on the back of the Lich King. The moment the silver sword touched the wizard robe on the Lich King, it suddenly flashed with silver light. Shui Nai's blade directly ignored the defense of the wizard robe on the Lich King, and black blood splashed with 1 slash. The Lich King was caught off guard. He didn't expect that Shui Nai's speed was as fast as that of the fake Ron. He didn't notice it for a moment, and a very scary wound appeared on his back. The magic power on his body disappeared a little. The mage killer in Shui Nai's hand absorbed a black energy from the Lich King at the moment of attacking him. This energy was seen flowing rapidly along the blade. In this process, the black energy almost instantly turned into pure blue magic power and passed back to Shui Nai's palm. Damn! More than 1,000. Ron looked at the damage Shui Nai had dealt and said in shock. Only Shui Nai could be a point-to-point player. Don't be surprised. Now the Lich King is just wearing a 200 level hat. Can't you also knock down his health? Shui Nai was very dissatisfied with Ron's shock. Instead of sighing, it would be better to help attack. The skill is used up, waiting for the cooldown? Otherwise, ordinary attacks may not hurt him. Don't block your performance. Ron suddenly stretched out his hand to his face and took off one of his weapons. At the same time, he threw off Ron's mage robe, revealing a set of leather armor. For this 200 level Lich King, it is difficult for a non-strength thief like Dao Yiyu Dao to break the defense of the Lich King. Only equipment like Schwina that can ignore the mage's defense can be so fierce. But Schwina's physical attack is a bit rotten, and it is many times worse than his magic damage. It's you. The Lich King, who kept blocking Schwina's blade with a bone staff, immediately recognized the thief. Of course it's me. My master's disguise is not bad. Dao Yiyu Dao, who began to slowly change his equipment, spoke to the Lich King kindly, but his words made the Lich King furious. I will tear you apart. The black gas on the Lich King's body rolled violently, raging around like a storm. However, at the moment when the black gas rose, the silver dagger inserted in the Lich King's chest immediately emitted a stronger holy light than the black gas, not only suppressing the black gas, but also burning 1% of the Lich King's health. I say, Lich King, just accept your fate. This game is set for you, and you can't escape. Dao Yiyu Dao, who had already changed his equipment, suddenly split into 3 and attacked the Lich King from all sides with Schwina. Humph, just you. Although the Lich King was inserted with a prop that could burn and suppress his dark energy, he could not use dark energy, but it did not mean that he could not use other powers. The Lich King retracted the black gas on his body, and the holy light on the dagger on his chest immediately dimmed, but the Lich King did not dare to reach out to grab it, because he knew that this dagger was not something that the dark race could touch. "Let you try the burning of hellfire." The Lich King did not sing, but a burst of crimson flames suddenly appeared around him, and the flames seemed to have life, and continued to spread from the Lich King's body to the surroundings. Damn! The three thieves who were forced back by the flames did not dare to get closer. His magic defense was not much better than other thieves, so he retreated immediately when he saw the flames. Only Schwinna's high fire resistance could continue to stay around the Lich King. With Schwinna's mage killer's knife coming down, the Lich King's hellfire was immediately interrupted. However, at this time, a fierce and frightening storm appeared on the Lich King's body, blowing Schwinna away for several meters, and a burst of green light suddenly appeared on his body, which quickly enveloped the Lich King's body. Teleport. Schwinna did not expect that the Lich King was actually proficient in elemental magic, and could not help but be a little surprised. But Schwinna had already made relevant preparations. Not far away, a magic wand suddenly appeared, and several small magic circles with blue water light appeared on it, and more than a dozen blue chains quickly appeared in the center of these magic circles. These chains were like living things, and they quickly wrapped around the limbs and waist of the Lich King several times, not only interrupting the teleportation magic at the critical moment, but also controlling its limited mobility. Chapter 688 Killing the Lich King. To be honest, the Lich King's melee ability is very poor, and his mobility is not much better than that of ordinary mage players. Therefore, when fighting with the Lich King, the speed of the two of them can completely dodge his ordinary attacks. Although many of his dark magics have been practiced to perfection, after the strongest dark magic was sealed by someone. His elemental magic is not too outstanding, at least he has not yet practiced the magic of teleportation to instantaneous. The Lich class is a mage class that can learn both the dark and elemental classes. Basically, except for the holy light magic, the Lich can also learn the dark priest skills. This is a very strong class, but the large number of skills is also a burden. At least with the qualifications of the Lich King, he can only specialize in dark magic. Minna, hold him down, I'll kill him. They. Staff. Dao Yu Dao dared not let the Lich King cast magic again. He did not have thousands of magic defenses compared to Shui Nai. To be honest, his current equipment only had less than 1,000 magic defenses, and his health after using the clone was just over 3,000. If he was hit, he would lose half his life if he didn't die. Disarm. Shui Nai immediately thought of this melee skill. This skill has a certain chance to disarm the opponent's weapon, and if the thief uses this skill, there is also a certain chance to steal the weapon. However, the value of this probability is pitifully low, not to mention that the level of the Lich King is much higher than their level now. Will it succeed? Shui Nai asked in the team chat. Just now, he had already pulled Dao Yu Dao into the team. There is a chance. I have a necklace that can use skills regardless of level, and the probability will be higher if disarm is used together with stealing. Dao Yu Dao said as he controlled his clone to catch the Lich King. However, the Lich King's strength was too great to be a mage. He was tied up by the water chain, but he still had the strength to resist Dao Yu Dao's clone. You might as well knock him out faster. Schwinna's physical attack speed was not fast, and the weight of the mage killer was quite heavy, so it took almost 1 second to swing it to attack once. However, the mage killer's huge lethality that ignored defense, plus the place where the attack was fatal, could often deal 10 times the fatal damage. But his agility was not high, and he was just fast, and his strength value only allowed him to hold the big knife in his hand more steadily and hit more hurt. I can't knock him out. The Lich King's undead physique is not afraid of the thief's control skills and poison attacks. Dao Yu Dao had tried several times just now, but none of them worked. Okay. After Shui Nai finished speaking, he stuck the mage killer in his hand into the ground, took out an ice wand, and began to use the ice element bird. Although the Lich King hit by the element bird did not cause much damage, his entire right hand was covered with ice crystals, and Dao Yu Dao also launched disarming and stealing at this time. As for the person under control, the Lich King saw that they were so rampantly trying to take his wand, he felt the anger in his heart like a tide. All along, no one dared to treat him like this, and no one dared to despise him like this. As the new generation of Emperor of the Undead Empire, although he has not really ascended the throne, this position is already his. And now, he is being treated like this by these two little ants in front of him, which makes his dignity as an undead completely lost. You all die. The black gas on the Lich King flashed with anger in an instant. The black gas under this anger, although restrained by the silver dagger, could not be calmed, and thousands of damage values kept appearing above the Lich King's head. Run! Dao Yudao tried several times and found that he could not take away the magic wand on his body. Now that the sacred dagger was ineffective, he immediately retreated. And Chuina was faster. When he saw this, he ran away immediately, not even picking up the mage killer on the ground. The black gas on the Lich King spread to more than 10 meters in an instant, and even the water chain shot by Chuina's clone was eroded by the black gas and turned into water light and disappeared. The black gas did not exist for a long time, only less than 10 seconds, but when the black gas disappeared, Dao Yudao found that the sacred dagger on the Lich King's chest had a few tiny cracks, and the holy stone on it had dimmed a lot. Damn! The power of this Lich King really can't be underestimated. Dao Yudao saw that the black air disappeared, and immediately took out another silver sacred dagger from his backpack, intending to strike again. But the Lich King did not wait for him to come over, and his body quickly left the ground, intending to fly away. But Shui Nai was faster than him, and caught the Lich King's feet in an instant, and pulled them down hard, while Shui Nai's clone shot out a water chain to bind his limbs again. You! The Lich King saw that he could not fly off the ground, and immediately said angrily, and the black bone magic wand in his hand directly shot out a flame, but such a flame did not let Shui Nai let go, nor did it kill Shui Nai, but only hit a few hundred points of damage. Although Shui Nai now has only more than 3,000 health points, his magic defense and fire resistance are far beyond the ordinary magician. The non-specialized magic used by the Lich King in this weak state cannot affect Shui Nai. However, after Shui Nai's hundreds of points of damage appeared, the ring on the Lich King's finger suddenly flashed a blood-like luster, and then his health points actually increased by dozens of points. After being pulled by Shui Nai for a few times, the Lich King's feet came to the ground again, and Dao Yudao had already come behind him. With a puff, the dagger had pierced into his back and went straight to the handle. Ah! The Lich King once again he let out a scream. Be careful, don't get hurt by him, he has a blood shadow ring on his hand. Shui Nai had just found that the ring on the Lich King's hand looked familiar, and after the flash of blood just now, the Lich King, an undead boss, suddenly recovered his health, and he immediately thought of this. Are you sure? Dao Yudao immediately became alert when he heard this, and his speed seemed to increase a little bit. Seeing that he couldn't break free from the water chain on his body, the Lich King couldn't help but look at Shui Nai's clone, and his body was already running to that side. But Dao Yudao had no intention of letting him do it. He saw the two clones take out several ropes from their backpacks and run around the Lich King quickly, looking for an opportunity to do it. When the Lich King saw this, he immediately struggled desperately, but his struggle did not affect Dao Yudao's movements at all. Although the Lich King's power is very high, it is not as high as that of a violent mage like Shuina. The Lich King, who was bound by the water chain, had no way to break the water chain even if he struggled desperately. Moreover, under the effect of the water chain, his teleportation and some magic that needed to be chanted were all useless. What made the Lich King feel the coldest was that the mage behind him kept slashing his body with a knife. With each slash, his magic power decreased a little. Although this little bit was not much for him at ordinary times, it was enough to scare him in his weak state. Not to mention, under such an attack, he felt that his soul fire began to show a tendency to collapse. Being slashed by Shuina and Dao Yudao, the Lich King's health was almost gone. The Lich King, who was tortured by such a despicable method, could not vent his anger. Although the black gas that the Lich King occasionally released during this process killed one of Dao Yudao's clones, it did not change his fate at all. As the Lich King's health reached the bottom, Dao Yudao's idea of disarming himself never succeeded, and even his idea of stealing the blood shadow ring did not succeed. However, when he saw that the Lich King was about to die, he immediately gave up the idea of stealing and began to output with all his strength. Although this output was not proportional to Shuina, Dao Yudao, who had an extremely fast attack speed, could interrupt the Lich King's skill release. When the Lich King's health was only 10%, he went berserk once, but this berserk did not get rid of the effect of the fifth water chain. For this plan, Shuina had replaced the 3 magic storage slots on the elemental wand with water chains, and with the continuous replenishment of the clones afterwards, the water chain on the elemental wand could be used continuously. The Lich King calmed down after that, neither resisting nor cursing meaninglessly, but his lifeless appearance made Shui Nai feel a little uneasy. If I die, you won't be happy either. Just when the Lich King felt that his soul fire was about to dissipate, he screamed and cursed with unknown meanings. Although Shui Nai tried his best to kill him with his sword, he was still a step slower, and the thief had already withdrawn at this time. After this simple spell, Shui Nai's sword also cut it, harvesting the last bit of its life value. However, after this sword, the Lich King suddenly swelled abnormally. A stream of black air kept pouring out from the wound on his body, and even the two sacred daggers could not suppress it. With a boom, the Lich King suddenly exploded violently under this sword. This kind of explosion is very different from Shui Nai's self-explosion, because the source of the Lich King's explosion is his flesh and blood. Every bit of flesh and blood turned into energy and exploded in an instant, instead of the magic power in his body exploding. This is a chain corpse explosion. Shui Nai only had this thought in his mind before he was swallowed by the continuous explosion waves. Chapter 689 Blood Shadow Ring. When Shui Nai was revived by Dao Yiyudao with a resurrection potion, it had been several minutes since the Lich used the chain corpse explosion. When Shui Nai opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the black air in the sky. This is the dark breath produced by the Lich King after the corpse explosion. This dark breath is very strong for players in the Holy Light Camp. Shui Nai knows that corpse explosion is a very useful and perverted skill among the undead warlocks. This skill can not only destroy corpses and prevent enemies from resurrecting, but also use explosions to kill surviving enemies. Some specializations can also cause other negative effects of exploding flesh and blood, such as poisoning. In a normal corpse explosion, a corpse can only explode once. After the explosion, other necromancers can no longer explode the corpse. However, the near-level skill of chain corpse explosion is different. It is more powerful than corpse explosion. Because once the corpse locked by the chain corpse explosion explodes, the larger corpse pieces produced by the explosion will continue to produce a new wave of explosions until such a corpse is blown into powder. Stop. If there are other corpses in the explosion range and they are touched by the exploding corpses, then a contagious chain explosion effect will be produced until there are no corpses to explode within the maximum range of this skill. This is a strategic skill. Once it works on the battlefield, it will probably make both the enemy tremble. However, the learning level of this chain corpse explosion is not low. At least it requires a necromancer at the level of a great mage to learn it, while corpse explosion is a mage level magic, which is nearly 2 levels different. After carefully checking the player map, the place where Mina is now is an area that the Holy Light Camp cannot detect, which means that this piece of land has been eroded and polluted by darkness. And such an area is hundreds of square meters in area. With the support of Dao Yiyudao, Mina finally saw the sunlight outside the black gas. Although the black gas did not harm him, the feeling of being surrounded by darkness was not liked by the people of the Holy Light Camp. That explosion just now was very violent, wasn't it? Shui Nai glanced at the black gas area and said with some luck. Although he was directly killed in this chain corpse explosion. Fortunately, he used the water light shield in the elemental armor suit at the last moment to block the cursed corpse of the Lich King, so that he was not locked by the chain explosion of the chain corpse explosion. However, the huge explosion power eventually affected him. With his health value of just over 3,000, he could not withstand such a violent explosion. Violent? It's like a nuclear bomb explosion. Even if I ran outside, I was still blown away for more than 10 meters before I stopped. Dao Yiyudao said while calling up the trading window and returning the things he picked up to Shui Nai. However, what surprised Shui Nai was that there were 4 pieces of equipment in this trading window. In addition to his mage killer and elemental magic wand, there was also a red ring and a black bone staff. This bone staff used by the Lich King is only useful for dark mage players, and Shui Nai can only decompose it to see if he can get some better materials. This. There is nothing else. Everything else seems to have been blown to ashes. Only these 2 pieces of equipment are left. Dao Yiyudao just searched in the black air for a long time before finding it. Don't you want this blood shadow ring? Shui Nai only found out at this time that there were cracks on his elemental magic wand, and the black bone staff had cracks as numerous and dense as spider webs. On the contrary, the mage killer and the blood shadow ring only lost more than 100 points of durability. No, this thing is of no use to me. It's good to give it to you. Dao Yiyudao took another look at the blood ring and urged Shui Nai to complete the transaction. But this time, Dao Yiyudao seemed to have no benefit at all, and also consumed 2 sacred daggers. But what? This blood shadow ring can only be fully utilized by a profession with magic power. I am a thief, What magic power can I use? Dao Yiyudao was also unhappy, but when he thought about how Shuai had lost his life in order to kill the Lich King. Oh! Shuai completed the transaction at this time and took a closer look at the properties of the Blood Shadow Ring. Item: Blood Shadow Ring, Legendary Equipment. Occupational restriction: none. Usage level: 80. Durability. Weight: 5. Item description: this is a ring made of a rare gem, Blood Shadow Gem, and a variety of magic metals. It allows the wearer to absorb part of the enemy's lost blood and restore his own health when attacking the enemy. Moreover, this Blood Shadow Gem can also use the Blood Shadow energy inside to launch special attacks. Basic item effects: all Z-stem attack plus 1000 points, increase the wearer's health limit by 30%, and increase health recovery speed by 50%. Item bonus effects: strength plus 100, magic plus 1000, magic defense plus 1000, physical defense plus 1000, magic defense plus 800. Item special skills: Blood Shadow Aura. The special feature of the Blood Shadow Gem allows the wearer to convert 10% of the damage value into its own health value when attacking the enemy. The limited radius is 2 meters and it is only effective for non-mechanical units. Blood Light Splash. The special feature of the Blood Shadow Gem allows the wearer to produce a splash effect when using physical attacks. The splash amplitude is 20% of the damage value. The damage value generated by the Blood Light Splash is invalid for the Blood Shadow Aura. Blood Shadow Amplification. Paying 3000 points of health value can increase the wearer's all Z-stem attack power by 20%, and the attack speed by 50%. The duration is 1 minute and the cooldown time is 10 minutes. Under Blood Shadow Amplification, the effect of Blood Shadow Aura is weakened by half, with a limited radius of 1 meter. Blood Shadow Shield. Pay 1500 mana points to form an energy shield that weakens the entire series of damage by 20%, and can restore 10% of the damage value, lasting for 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Blood Devotion. Pay 500 mana points to absorb organ output, 3000 health points to teammates. The cooldown time is 30 seconds and can be used 20 times a day. Bloodthirsty Light. A bloodthirsty aura can be applied to the target. Under the effect of the bloodthirsty aura, the target's attack power increases by 50%, the attack speed increases by 70%, and 20% of the damage value can be converted into its own health value, but the target cannot control the body and will attack all non-mechanical units around it crazily. The duration is 30 seconds, the cooldown time is 30 minutes, and it can be used 10 times a day. Blood Summoning. The wearer of the Blood Shadow Ring can learn and use 3 Blood Clan magic through the memory characteristics of the Blood Shadow Gem. This effect is limited to the mage profession. Although many of the equipment skills of this legendary Blood Shadow Ring are related to health value, if these skills are used well, they can have a turning point effect. See, this ring itself is made for mages, and we thieves. Alas! Dao Yiyudao said with some disappointment. But it has to be level 80. Shui Na looked at his attribute panel and smiled bitterly. Now he finally understood the pain that Dao Yiyudao felt when he saw the level 80 Shadow Killer set. Because this Lich King has the effect of the death curse, when he was blown to death, he directly lost 200% of his experience. In addition, before he died, Shui Na was already shrouded in the black gas produced by the corpse explosion, and this black gas also has a double death penalty. At the same time, Dao Yiyu-Dao's resurrection potion can only bring about the resurrection effect, but it cannot retain the lost experience. Therefore, Shui Nai's level has now dropped directly from level 72 to level 68. If Shui Nai had not risen 2 levels in a row when killing the Lich King, otherwise, he would probably only be level 66 now. However, Shui Nai also knew that Dao Yiyu-Dao's method of resurrection in this way was the best at present, because there was no priest in their current team. Let's go, they're waiting for us to clean up the mess over there. Back to Taifeng. Although Shui Nai had known the tragedy here from the personnel changes on the team panel just now, when he saw that one NPC was killed in the battle and the remaining 2 were one seriously injured and one slightly injured, he realized that it was even more tragic than he thought. The guard who died in the battle was the one sent to the woods by Dao Yiyu-Dao. Under the siege of several thieves, he fell to the ground before completing the task. And the other seriously injured guard, because there was no priest to treat him, is now dying, and his eyes have begun to blur. If Shui Nai was a step later, I'm afraid he would lose another guard. Oh, I see that I underestimated the enemy. If I had let the 2 pass at that time. Dao Yudao looked at the NPC covered by the blanket and said in a daze. This NPC died because of him. For Dao Yudao, this responsibility cannot be dealt with as simply as a piece of data. We tried our best. Shui Na knew that this was a blow to Dao Yudao, but he couldn't find other words to comfort him. Don't worry, I understand. Okay, our next plan is to go to the forest where the dark aura was discovered. There, the Elf Empire has set up a defense line. We must go there to support them now. Dao Yudao said as he took out several bottles of resurrection potions from his backpack. These potions were the early rewards for his mission this time, but now they have all been used up. The resurrected priests immediately used their own resurrection spells to revive their companions. During this process, Dao Yudao took the 3 silver basins from the slightly injured guard and placed them on the open ground to activate the magic circle on them. Chapter 690 Defense Line. When Dao Yudao activated the silver plate, Xiao Yu in the distance also came back. Although she did not kill Long Tian, she successfully prevented Long Tian's summons, thus laying the foundation for victory 1. Shui Na, Yu. Xiao Yu glanced at the team panel. Among the 7 people in the team, Shui Na, who was originally ranked at the top, is now the last one, the same level as Yu Ying Qingchen and Po Xiao. He was killed by the Lich King, but it's okay. Shui Na didn't take it to heart. Anyway, their team is upgrading very quickly, and this level should be able to rise again within a week. However, Shui Na is now worried about the problem of the dark portal mentioned by Dao Yudao 1. Dao Yudao, the player who is responsible for playing Ron, has never revealed his identity to Shui Na and other players, because keeping it secret is one of his tasks. However, Shui Na knew from the beginning that this Ron was fake, but he only had a vague understanding of this plan, so he didn't think about pretending to the players. And when he saw Dao Yudao attack the Lich King with a dagger, he knew the identity of this fake Ron. In this battle with the Lich King, the 7MAN team that Shui Na belonged to, except for Shui Na, Po Xiao and Qian Li Shui who died in the battle, the others basically leveled up 2 levels per person. The remaining 20 people harvested the 13 skeletons and also gained a lot of experience. However, the death of one of them made them feel a little disappointed and not happy at all. However, at this moment, 2 of the 3 silver plates activated by Dao Yudao had completely lit up. I saw 2 figures slowly emerging from nothing as 2 waves of silver light came over. This scene was something that most players had never seen before, so it naturally attracted the attention of most people. Where is the Lich King? One of the fat figures suddenly shouted at the people around him when the silver light just disappeared. Master, the Lich King here has been solved by us. Dao Yudao walked forward and said indifferently. Dead. Dao Yudao's master asked with a slow reaction. Yes, but your 2 unicorn daggers are also broken. Dao Yudao said while dispersing the players around him. It's broken, so be it. You can get rid of the Lich King, that's the most important thing. The fatter one said impatiently, but when he saw the body of the guard, he also understood the feelings of the thief. It turned out that in the initial plan, the one responsible for dealing with the Lich King was the master of the thief, and his role was only to activate the teleporter at the scheduled time. However, to be on the safe side, this plan has a second layer, that is, the thief will delay the Lich King so that they can have a chance to destroy the dark portal. However, no one would have thought that Shui Na would use the magic cannon to blast the colorful spiders and dark players into slag at the beginning, and no one would have thought that Shui Na's mage killer would be so powerful that he killed the Lich King. Brother Gran, let's go back first. The situation over there is probably not optimistic. At this time, the person who came with Gran also spoke, and Shui Na was very familiar with this person. Okay, Far. Gran responded while looking at the players like Shuina. Okay, all the mages and archers stepped forward. After hearing Gran's words, basically all the quick-wit players knew that he was selecting players to participate in the battle, so all the mages and archers stepped forward as he said. You stay, you can't, stay, stay. As Gran's fingers kept moving, he quickly eliminated a group of mages and archers with low levels. Naihudu and you come here. Gran pointed at Taifeng and Yuying Qingchen, signaling them to go with them. In addition to Shuina's 7MAN core team, there were another 10 mage players and 3 archers who were asked to go over. The mages Gran selected were mainly fire, ice, or wind, and the archers were all elemental archers. After the selection, Fal took these 20 players and 1 Gran and flew directly to the location of the dark portal, and this number of people was also his largest transportation capacity at present. As for the player who stayed behind, Gran arranged for them to be responsible for sending the wounded and dead guards back to the Wind City 1. Driven by Fal's Swordmaster domain, the group disappeared into the sky after crossing a meteor-like trajectory in the sky. However, even though Fal was a Wind Swordmaster, he could not ignore the huge space distance. This flight took nearly half an hour, and Fal, with sweat on his face, looked like he was about to collapse. During this process, Mina and the others learned some things about the Dark Portal and the current situation. The Dark Portal should be the secret base of the Lich King in the Elf Empire. Although it is not known when this base appeared, it seems that it was definitely not completed in the past few days. The portal is a much more advanced teleportation technology than the teleportation array. This portal can not only teleport in the same world, but also cross the space barrier to connect to another world, such as the Dark World and the world where Mina is now. The teleportation capacity of the portal is also very strong, at least it can teleport hundreds of people at a time, but the construction of this portal takes a lot of effort and time. It is probably impossible to complete it without a few years. And now the battle of this dark portal has not started before Far and Gran left. Because according to the original plan, after the two of them were responsible for solving the Lich King outside, they would immediately start a war and eliminate the dark forces on this land at once. However, due to the difference between the plan and reality, according to Gran's estimation, the battle there should have already started. And as Gran thought, because the remaining Lich King felt the death of the clone, he immediately launched an attack on the defense line stationed outside, intending to strike first. When Mina and the others came here, the battle below was already quite fierce. Under the surprise attack of a large number of dark players who came out of nowhere, cracks immediately appeared in the Elf Empire's defense line. Although there were also a large number of Holy Light players on the Elf Empire side, in this battlefield, the players of the Undead clan completely felt like they were at home. A large number of fearless undead creatures summoned, these undead creatures like a tide, although most of them are cheap skeletons, but under the absolute advantage of numbers, the players of the Holy Light camp quickly began to retreat and contacted the defense line. After arriving at the military camp of the High-Level Elf Empire, Shuai saw a few familiar faces. "Hey, you are finally here." When the old wizard saw Shuai coming, his originally frowned brows immediately relaxed, and he pulled Shuai to a sand table. This sand table shows the terrain and battle situation of this battlefield, and with the continuous corrections of several earth mages, the red and blue colors on the sand table are constantly changing. However, the red color representing the battlefield of the Dark Camp has reached the first line of defense of the players, and has also pressed to the second layer of the Elf Empire's defense line. "Boy, go here, here, and find a way to get rid of these guys. Otherwise, once this first line of defense is torn apart, it will be difficult for us to regroup." The old wizard casually pointed a few times on the sand table, pointing out several of the most dazzling red areas. "Okay, I'll go now." Mina, who noted the approximate location, walked out of the barracks without saying much. As for the others, they didn't follow, because they all knew from the sand table that the places the old wizard mentioned were deep into the enemy's formation. Among the players here, only Mina can come and go freely on this battlefield, and can also achieve the old wizard's goal. Mina, who used the flying technique, directly crossed the two lines of defense between the players and the enemy. When Mina appeared in this posture, the people below were a little shocked. Although they knew that there were players who could fly in the sky, there were not many people like Mina who could fly as if they were on flat ground. No, there should be no player who can fly as smoothly, easily, and quickly as Shuai. However, what they don't understand is, what is the purpose of this mage flying to the enemy's position like this? If they knew that this mage was Fan Chen, they would probably think of that hideous cannon. Shuai in the sky has a much wider field of vision than everyone else. He can see that a large number of undead creatures are constantly pouring out of the woods surrounded by black air. Some of these undead creatures are summoned by players, and some are summoned. The ones summoned by players often rush to the battlefield at the fastest speed to harvest military exploits. The others will stay at the edge of this forest and be responsible for the defense mission. From the scene in the sandbox, Shuai knows that the Elf Empire has now built a line of defense surrounding the entire forest. However, this line of defense is very weak due to the number of people and length. There are 3 military camps in the entire defense line, each of which controls an area, but these 3 areas are obviously mutually exclusive and are still in a separated state. Mina naturally has no understanding of this, but Mina knows that it is time to open fire. Mina did not find the coordinates mentioned by the old wizard, and he also knew that the old wizard meant to eliminate all the enemies he could see here, so he did not waste energy to lock the place mentioned by the old wizard. After Mina's magic cannon was charged, he tilted a shot at the battlefield in the distance, and then his whole body slowly rotated in the air, and the beam of light crossed a complete circle on the ground. And on the ground, a ring appeared, a blank ring where nothing could stand up. Chapter 691 Defense Line. Looking down at the system's recording system, I saw a large amount of data constantly refreshing the screen. The data here are all the experience points that Mina just gained. In the confrontation between the enemy camps, all the enemy's summoned creatures will become wild monsters. When killing these summoned creatures, the system will return the corresponding experience. This setting is both a blessing and a torture for players in the Holy Light camp. Although the large number of undead creatures summoned by the Dark camp are only some low-level soldiers, they are superior in number. If it weren't for the fact that Shui Nai was at a high altitude and couldn't use all the firepower of the magic cannon, otherwise, the previous shot would not have killed only these hundreds of undead. And just after Shui Nai fired this shot, he immediately found that several black strange birds appeared in the direction of the portal. These strange birds can be seen as a certain series of undead creatures at a glance, because they are covered with a lot of yellow and black rotten meat. Seeing these strange birds screaming a few times and rushing over, Shui Nai was not too worried, because he found that the speed of these strange birds was not fast, at least not as fast as his full-strength flight. But for safety reasons, Shui Nai still put on the ice crystal armor and wind cloak. After taking a look at the Wraith shield, he gave up equipping this defensive item. At this time, flexibility is much more useful than heavy defense. Seeing that these strange birds have already rushed over, Shui Nai immediately flew to another direction. At the same time, his free right hand ignited a raging fire, and a big fireball came out of the flames, and accurately hit the extremely smelly rotten mouth of the strange bird. 305. With a bang, the explosive bomb blew the strange bird into the sky, but the fire magic formed by the gloves was not powerful enough, and the definition of the vital points of the monsters of the undead system was too harsh. After the first strange bird was stunned for a while, it flew up from below and launched a second round of attacks. After a bombardment, Mina already knew the names of these strange birds. This elite monster called Corpse Bird is a summoned creature of the zombie system. Although it is a little lower than the vengeful spirits, it has the real ability to fly, which also makes them have stronger combat power. However, in front of Mina, who is much more agile than them, these rotten birds can only fly around Mina, and have to be hit by an explosive bomb from time to time. However, under their entanglement, Shui Nai's wish to fire the magic cannon has never been realized. As a last resort, Shui Nai had to include these carrion birds in the bombardment target, and bombed them together with dozens of undead monsters below into corpses. Without the entanglement of these carrion birds, Shui Nai's magic cannon began to flash deadly light continuously, and with Shui Nai's bombardment, the players who appeared below became less and less effective, and Shui Nai's honor value began to decrease. In this hostile battlefield, killing any NPC or player such as an officer of the hostile camp will not only get honor points, but also get extra battlefield military merits. These military merits are related to the level of the target killed and the position held, but Shui Nai only gets experience for killing the most undead monsters. However, this huge amount of experience makes Shui Nai's experience bar grow slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, no player dared to stay where Shui Nai passed, even though there were still many undead monsters below. But without the real-time control of their masters, these undead monsters were just pieces of wood that could only charge forward and kill, and they basically came here to give experience. After solving the 3 areas mentioned by the old wizard, Shui Nai did not stay any longer and began to return to the military camp to see if there were other tasks to take. Temporary tasks like the one just now often have many variations on the battlefield. However, there are very few tasks like Shui Nai's assigned by his teacher, and the rewards for such tasks are very much to Shui Nai's taste. When Shui Nai returned to the military camp command tent, he immediately received the system settlement and handled the temporary task reward just now. The experience rewarded by the system is not too much, but it is a lot in terms of honor value. In addition, the military merits calculated by the Elf Empire after this are even more valuable. In this battlefield where hostile camps clash, military merits are a very valuable currency, and if military merits are accumulated, they can also get some high-level official ranks. In this not-so-large military camp, Tai Feng and his people have left to take on some small tasks and collect military merits on their own. Only Dao Yiyu Dao and Yu Ying Ching Chen were captured by the old wizard and Diana to be used as messengers. Although the system reward for this task was not high, it was sufficient in terms of military merit. You're back, slower than I thought. The old wizard looked up and saw the ice-blue ice crystal armor on Shui Nai's body. Now Shui Nai's ice crystal armor has reached level 10, and its enhanced effect is to cover the whole body. Although there is not much enhancement in terms of defense, it can already protect the whole body, except for an ice crystal helmet. Shui Nai also knew that this old man was just used to bragging in front of him, and he didn't really mean to blame him, so he didn't take it to heart. Is there anywhere else you want me to go? Shui Nai now maintains the flying technique, so he doesn't want to waste time. If he can get a task, it would be the best. If not, he will go to the battlefield to kill. Yes, help me go to the military camp in the east. If Yan Xin comes, give these things to him. After the old wizard finished speaking, he took out a few red metal tubes. These metal tubes look a bit like fireworks, and Shui Na also thought that this should be a signal flare for transmitting messages. Master Yan Xin is in the east. Shui Na was a little surprised. Yes. The east side is now guarded by the Human Empire, and the west is guarded by the Orc Empire. Now we are the coalition of 3 countries. So that's why there are not many human players in the Elf Empire area. It turns out that they all went to the Human Empire to earn military merits. Shui Na thought to himself, and at the same time he also knew that a player can only have military merits of one country at the same time. Because in this world, the 3 countries will only work together when dealing with the dark forces. At other times, it is already very good if they don't fight. As for now, the Human Empire is the most frequent war, and only on this side are there enough battlefields for players to accumulate enough military merits. Otherwise, for someone like Shui Nai, if the Elf Empire is stable, then his military achievements may be we can only stop here. Okay, I'll go now. Shui Nai said, and then said hello to Yu Ying Ching Chen and Dao Yiyu Dao and left. On this way, Shui Nai almost killed all the way. Under the absolute power of the magic cannon, the players or monsters below, and even the low-level NPCs, had no power to fight back. However, Shui Nai's behavior also aroused the jealousy and dissatisfaction of some players. Sometimes, when Shui Nai was flying at a low altitude in his own camp, some flowing arrows would often appear. Several times, this kind of flowing arrows came towards Shui Nai's head. The threat of these flowing arrows was even stronger than the long-range attack of the dark camp, because Shui Nai did not guard against his own people behind him. Although he was very dissatisfied with these guys, Shui Nai did not relax the opportunity to harvest experience and honor points. As Shui Nai got closer and closer to the area controlled by the Human Empire in the east, Shui Nai found that there were often only a few NPCs stationed in these handover areas, but the combat power of these NPCs could ensure the safety here. When Shui Nai came to the area under the charge of the Human Empire, Shui Nai immediately saw a completely different fighting style from that of the Elf Empire. On the Elf Empire side, they adopted long-range attacks, which also led to frequent changes in the defense line of the Elf Empire. But the situation on the Human Empire side was different. Although the Elemental Summoner, a battlefield weapon, was somewhat inferior to the solid undead army of the Necromancer, their summoned beasts were very powerful in sniping the Necromancer. As long as they faced the skeleton or zombie troops that could not fly, the elemental summoned beasts could completely harvest the enemies below with absolute advantages, or even kill the Necromancer. In addition, with the cooperation between the Holy Light Priest and the Warrior, the defense line of this human area was very solid. As long as there were no boss-like creatures, it would probably not be lost. Moreover, the most important thing was that this line of defense formed by the players did not have any reckless behavior at all, so people only moved in the designated area, and even the warrior players at the front would not rush to the monsters a few meters ahead and chop a few times. This military-like style made Shui Nai feel that the Elf Empire's defense line was basically a mess. Shui Nai, who was in the air, showed his certificate to an NPC who was obviously an officer, and followed him to the central area of the military camp, the command tent responsible for commanding the entire battlefield of the Human Empire. There, Shui Nai saw Yan Xin and Yvonne and other familiar NPCs. Master Yan Xin, I came here to give you the things under the order of the Elf Empire. Shui Nai saw that there were several people he didn't know in the tent, so he didn't dare to say the name of the old wizard. Is it a flare? Yan Xin knew it before he saw what Shui Nai took out. Yes. Shui Nai didn't know what the flare was for, but he knew that as long as he saw the flare, it meant that something big had happened. I understand, the situation on the Elf Empire side is okay. Yan Xin seemed to know the situation of the Elf Empire, and his tone was full of worry. Although the situation is not optimistic, it can still be defended. Shui Nai thought for a while and said. Then I understand. Yan Xin seemed to be the highest commander in the human empire. After nodding, he distributed the flares given to him by Shui Nai to several powerful humans such as Yvonne. By the way, if you see these flares later, you can't get too close. That kind of place is not something you can get close to now. Yan Xin reminded. I understand. Then I'll take my leave first. Shui Nai saw that he couldn't get a mission here, so he planned to go back. However, when he opened the curtain of the tent, he suddenly found that someone outside was also opening the curtain, and then he saw a familiar face that was extremely surprised. Chapter 692 Defense Line Lower. Neither Shui Nai nor Shen Long expected to meet here at this time. However, due to their own considerations, Shui Nai and Shen Long just passed by after a moment of surprise. For Mina, it is not fun to provoke this guild leader now, because no matter how strong he is not as strong as the Dark Dragon Guild with countless players. Even if these players cannot kill him, he will have a headache if they really become disgusting. And what about the dragon? Although their power is already very large, it is not the strongest in the land of the human empire. There is at least one holy flame of light on the other side of the imperial capital, and there are also several first-class strong guilds around that are eyeing them. Compared with these guilds, in fact, the Dark Dragon Guild only has a little more foundation and several times more personnel reserves. However, in the Dark Dragon Guild, its subordinate branch guilds have slowly transformed from combat-oriented to auxiliary-oriented. Although this allows the main guild to have strong logistics, the transformation of a large number of low-level combatants has made them unable to keep up with the development of the times in terms of combat effectiveness. The number of members that a guild can accommodate is related to the level of the guild. It is just that the level of this guild is related to the level of the guild. The required guild contribution and experience points are completely exponentially related to the level. And now it is this guild level problem that restricts the development of most guilds, and the inability to quickly develop the main guild has gradually formed a large number of smaller branch guilds. However, these branch guilds also have to face the problem of level. Now Shen Long does not want to provoke his former enemies again under such friction from all sides, but when he completes the unification of the human empire, what he will do is only clear to him. Shen Long is very ambitious. He actually does not want only one human empire, but his father has warned him that some things cannot be eaten in one bite, otherwise he will just eat himself to death. Now Shen Long's goal is to develop the guild. Only when his guild develops can he also develop. If Shen Long had this idea and insight in the past, he would not have attracted such difficult enemies as Shui Na and Dao Yiyu Dao. After seeing Shen Long walk into the tent alone, Shui Nai, under the angry gaze of Shen Long's men, came to the battlefield merchant side of the military camp and began to buy some medicines and special props. Some of these people were killed by magic cannons the day before yesterday. As elite members of the strongest guild in the game world, they are all arrogant. Now seeing Shui Nai, their enemy, they did not open fire directly, which is already a high quality. When Shui Nai was buying medicine, half of his mind was also on the idle chat of these Dark Dragon guilds. It turned out that Shen Long entered the command tent just now to report the progress of the mission. The task that Shen Long received was the same as Shui Nai's, and was assigned by one of the commanders. And the one who assigned Shen Long to complete this task was actually Howard, but now this Howard obviously ran to patrol somewhere. The Shen Long mission is a guild mission and must be undertaken by the guild leader. This mission is somewhat similar to Taifeng's garrison in the Azoda mine, except that the Dark Shen Long guild is much larger. After knowing the situation of Shen Long and others, Shui Na did not stay any longer. He directly purchased some necessary medicines and restarted the flying technique, intending to return to the Elf Empire. There are more than a dozen merchants on the battlefield on the side of the human empire. In addition to the merchants who exchange medicines and some military honor points, the rest are equipment merchants of various professions. There is a high probability that these equipment here will have colored equipment, but these equipment are often bought by people as soon as they appear. Some more advanced equipment cannot be purchased with gold coins. They must be exchanged for military merits, and the quantity is not low at all. And here, there is also an honor merchant, but these honor equipment cannot keep up with the properties of military merit equipment. Although Shui Na did not find any more advanced magic potions to buy in this battlefield merchant, he found some special potions that increase status. For example, the Life Blessing Potion that increases the upper limit of health, and the Magic Blessing Potion that increases the upper limit of mana. These potions are only level 1, but they can increase the upper limit by 5%, and the duration is 30 minutes. Among them, Mina's favorite potion is the Condensation Potion here, which is a potion that can only be used effectively by mages, because its only function is to directly reset the cooldown of all magic. This reset is not like cooldown release, because it is effective for magic below the mage, and unlike cooldown release, which can only target one kind of magic. Although the duration of this potion is only 1 minute, if it is used well, it can reverse the situation in an instant. However, this potion has many side effects. After the state ends, the cooldown of all magic must be doubled, and it must last for 5 minutes. Such a harsh potion is basically useless for ordinary mages, especially those mages in team mode. As long as they can cooperate well, this potion is basically meaningless. However, this potion is very attractive to Shui Na, because as long as he uses this potion, he can increase his combat power several times in an instant. However, the price of this potion is 1000 military merit points, and it is the military merit of the human empire. Shui Na had no choice but to give up buying this potion. Later, he used his not-so-many honor points to buy some holy stone fragments and equipment that restrain dark creatures from the honor merchant, intending to give them to Tai Feng and others. After returning to the area of the Elf Empire, Shui Na immediately found Tai Feng and others, and asked Tai Feng and Qian Lixu to embed these holy stone fragments on their weapons to increase their lethality. At the same time, he also gave them several pieces of equipment that can restrain the negative state of the dark system. On the side of the Elf Empire, there is no such professional equipment. Their special equipment here is to increase the life value and the speed of recovery, and there are also some effects that can weaken the negative state of the dark system. But this is a weakening, not a prevention, because the honor equipment here is not as powerful as that of the human empire. As for the medicine on this side focusing on fast recovery, it can increase the recovery speed of magic or health on the original basis. According to Tai Feng, the potions on the orc side should be mainly used to improve attribute values, because for orcs, combat effectiveness is the most important. From these 3 different styles of potions, Shui Na also came to the conclusion that humans are good at continuous warfare, elves are good at guerrilla warfare, and orcs are good at blitzkrieg. However, for Shui Na, these conclusions may not necessarily be able to play to their level, but these potions must be purchased for players. If it weren't for the requirement that each person has a limited purchase per day, Shui Na would really buy as many as he wants. After preparing some necessary medicines, Shui Na came to the sky above the battlefield again. This time, he still took the task given to him by the old wizard and began to put out fires everywhere for this unstable front. At the same time, taking potions that increase the magic upper limit and magic recovery speed, Shui Na's magic value has exceeded 20,000 points, and its recovery speed has reached a speed of 50 points per second. In fact, Shui Na's magic power recovery speed has always been very fast, but it is just because he uses magic power faster. After having sufficient magic power supply, Shui Na was not stingy and contributed almost all of his magic power to the magic cannon. Those deadly magic light beams almost became the most feared thing for dark players at this moment. However, what made Shui Na feel very unhappy was that he could not get any substantial benefits from such an attack. Every time he bombarded, a lot of things would explode on the ground. Although these are all dark items, they can be sold for some money or decomposed into some materials that the Holy Light Camp does not have. However, Shui Na is destined to have no chance of getting such a fortune. Because there are countless dangerous beings lurking on this battlefield, they are waiting for Shui Na to come down, and then launch the most violent attack. There are also many players who launch air offensives like Shui Na, but only Long Tian and his group can penetrate deep into the enemy camp like Shui Na. But this group of people, every time they encounter Shui Na, will directly return to the woods and come out from the other side. This behavior of fleeing without fighting often makes the players or NPCs of the Holy Light Camp who see the scene cheer, and the morale can be improved to some extent. Shui Na looked at this battlefield where there were only players or low-level NPCs at present, and he was a little worried, because at present, all the high-level combat forces have not appeared. This also means that both sides are afraid of each other's combat power. Shui Na, who knows the strength of the Holy Light Camp, can't help but be a little afraid of the power of the Dark Camp. In terms of the current combat power of the Holy Light Camp, there are many absolute strong men at the Sword Saint or Sage level, but with this kind of combat power, they dare not fight easily, which makes Shui Nai feel afraid. However, Shui Nai didn't know one thing, that is, the Holy Light Camp was not so united. At least, two people like Fal and the old wizard must not appear in front of the strong men of the human empire, otherwise a new round of battle will be directly set off. Moreover, for most of the strong, their battles often represent infinite dangers. For them, such dangers should be avoided if possible, otherwise the strong will no longer be able to maintain their strength. Chapter 693, The Art of Possession. In this battlefield surrounding the Dark Portal, Shui Na has been fighting here for a whole day and night. For all the NPCs or players on this battlefield, there is no distinction between night and day, and for most thief players, they prefer the night time. Because at night, they can hunt down the opponent's officers more easily. Shui Na's biggest gain on this day is naturally experience. Every minute, tens of thousands of experience points will be converted into gold experience points. Although the amount of conversion is only a little bit, it is a lot. Another big gain is Shui Na's Wrathful Shield. Although this Wrathful Shield is not included in the list of absorption for the player's summoned creatures, there are already thousands of players and non-player summoned creatures who died in Shui Na's hands during the killing of this day and night. The number of ghosts on this ghost shield has reached 2,325, and the added defense capability has increased by nearly 60%. With such a high defense increase, if it weren't for the absolute lethality of Mina's magic cannon, he would have wanted to fight a passionate battle on the battlefield with the shield like ordinary players. However, Mina knew that if he really dared to let others back him, many people might stab him. With Mina's thorough killing for a day and a night, no matter where Mina went, he would cause absolute fear on the dark side. As long as he was there, no one would dare to rush out and die. But the result of doing so was that the frequency of Mina's fights with the NPCs of the dark camp was rising sharply. After just dealing with one that popped up, Mina also had to return to the barracks. Replenish medicine and rest. In this high-intensity battle, Shui Nai is already a little overwhelmed. But Shui Nai knows that the dark camp on the opposite side is still resting and energetic, because so far, only a few players have come out. The necromancer who determines the direction of this battle is hiding in the woods alone. In addition, there is no sign of any reduction in the number of undead creatures. Shui Nai knows that these necromancers are piled up in this woods that are completely shrouded in darkness. Through the conversation with the old wizard during the rest, Shui Nai already knows that this dark portal is one way, and this is exactly why the old wizard and his team are unwilling to send Fal and others randomly, because they want to use this to consume the power in the hands of the Lich King first. It trademarks just that their way of consumption is to make players cannon fodder. However, for this, the players of the Holy Light Camp should be very willing, otherwise, they would not rush to the front. There is no source of supply and no way out. This is indeed a good opportunity for players to attack them. However, this war of attrition is not a good situation for the Elf Empire. Although there are players rushing to the front line, the raids of the Dark Camp players lurking around are endless. As long as the officers are not much different from the players in strength, they will often be rushed up by these dark players and then eliminated. Now every time Shui Nai goes to hand in a task, he can see that the brows of those people in the tent are getting deeper and deeper. The Elf Empire is not like the Human Empire and the Orc Kingdom, which have a large population. In addition, their growth cycle is often several times that of humans, which further aggravates the problem of insufficient population. Therefore, in this war of attrition, the Elf Empire may not be able to bear this consumption. When Shui Nai entered the tent for the 5th time, Shui Nai found that the commanders in the Elf Empire area had red eyes, and even the old wizard seemed to have aged a lot and was thin. Ahem. Just when Mina came in, the old wizard suddenly coughed, which made everyone suddenly concentrate. Haha, you're back. When the old wizard found that everyone was looking at him, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, so he said such a meaningless sentence. It's like this, I have a task, it's quite dangerous, I don't know if you have the courage to complete it. The old wizard paused before finishing his words. In fact, Mina had read this information from the old wizard's eyes a few times before, but the old wizard was always hesitant, and his hesitation clearly showed that this task was very dangerous and difficult. What is the task? Mina didn't ask much, just wanted to know the content of the task. Go to that forest and find the location of the dark portal. After that, we will find someone to destroy it and make it inoperable. The old wizard said with a smile, but Mina suddenly felt that this smile was a bit unscrupulous. Teacher, this is too dangerous. Facing the Lich King who has 3 artifacts, he is basically going to die. Fal immediately objected. Even though the Lich King who has 3 artifacts is extremely weak now, he still fears himself, not to mention an ordinary mage who is not even a mage. This is indeed very dangerous, but it is much safer than you going. At least, the Lich King will not attack him, and the bone shield on his body can also give him the breath of the undead, thus reducing the possibility of being discovered. Why not? Let me go, at least I have the ability to protect myself. Fal still disagreed. If you go, it will only trigger a high-level battle early. Your breath is as bright as the sun in the eyes of the undead. Even if you can hide your breath, you can't hide it once you get close to the Lich King. And the Lich King in this state is unkillable. As long as you force him to give up his body, he will use possession to obtain your body. Then we will lose a sword master companion and gain a sword master enemy. Possession. Shui Na remembered that this magic was one of the strongest magics of the dark system, because its only use was to forcibly seize the body of a living person. The soul of the person whose body is seized will be directly assimilated, and the body will become his new body, and even his abilities can be preserved. Moreover, according to the information of the dark system on the official website, the dark clone that the Lich King is currently practicing is actually a low-level application of possession, because he did not transplant the entire soul. Therefore, this dark clone can only be suitable for refining if the target is a mage, but this possession has no restrictions at all. Yes, you should know the power of this possession. I remember there is such information in the Magic Guild. I know, but isn't this magic a forbidden spell? Given the current state of the Lich King, it should be. It should be true, but the current Lich King has 3 dark artifacts. He only needs to use the dark shield to protect his soul, and then use the phantom as a weapon to attack the soul, supplemented by the Holy Book of the Dead is the medium. Now, even if it is a sword master or a sage, he can completely take over the body. The old wizard interrupted Shui Nai's words, and then he said with some sighs. So strong. Shui Nai didn't expect that the current Lich King actually has such a strong ability. There is no way. The profession of Lich itself is a master of the soul system. At the soul level, not many people can beat him, so naturally he can only become the body he takes over. Is there no price for this ability? A young elder of the Elf Empire asked doubtfully. Price? If there are no 3 artifacts, there is a price, but in this state, as long as his soul is not extinguished, he can take over the body indefinitely, and the number of us who go is just the number of deaths. The old wizard said with a headache. However, fortunately, the Lich King pays more attention to his body than us, otherwise, he will directly use this suicidal attack. I am afraid that not many of you can withstand it. And now we. Eden trademark T worry, as long as I wait until the things I ordered are ready, we can seal his soul. As long as his soul is separated from the 3 artifacts, his possession will be ineffective. The old wizard looked at Shui Nai and didn't trademark T say much. Because only he knew that his plan was to absorb the soul of the Lich King with his own body container, so that the Lich King could no longer do evil. Although he himself had an 80% chance of not dying after successfully sealing the Lich King, if Fal or his apprentices knew about it, they would never let him do it. Now he has no way to compete with his apprentices. Oh well, I trademark LL take this task, but I want to learn a few magics. Shui Nai knew that although this task was very dangerous, he also knew that as long as he could be more cautious, there would be a chance to withdraw. Yo, what magic do you want to learn? Hearing this, the old wizard couldn't help but become interested, because he found that apart from teaching him 2 or 3 magics, he had never paid any attention to his last disciple. Frost Nova and Magic Shield. Shui Na thought about it and said the magic that was more suitable for this task. Both of these magics were at the level of a wizard. Okay, wait a minute. The old wizard suddenly took out a thick book with a mithril cover, and when he opened it, Shui Na found that the pages of this book were all polished with various magic gems. The old wizard flipped the book a few times and then turned a page to Shui Na. Whether you can learn it depends on your understanding. Although the old wizard said so, when Mina glanced at the page, he had already learned the group ice magic called Frost Nova. After that, the old wizard flipped a few pages, found the magic shield, and asked Mina to look at it again. Teacher, this is... Mina, who had already learned 2 new magics, looked at this different skill book with some curiosity. This is what I did when I was bored after being cursed. This is a book of inheritance copied from the Book of Elements, which seals most of the magic in my life. Do you want it? If you can come back alive later, I don't mind letting you take a look. The old wizard saw Mina's eagerness, so he gently shook the book. Chapter 694 Infiltration. Brother Qin, I say, if you really want to sneak into that forest, it's a place where you can't survive. The unscrupulous profiteer watched Shui Nai sorting out his equipment and wanted to persuade him. It doesn't necessarily mean you will die, and there are risks and benefits. Shui Nai said, while looking for some props that he could use from the trading window of the unscrupulous profiteer. Now the unscrupulous profiteer is a well-known player merchant here, because in addition to buying some high-level recovery pills that NPCs don't have, he also sells some purple level 60 equipment. Most of the formulas for these medicines and equipment were opened by Shui Nai and his friends in the underground dungeon of the Poison Insect Valley. Before, because the production level requirements were relatively high, they had been kept in the warehouse, but now the skill level of the unscrupulous profiteer's production team is no longer ordinary. Hey, this is an ice potion, you can already make this potion. Shui Nai suddenly saw a group of 20 ice blue potions at this time. Just made, but the effect may not be too high. We only have one pharmacist with a special title on hand. The unscrupulous merchant saw that Mina seemed to like this potion, so he took out a few more sets from his backpack. And Mina also knew that the strongest pharmacist in the hands of the unscrupulous merchant had been concentrating on refining the skilled potion and had no energy to make other potions. This ice potion is the favorite potion of ice magic, because in addition to enhancing the effect of ice magic, this ice potion can also reduce the effect of cooling time. However, during the period when the potion is effective, the user's mobility will be slowed down by 20%. No need for so many, 2 sets are enough. The duration of this ice potion is 1 minute, and this kind of potion has a cooling time when taken. If you have more, it will just take up space. By the way, I have a few sets of skilled potions here. Let me give them to you now. The unscrupulous profiteer said as he took out 2 sets of potions and stuffed them into Shui Nai's hands. This kind of potion is really difficult to make. The failure rate is as high as 75%, and the materials are not easy to find. If you have more, just sell them. Anyway, we don't use them often. Shui Nai put the potions and some selected things in order of importance, and then said goodbye to the unscrupulous profiteer. When she arrived at the battlefield, Shui Nai quickly found her teammates. Although they couldn't mess around in the enemy camp like Shui Nai, they also had a strong space to play here. Among them, the most eye-catching one was the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard released by Shui Nai. Although this Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard with the proud bloodline of the Dragon Clan did not listen to Shui Nai's orders at all, it would still fight back a few times when it was attacked. Moreover, since this Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard has a strong desire for revenge, basically once it is attacked by an undead creature, it will burn the dozens of undead creatures around it to ashes before stopping. Now, where the Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard is, other players can only stand aside, otherwise they will be burned by its flames. If it weren't for the fact that everyone around here knew that this Flame Fantasy Dragon Lizard was the pet of Shui Nai, who was in the limelight, and its boss template, otherwise, with its domineering and arrogant personality, it would have been killed back to the pet space by a group of bored players. However, it was also because of its arrogant personality that it had no intention of retreating, so it just lay there and endured waves of undead attacks. All the combat pets in Shui Nai's hands have been released. In this case, it is the best time for pets to gain experience. Shui Nai, are you really going over there? Tai Feng said with some concern after seeing Shui Nai. Don't worry, as long as I don't run into the Lich King on the spot, no one can stop me if I want to leave. This is not Shui Nai's arrogance, and he knows that if he really wants to leave, there are really many ways to escape. However, this ability is fundamentally different from the task he has to complete. And he is very likely to run into the Lich King at the Dark Portal, or a Dark Strongman who is not much weaker than the Lich King. Then when do you plan to go there? Do you want us to help you clear a way out? Tai Feng saw that Shui Nai had made up his mind, so he could only help him to the maximum extent. I'm going there now. I plan to use the time when the players go offline and online to rush through this battlefield. Although the players' summoned beasts will not be forced to die when they go offline, after they go online again, the player must rain-struck these summoned beasts, otherwise they will only act instinctively. Is this scary? Don't worry, I have this. Shui Nai said while taking out the Wraith Shield. Now the Wraith Shield was much heavier, but it was not so heavy that Shui Na could not lift it. However, the attribute value that dropped by 20% made Shui Na feel empty. "I'm leaving," Shui Na said as he put on the ice crystal armor and handed the 2 sets of proficiency potions to them, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. In the phantom stealth state, Shui Na ran around the edge of the battlefield for a while, and finally found an area where the undead army was not densely populated, and then he went in directly like a swimming fish. Although the Wraith Shield in Shui Na's hand was a bit heavy, the Wraith power on the Wraith Shield was a full force of death, which could cover the few living breaths on his body. However, what made him feel most troublesome was that he had to be careful not to collide with any member of the undead army, otherwise the stealth state would be invalidated. And this invalidation might attract the attention of the eyes at the edge of the woods. Shui Na had fired at these edges more than once, and just as he thought, there were a large number of undead warlocks lurking there. They used this sneaky way to evade Shui Na's bombardment and control their undead troops at the same time. But their control was not too precise. At least they could not stand on the high ground outside to make macro control, and they could not launch attacks on the weakest links of the defense line. And one of the instincts of undead creatures is to go to the place with the most living people, because there are enough flesh and blood to call them there. Less than 150 meters away from the forest, Shui Na suddenly lay there and stopped moving. Less than 10 seconds later, Shui Na heard the call to log off and then left the game. When he went online again, he immediately found that there were no less than a dozen colorful light columns around him when he went online. Each light column represented that a player had gone online. However, the online time of these players is not exactly the same, so the time when these colorful light pillars appear is very mixed. However, without exception, the moment the figure appears in these light pillars, the person disappears. Mina is now in a good position using the time difference between the players going online. He quickly entered the phantom stealth, and then ran to the edge of the woods in an instant. Every time a player goes online, there is often a period of adaptation. This adaptation time does not refer to the stability of the game, but the adaptation of the mind. After all, running from the real world into the game world, even if a person's mind is the most open, there must be some buffer. In such a long or short period of time, their reactions will slow down to some extent. And what about Mina's adaptation time? He had been reviewing all the plans before going online so that he could act as soon as he went online. His approach did make him react in an instant, and then he disappeared directly in the eyes of everyone, but the reaction of these thieves was the same, that is, to regard it as one of themselves. After arriving at the edge of the woods, Mina carried the Wraith Shield and rushed into the woods filled with black air. When Shui Na came into contact with the black gas, he was sensitive to the fact that the outermost black gas was like a living thing. It suddenly fluctuated and cracked an almost invisible channel. Inside was the same black gas, but the black gas inside was much darker than the outside. Shui Na knew that this was the reaction when the outermost black gas came into contact with the Wraith Shield, and it seemed that the outermost black gas had the function of reconnaissance. Now Shui Na finally understood why the old wizard called him over. Although the Wraith Shield could not change his identity as a member of the Holy Light Camp, it could allow him to hide from this kind of detection. After entering the woods, Shui Na did not leave immediately, but began to check his position and direction on the map. Although the old wizard and his team did not know the location of the dark teleportation array, they had a few rough guesses, so Shui Na was going to go to these places now. After all, this was much more purposeful than wandering around in this woods. After taking a look at the magic he had just learned, Frost Nova was a relatively powerful magic in the ice system. This magic had the effects of freezing and freezing a range, and this freezing was not a small area freezing like Ice Ring. Once hit by Frost Nova, the whole body would probably be frozen for a long time. However, the lethality of this magic was not too strong, because the core damage of the first level Frost Nova was only 4 times the mental power. If it faced a guy with strong magic defense, it might not be as strong as the fixed damage of Ice Ring. However, the freezing range of this Frost Nova was very large. The first level core freezing effect had reached 3 meters, and the peripheral freezing effect directly reached more than 8 meters. This was a very powerful control skill. Among them, the most important thing was that the chanting time and cooling time of this Frost Nova were relatively short, which was exactly why Mina chose it. Now Mina could directly cast Frost Nova instantly, and the cooling time was only 18 seconds, which was not too long. If combined with the ice potion, it can achieve instant and continuous firing, but this time it is a reconnaissance mission, so if he can avoid using this skill, he will definitely not use it. Chapter 695 Ground Crack. In the edge of this dark forest, Shui Na has seen at least thousands of necromancers, but what makes him relax is that although these necromancers are very good in skills and strength, more than half of them have not reached the level of wizards. It seems that the difficulty of promotion on the side of the Undead Empire and the Dark World is similar to that on the side of the Holy Light Camp. However, if we really look at it by strength, the players on the side of the Elf Empire are much weaker. After all, there are not many wild monsters on the side of the Elf Empire for players to upgrade, which limits the player's promotion. After Shui Na looked at the periphery for a few times, he dodged and let a few players from the undead system pass, and prepared to sneak into the depths of the forest. However, what made Shui Na feel a little horrified was that a necromancer suddenly glanced at Shui Na on the side, and this glance made Shui Na's muscles tense in an instant. Is there something wrong? Several dark players who had already gone to the front looked at the companion behind them. No, I just felt that I seemed to have encountered a very strong ghost just now, and I was planning to catch it back as a summoned beast, but now it's gone again. The man scratched his hair, shook his head and left. Shui Na, who had already run away, looked at the necromancer and breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Na didn't expect that he would encounter a player who could feel the ghost on the ghost shield as soon as he came in. This is not a good sign. He knew that it was not strange to have a few strange abilities in various specializations. Especially in the profession of necromancer, there are the most specializations. In addition, many necromancers like to catch some high-level undead creatures, sign contracts with them, and become their long-term summoned beasts. This long-term summoned beast is very strong, but it must occupy one or more summoning spaces. For a profession like the necromancer that focuses on summoning, their summoned beasts, that's all their strength. Although they also have offensive magic, these magics have almost no lethality to players at this time. However, the strongest time for undead creatures is to fight with a large group of undead, otherwise a single undead creature can't protect the thin life value of the undead warlock. Without too much resistance, Shui Na quickly arrived at the first target location, but there was no portal mentioned by the old wizard, and even some man-made buildings were not seen. However, there is a large open space here. It seems that the location provided by the old wizard was found according to the previous map of this forest. After all, in the Elf Empire, basically no one will cut down forests casually. And this, the Lich King will naturally not do such a striking thing. Therefore, the old wizard and others also inferred the location of this dark portal based on this common sense. Walking to another location again, Shui Na once again found that there were not many dark players in this forest. However, when he thought that it was just a small place outside, there were nearly 1,000 players gathered there. It seemed that they should all gather outside to get some honor or military merit. A few times, Shui Na planned to go in the direction of the dark players to see if there was anything to gain. But these players who had come here a long time ago did not come from the other side of the portal, but from an underground spring that exuded a dark atmosphere. When he saw the dark spring again, Shui Na immediately understood the function of these springs, and he also understood why only the mage profession appeared in this place. This dark spring should be able to speed up the magic recovery for the mage player, but when he approached, he did not find any effect on his magic. It seems that this dark spring is only effective for dark players. After searching the 3 locations mentioned by the old mage in this forest, he did not find any gains, but found some situations belonging to the players in this forest. For example, the profession combination of the dark players in this forest. In this forest, the total number of necromancers is nearly 70%, while the number of magic swordsmen such as death swordsmen, which are a combination of summoning and warrior, is less than 10%, and the number of dark thieves is nearly 20%. However, he did not see a pure warrior player at all. It seems that in the dark camp, warrior players are not very popular. However, when he thought of the undead summoned by the necromancer, Shui Na knew that the warrior might really have no meaning in front of the necromancer. After wandering in the forest for a few more times, Shui Na found that there were not many players around, but the number of NPCs began to increase. Just when Shui Na was about to go deeper, he suddenly received a text message from Tai Feng. Since Shui Na entered this forest, he has lost the ability to contact his teammates outside in real time. Is there anything? Shui Na saw Tai Feng's blank text message and immediately knew that Tai Feng wanted to find him for something. Soon, Tai Feng sent back a long paragraph of text. It seems that he had already prepared it. After taking a closer look at this paragraph of text that was obviously not typed by Tai Feng, Shui Nai had to say that the players in the guild were really powerful. They actually found what Shui Nai was looking for with just one sentence. This information was passed on by a dark player through the real-world channel, and then through the hands of Duijodega and Taifeng. Thank Tianj for me. Shui Nai only replied with this sentence, and then read the message carefully several times. The message was very long, with hundreds of words, but this message explained in great detail the location of the dark teleportation array and how to get there. Originally, this dark teleportation array was not set up on the ground, but in an underground cave. This cave had only a very narrow ground crack that could connect to the ground. In this message, the coordinates and garrison situation of this cave and crack were also listed in detail. After seeing this, Shui Na also knew that with the defense of this crack in the cave, Shui Na basically had no way to sneak in. However, he wanted to take a look, at least to determine the situation of this crack before drawing a conclusion. Without wasting any more time, Shui Na went directly to the location of the ground crack. As for the direction where he just chose, where there were more and more NPCs, the information only mentioned one thing, that is, the Lich King was conducting unknown experiments in it, and basically all the players were driven out of that area. After Shui Na knew this situation, he naturally would not rush in again. The underground crack was closer to the area in charge of the orcs, because Shui Na walked directly to the west for several kilometers. Although his movements were very light under the phantom stealth, he would still be discovered by a few sharp players or NPCs from time to time. It was just that in this dim environment, the players and NPCs of the dark camp did not cause any trouble. Interested, he glanced at it and ignored it, continuing his previous work. To be honest, if someone told them that a wizard from the Holy Light camp had sneaked into their forest, I'm afraid these people from the dark camp would never believe this fact. And it was this idea that the people from the dark camp basically didn't think that the mysterious thief they found would be a wizard from the Holy Light camp. After arriving near the crack in the ground without any danger, Shui Na didn't rush into the crack immediately, but looked around a few times. This crack in the ground is in a small open space. Looking up, you can only see a lot of branches, and you can't even see the shadow of the sky. However, in this dark environment, there are green ghost lights from time to time. It is these numerous ghost lights that illuminate the surrounding space, allowing players to walk freely here. It's just that the positions where these ghost lights appear are not straight, but crisscrossed, and look very regular. And Shui Na only knows that the ghost lights in this forest should be a huge magic circle. To be honest, he actually wanted to destroy these ghost lights, but he didn't want to alert the enemy so early. After quietly lurking beside the cracks on the ground for nearly 10 minutes, Shui Na immediately found those hidden tips on the cracks on the ground. On the left side of the crack, a vague but nearly transparent silhouette suddenly flashed out from the crack, and then he heard two voices talking. Listening to this conversation, Shui Na knew that these two people who spoke in a literary way must be NPCs. In Taifeng's information, it has been mentioned that although most of the NPCs are with the Lich King, but this dark teleportation array is still very impressive for NPCs. Moreover, he also knew that the dark portal in this crack can be activated about once every 30 minutes, and can teleport about 30 people at a time. Shui Na, who already knew the information of this portal, immediately classified this portal as a high-level small portal. Just when Shui Na was hesitating whether to leave or go down to investigate, he suddenly heard a clear, high-pitched, but angry roar from afar. Shui Na remembered that this roar was somewhat similar to those of the dragons on the official website. After hearing this roar, the two thieves suddenly ran towards the direction of the dragon roar, even forgetting the habit of hiding their figures. It seemed that something happened over there. There is a chance. Shui Na, who stayed in place for a full 5 minutes, was sure that this was not a trap, and immediately moved dozens of meters quickly to the edge of the crack. Looking down at the crack in the ground, the direction of the crack was not too inclined, but the narrowness of the crack did not take into account whether a tall race like Taifeng could enter the crack. However, with Shui Nai's slender figure, as long as the speed was slower, he could walk safely. Chapter 696, Fighting in the Crack. Walking down along this crack in the ground, Mina immediately discovered that the length of this crack was somewhat surprising, and its direction was also somewhat problematic. Because it often turns after less than 100 meters, it doesn't look like it was formed naturally. After turning around a few times below, even Mina couldn't tell which direction she was walking in without the help of the compass on the player's map. Fortunately, there were no forks in this crack, nor any ambushes. Moreover, there was a dim magic lamp hanging every few meters above the head, which could barely illuminate the surrounding environment. Although the brightness of this lamp was not as good as a lighting fireball, it was better in terms of duration. In fact, any battle in this crack that was just enough to turn around would not benefit either side. Mina could no longer maintain the phantom stealth, because as long as he came into contact with the rock walls on both sides, he would be judged as being injured, even though the injury was just a friction on his clothes. Just as Mina was crawling and walking along the crack in the ground, after walking for nearly 10 minutes, he suddenly found that the magic lamp above his head had disappeared, and a corner of a brightly lit underground cave appeared below. However, in this underground cave, Mina suddenly saw several elongated shadows appear in front of him, and their excited and loud voices were only less than 10 meters away from him. Without thinking, Mina hid in the darkest space in front of the underground cave, and at the same time directly charged the magic cannon. As time passed by second, Mina's eyes were fixed on the extremely elongated shadows. The bodies of the shadows in the front were slowly disappearing in the darkness of the crack, but their voices and footsteps were getting closer and closer. At this distance, Mina had heard the identities of the people who were speaking from their voices, as well as the plans they were talking about. "President, we are here now, isn't it a little late? They have been fighting outside for a whole day and night." This is the voice of a very young girl, sounding soft and very pleasant to the ear. "Don't worry, it should be about the same for us to come here now, but I'm wondering how we can go back. After all, the portal here is one way." After that, the president of a guild, who was obviously a guild, said so lightly, but he didn't sound anxious at all. Isn't there a portal to the dark world on the side of the undead empire? Just go there." The girl continued to say, but from her tone, it seemed that this was just a very simple matter. "Zioa, this place is thousands of kilometers away from the undead empire, and we have to cross the elf empire and the human empire during the period. Even if our strength can ignore the players here. However, without supplies and support, even for us, I'm afraid only a few can survive there." Listening to the tone of this president, he seemed to feel sorry for not being able to return to the dark world alive. However, this president's tone was very big, and he actually thought that his team had the ability to cross thousands of kilometers of enemy formations, and he didn't take the players of the Holy Light Camp seriously. "Then why are we still coming? I'm betting. Because the current strength of the Lich King is far beyond my assessment of the strength of the Holy Light Camp NPC. So I'm betting that the Lich King should be able to gain a foothold in this elf empire, and as long as he does, we will become the heroes of this new area. As for failure, it's just a drop of one level, we can afford the bet." "Then it seems that you have thought of everything, President. That's about it. Now we have to meet up with Bingsha and Dark Flame Emperor. As long as the 4 kings of our guild join forces, even NPCs at the level of magician or swordsman will have the ability." However, the president's bold words to motivate members came to an abrupt end in such a moment, because he who was walking in the front suddenly saw a blue light that made his whole body terrified. The skin of the president who was targeted by the blue light seemed to be drenched in ice water, and it tightened for a while. What chilled him was that this feeling was like being entangled by a poisonous snake, so he didn't even dare to move. As a special veteran, he was already very familiar with the reaction of crisis awareness when being pointed at by a gun. The reason why he didn't dare to move was entirely because of his previous professional habits. But in the next second, he suddenly remembered that this was a game, not his previous world. Even if he didn't move, he would be shot. Mina looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who was obviously over 30 years old. This man gave him the feeling of a lion with explosive power all over his body, but such a man chose the profession of a mage. When the male mage saw Mina's gun, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he immediately stepped back. However, the people behind them obviously didn't expect that their president would suddenly retreat, and the speed was so fast. For a while, the people who retreated in front and those who wanted to move forward in the back were squeezed together. "Ah, President, you stepped on my foot." It was the girl again, but now her tone was obviously withdrawing. "Scatter. There are enemies." Just when the president finally remembered the members behind him, a blue light suddenly appeared in front of him, which was like the sun in his eyes. In an instant, the blue light column filled the narrow space. With this shot, Mina sent the president who didn't know the details and a quarter of his members directly into the resurrection stone. However, this time the magic cannon could not adjust the direction due to space problems, so the people on both sides were basically intact, and at most they were just a little scared. And Mina, before the light column of the magic cannon disappeared, He had already retreated rapidly with the reaction force of the magic cannon. Although this kind of retreat without looking at the road is a bit dangerous, the members in front who are already howling to avenge the president are even more dangerous. However, what relieved Mina was that Mina found that his reconnaissance mission was also confirmed to be completed by the system. Although he could also directly tell the old wizard and the others the information sent by Tai Feng, he would not have to take risks and could also complete the old wizard's mission. But if you do this, you will definitely get a reward from the system. The system reward for this mission is a random golden ring and a lot of experience. Generally speaking, the later the game is, the more the system will send relevant experience to the missions received by the player. The other mission rewards are all obtained from the NPC, but the quality of the things obtained is related to the relationship with the NPC and the completion of the mission. Of course, there are some exceptions, but these exceptions often represent extreme dangers, so dangerous that the system has to increase the reward level. After putting away the magic cannon and the ghost shield, Mina moved quickly in this narrow passage. Behind him were several thieves with extremely fast speed and agile skills. Seeing these guys dare to rush up, Mina was a little amused, because he knew that the thieves behind must be thought I was also a thief. However, my speed in this crack is indeed the speed that only thieves can have. However, Mina is not a thief. Mina took out a white staff directly from her backpack. It was a very short staff, only half the length of an arm. This was his backup equipment when he considered that he could not use a large magic wand, and now this crack just restricted the use of long weapons. The thieves who were chasing closer and closer did not see this short staff at all, and what they did not see was the ice blue light on Mina's staff. I saw the ice blue halo on Mina's staff hit less than 1 meter in front of me. After completing this, Mina immediately rushed across the ground that had turned ice blue. When he just crossed over, an icicle suddenly emerged from the ground. This icicle appeared very suddenly, and the thieves who were not on guard behind were caught in an instant. Hearing the sound of heavy bodies colliding behind him, Shui Na also felt a slight pain in his forehead. At this speed, hitting an ice pillar is not a good feeling. However, Shui Na did not intend to leave. After hearing these sounds, he immediately turned around. Behind him, he was close to the rock wall where the crack turned. A series of hot energy was condensing on Shui Na's staff. A huge fireball was formed in the next second, and then it rubbed the surrounding rock walls and went to the person behind the ice pillar. Shui Na, who had launched the explosive fire shock, was not sure when the explosive fire shock would explode, so he turned around and ran up. When Shui Na ran less than 10 meters away, he suddenly found a large number of surging fireworks behind him, and waves of high temperature were surging from behind. Fortunately, Shui Na's magic defense was high, and his fire resistance was not low. The fire that appeared because there was no place to release the flame space only burned less than 2,000 points of his health. If he had taken out the wraith shield just now, he would have probably only received a few points of forced damage at most. However, when these flames appeared, they were so fast that even Shui Na could not react. Looking down at the recording system, Shui Na found that only one of the 4 thieves behind him died. But he believed that even if the 3 thieves behind him did not die, they would only be left with blood skin. Just as Shui Na was thinking this, a kill record suddenly appeared in the recording system. It seems that he was touched by the flames and burned to death. However, what made Shui Na feel a little uneasy was that the president he had just killed was the president of the Death God Guild. Shui Na had only heard Tai Feng talk about this guild, but he didn't know the specific situation. However, since he had already killed him, there was no need to think about it anymore. Chapter 697 Frost Nova. Shui Na, who had finally climbed to a place not far from the exit of the ground crack, did not rush out immediately. Because just now, he had heard waves of vibrations coming from the crack, and these vibrations were all coming towards the crack on the ground. Now, even if he didn't think about it, he could tell that someone had ambushed him, and he just needed to stick his head out to get stabbed. These guys probably didn't expect that Shui Na in this crack knew their general movements clearly. And in the back, Shui Na also heard some sounds getting closer and closer. This was the rustling sound of some metal digging ice, which also indicated that the people behind were coming up soon. However, when Shui Na thought about the fact that he had released more than a dozen icicles in the back, he knew that if the people behind didn't work hard and wanted to wait for the ice to melt, it would probably take more than 10 minutes. Putting his ears against the rock wall, Shui Na immediately heard a few slight sounds above him, which should be the sounds of the skeleton soldiers shaking. Because Shuai had long guessed that if it was a player coming up here, he would not wander around here and expose his plan. And if it was a player, he would probably have rushed in long ago. Only those undead creatures without much wisdom would wander around uncontrollably like this. In the distance, there were several abnormally large vibrations coming over. It seemed that all the players nearby had already come. After weighing the pros and cons, Shuai felt that it would be safest to leave directly with the teleportation ring, but he didn't want to leave like this. It was a rare trip here, and he didn't want to retreat without a fight, especially when he had enough confidence to rush out. Shuai first quickly changed the rings on his body that accelerated the recovery of magic power, put on the phantom style, the undead phantom and the teleportation ring, and then directly cast several water mist spells at the entrance of the ground crack. At the same time, he mischievously used a water illusion at the turning point behind him, placing his own illusion there to confuse the players behind. At the entrance of the ground crack filled with water mist, a black figure suddenly rushed out. But before this figure completely rushed out, nearly a dozen of them had appeared around him, almost covering the narrow crack in the ground. Among these attacks, there are pale and slender bone claws, rusty kitchen knives, and magic. However, these attacks are only effective when the first one hits this figure, because before other attacks reach this figure, the figure has already screamed, fallen into the mist, and disappeared. Full text without ads. He died in just one go. The people who were ambushing outside thought with some doubt, because they didn't expect that an enemy who could lurk in the underground cave would fall so easily. However, in the next moment, another figure rushed out from inside, but before this figure rushed out of the mist, he was killed by several skeleton soldiers. For a moment, everyone was a little confused about what was going on with this person who rushed out. Even the two players who had a role in killing the figure only knew from the recording system that they had killed a zombie and a ghost, but their honor points had actually increased. Neither they nor their companions understood what was going on with this change. Could it be that the people lurking in this crack in the ground were just two level 10 players? After a while, the mist began to dissipate, and at this moment, a third figure suddenly appeared. This time, no one rushed to attack first, because they all wanted to know what was going on. Damn, it's a vampire. At this time, when a vampire suddenly rushed out of the mist, it was immediately discovered. But this sudden appearance of the vampire made these players a little confused. Because they received from the regional channel that there was an enemy lurking in the dark portal and killing people there. This news immediately spread among the players in this forest. However, these people who came here first had no idea what the attacker was like, and they were even more unclear about what this enemy looked like. And now, a vampire who was obviously not a player suddenly appeared here, and for a moment, everyone was a little stunned. Because they thought a lot about the enemy in their minds, but never thought that their enemy would be a vampire. If this vampire was a strong one, they would have miscalculated. However, at this moment, a group of players suddenly came from a distance. These players all wore a club emblem with two interlaced black sickles. When these people came here, they immediately found the abnormal vampire and the group of stunned players. And Shuai below didn't know that many people outside had come. He only knew that many people were coming, but he didn't know the number and profession. However, now he knew that the vampire he summoned this time was not attacked. It seemed that the people above had been confused by his tactics. Seeing this, Shuai immediately rushed outside with the undispersed water mist. As soon as Shuai came outside, he immediately entered the phantom stealth state, but no matter how fast Shuai sneaked, it was not faster than the player's eyes. That thief is there, kill him! Someone shouted, and dozens of magics suddenly appeared around Mina, and even some of the undead creatures around him were also affected. These players would not have any mercy on the undead creatures. However, what made them feel strange was that the vampire disappeared after being touched by a bone arrow. Although Mina was retreating quickly, she was still hit by these flying magics. For a moment, Mina's figure appeared in front of all the players. At this time, a thief suddenly appeared in the cracks on the ground that was still covered by water mist, but before the thief could react, he was hit on the head by several flying bone arrows, bone spears and other magics. Although these low-level magics are not very lethal, the troublesome toxin effect is something that even Mina doesn't want to get involved in. We are members of the Death God Guild in the Dark World. We are now capturing the mortals of the Holy Light Camp. Please do not attack. A voice said this in the regional channel, which proved that he was not an enemy. If Mina could hear such a sentence, he would probably use the teleportation ring to leave indirectly. However, Mina did not hear this sentence now, nor did he realize that these people knew his identity through the magic cannon. Mina equipped the elemental magic wand and the ghost shield in an instant, blocking those long-range attacks while counterattacking and retreating to the distant place where no one was. Mina's reaction was extremely fierce. He shot a frost nova directly at the crack in the ground, and an ice blue energy ball lightly hit the crack in the ground. When the energy ball hit the ground and broke, the energy ball exploded like a nova. This frost nova was aimed at the thief who just came out of the crack, but the thief's reaction and speed were not slow, so the magic did not hit him indirectly, but the sudden explosion of cold energy still affected him. At the moment of the frost nova explosion, the water mist that Mina hit on the crack condensed into a huge ice block in an instant. And a thief who had just come out of the underground crack had his upper body frozen in this huge ice block. The ice block was 3 meters in diameter and more than 2 meters high. It had sealed the ground crack tightly, and several skeleton soldiers near the crack were also frozen. One of them was even half frozen, and the other side was covered with thick frost. The part outside was still moving meaninglessly. After seeing the dense and solid ice block, everyone, including Mina, felt a little weird about this magic. However, people with a discerning eye also knew that it was the water mist that added to the effect of this magic. The skeletons affected by the cold air were all covered with thick frost, and all their joints became stiff in an instant. Some of them were even indirectly corroded by the frost, and they scattered into a pile of bones on the ground with a crash. This was the bonus effect of the undead system on the ice magic damage. The thief who was targeted by Mina at the beginning had dodged the core range of the frost nova, but he had not escaped far enough. In addition, the frost nova was famous for its large-scale control, so the thief who had just entered stealth was indirectly forced out by the surging cold air when the frost nova exploded. This thief who did not understand the attack method of the frost nova had a lot of skills, but he had no chance to use them. Although he still had the ability to move, this ability could no longer dodge the next magic. After Shuai threw out a flaming bomb and dealt with the thief, he immediately cast an ice ring at the enemies who were bypassing the ice. Although the attack range of this ice ring is similar to that of frost nova, the local freezing effect is completely incomparable to the regional freezing of frost nova. However, if a few thieves are forced out, this ice ring can still be done. What makes Shuai most happy is that among these players here, except for a few thieves, they are all summoning players. The combat skills of these players are not strong. At least those bone arrows and bone spears will only be blocked by the ice crystal armor even if they hit Shuai. However, the responsible effects of those magics make Shuai a little uncomfortable. As for the low-level undead summoned, Shuai did not take them seriously. Chapter 698 Destruction Part 1. With the frozen ground crack as the boundary, the two sides almost started fighting in an instant. However, what made the necromancers on the opposite side a little depressed was that the mage who could sneak and hold a shield completely ignored his attacks and focused on attacking the thieves. Although the mage was already covered with the negative effects of necromancy, he was still fighting hard with the thieves. Moreover, this guy seemed to have the eyes of the dead. Not only did he often dodge the attacks of the thieves, but he could also find the thieves who were sneaking, which made the large group of necromancers behind him a little worried. Because there were only 5 thieves here, and one of them just died. In Shuai's eyes, the skills of these thieves here were much worse than those of Dao Yiyu Dao and Yu Ying Qing Chen. These thieves obviously had not learned the light body technique or other weight-reducing skills. With every step, Shuai could basically find some heavy traces in the mud or grass. Although these thieves are fast, and without equipment, they may be about 10% faster than Dao Yiyu Dao and his friends, but they are lacking in equipment and skills. At the beginning, the thief of the Death God Guild, who had the strongest combat power and equipment, was already knocked down. In addition, there was some black air in the air of this forest. Anyone with a good eye could often find something through the flow of these black air. Not to mention that Shuai could determine the target through the changes in the surrounding air flow. It was for these reasons that the only few thieves here were almost solved by Shuai in less than a minute. However, he was not in a good situation either. The defensibility of the cloth clothes was basically no defense against all physical attacks. Although his ghost shield was a combination of counterattack and defense, the size of this ghost shield was very limited, and it was basically unable to guard against the attacks behind. And the ice crystal armor on Shuai's body, with its weak defensibility, was only able to defend against one knife. However, after all the thieves were dealt with, Mina began to deal with the necromancers. Moreover, in order to guard against the troops in the cracks in the ground, Mina's frost nova would hit there from time to time, constantly solidifying the ice there. Although Mina's Frost Nova has reached the requirements of instant and continuous shooting under the effect of the ice potion, the continuous shooting of this high-level magic is somewhat discounted. Now Mina basically, only 3 Frost Novas can be used in 2 seconds. This is very different from the advanced 3 per second, but Shui Nai didn't take it too seriously. After all, the effectiveness of this magic has exceeded his imagination. The faces of the necromancers on the opposite side were very ugly after they found that their undead creatures had no power to fight back under the ice magic of the mage and became the experience of the mage. However, this is not their fault. After all, those necromancers with powerful abilities have already killed blood on the battlefield outside, and the necromancers or thieves with weak abilities like them can only take some small patrol tasks here. After almost freezing all the undead creatures in front of him, Shui Nai immediately launched an attack on those necromancers. After losing the summoning space, the necromancers had no fighting power at all. Those necromancers with more backbone immediately used the weak magic to attack Shui Nai, while those without backbone had already run away. Shui Nai, who took the ice potion, exuded an icy aura, and some strange ice blue stripes appeared on the exposed skin. Although the whole person's joints became stiffer, this change made Shui Nai's terrifying atmosphere more prominent. Ice blue skin, terrifying magic lethality, and speed that was not like a mage, all these impressions almost made Shui Nai a demon in the hearts of those who were slaughtered. However, after taking the ice potion for the first time, Shui Nai found that the effect and power of his fire magic had decreased. Although the decline was not too large, Shui Nai sensitively discovered that he had an impulse to fear fire during the effect of the ice potion. Without thinking, he knew that during the period when the ice potion was effective, the fire damage he received should be doubled. And Shui Nai was also guessing that these two problems should be the hidden attributes of the ice potion, and neither of them was a good hidden attribute. After the short 1-minute duration of the ice potion ended, there was nothing standing on the ground except for the corpses and bones. As for the thief who was frozen at the beginning, he was not dead under Shui Nai's special care, which could only be said that his health was too high. However, Shui Nai did not intend to let him go. Under the impact of an explosive flame, the frozen ground crack was quickly melted under the strong flame, and the ground crack was backflowed with a large amount of flames. For a while, the thieves closest to the ground crack were all in trouble. When the survivors below came up, Shui Nai had already disappeared. However, Shui Nai was not at ease now. Not long after leaving the ground crack, he met another team. Although Shui Nai was not found this time, he did not intend to let these people go. After all, he did not have much honor points now. However, there were many things that Shui Nai liked at the honor merchant, such as some core materials of the skilled potion, which were very rare materials. All along, it was the unscrupulous merchants who spent a lot of money to buy them back from the players, and now it was rare to find these materials from the honor merchant, so he had to collect more honor points. The strength of the team targeted by Shui Nai was not strong, and Shui Nai also knew that this was mainly because the battlefield outside was too fierce, resulting in the internal defense being empty. This time, Shui Nai did not take the ice potion. After knowing that it had such side effects, he did not want to take risks in such a changeable PK. If one of these people could use fire skills, the effect of his ice potion could not make up for the effect of this side effect. Quietly coming to the back of the team, Mina directly hit the Frost Nova in the center of the team, and this sudden attack immediately aroused the vigilance of the patrol team. However, the reaction speed after this vigilance was completely incomparable to the explosive speed of the Frost Nova. In an instant, this team of only 10 people was in trouble, because they were all in the core frozen area of the Frost Nova. The lethality of the Frost Nova is still very considerable for ordinary players, especially its huge attack area. Basically, the players who were frozen had to accept a high amount of damage. After the entire team was frozen in an instant, they could only watch the burning fireball getting closer and closer to them, and they could not save themselves. The power of the explosive impact was so strong that even through a layer of ice, it could still kill these guys in seconds. However, before they died, they still did something meaningful, which was to publish the coordinates of Mina's current appearance. After casting such a magic, Mina turned around and left without even looking at the result. Before he ran far away, a large number of players came behind him. And this time the leader of the people were the Dark Flame Emperor, and each of them had a badge of a distressed skeleton soldier on his chest, which was the Death Skull badge of their Death God Guild. As soon as these players arrived at the place where Mizuna had just fought, they immediately began to disperse, but no one looked at the body of the team that had just died in the battle, and no one planned to revive him. For them, such a 10-man team, but not even the ability to leave an enemy behind, was not worth wasting such precious resurrection skills. Vice President, the mage left to my side. A thief suddenly said this in the team chat, and then took the lead and ran over. The Dark Flame Emperor came to the place the thief said, but found that there was no ghost fire lamp there, and it was dark all around. This is... The Dark Flame Emperor shot a dim lighting fireball, looking at the fragments of the lamp holders of the ghost fire lamps on the ground in a somewhat weird way. Chapter 699 Destruction 2. The Dark Emperor did not know what the ghost lights in the woods were for. Although they seemed to be used for lighting, he knew that if they were for lighting, they would not be arranged like this. In fact, whether it was the Dark Emperor or other people in the Dark Camp, when they saw these lamp holders made of human or other animal skulls, they knew that this should be a magic circle, but no one told them what the meaning of this magic circle was. It was not that they did not dare to ask, but that no one responded to them when they asked. And they also knew the importance of these things, so they basically would not destroy them. Even those undercover spies did not dare to destroy them so blatantly. But now, the wizard named Fanfiction actually completely destroyed all the ghost lights that could be seen along the way. Seeing his unscrupulous and rampant behavior, the Dark Emperor felt as if he had been slapped hard. Especially knowing that his president had been solved by the wizard before he really set foot on this land, this made him feel even more ashamed. Chase, we can't let him do whatever he wants. Dark Flame Emperor had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen anyone more arrogant than Shui Nai. Yes. The people behind Dark Flame Emperor were all in high spirits. It seemed that their guild, which claimed to be the king of the Dark Camp, was also disgusted with Shui Nai's behavior. Seeing the morale of the members behind him, Dark Flame Emperor immediately followed the coordinates sent by the thief in front and went over. In the other direction of the forest, Long Tian, the president of the Dark Temple Guild, was suddenly very happy to hear the news that Shui Nai appeared here. President, are we going to kill him back? Fengya and Wei Ziai said almost at the same time, but their bodies had already turned in that direction. It seems that their hatred for this mage is already very high. However, this is no wonder. After all, they were killed to death by a mage one after another. Even if they were the ones who caused trouble first, they would probably be angry. Wait, we won't go inside, we'll go outside. Long Tian said with a smile. But... Fengya said immediately with dissatisfaction. Fengye, let me ask you, if you were fighting a guerrilla war in this forest, do you think anyone could do anything to you? Long Tian did not have any resistance to Fengya's attitude, but looked at Fengya with some amusement. No, the forest is so big, if you want to find a place to hide, no one can. Fengya said very proudly at first, but the more he talked, the more he felt that he couldn't say anything, because he knew what Long Tian wanted to say. You also know, inside, if we don't have NPC helpers, we can't do anything to such a person. He is indeed very strong, I have to say so. Whether it is equipment, skills, or combat awareness, it is no longer a word that can be described as strong. But, we don't need to fight him hard now, after all, that is not our home court. In fact, Long Tian was a little sad in his heart. For such an opponent, he also wanted to get rid of him personally. However, he knew that no matter that Fan Chen or other people in the Dark Camp, they would not give them a fair environment. Without a fair environment, he had no confidence to fight with that perverted wizard of Fan Chen. After all, the power of that magic cannon had penetrated into his heart and was almost engraved on his bones. Since he dared to come to our position alone, we must reciprocate. Long Tian said, pointing to the defense line of the Orc Kingdom. There was nothing on that side that could endanger the seven-colored demon spider, and it was also the defense line he liked to raid the most during this period. In the woods, Shui Nai found that a large number of illuminating fireballs suddenly emerged from the darkness behind him. It seemed that there were many people coming. And there were shadowy figures in front of him and around him. It seemed that his whereabouts had been completely mastered by others. However, Shui Nai had been prepared for this, because he had not let go of those ghost lights along the way. Basically, all along the way, the ghost lights that could be seen were few and far between. Almost all of them were devastated. Although doing so also made Mina's whereabouts known to others, Mina felt that sometimes, there was only a fine line between mastering and being mastered. Mina was now hiding in a big tree. With the Wraith Shield, Ice Crystal Armor, Water Hidden Technique and many other defensive equipment and magic effects, his traces just disappeared from the search of the players below. Although Mina kept killing all the enemies he found along the way, he would only pick a small team to attack each time. Although doing so felt like bullying the weak, it maximized Mina's interests and was still very safe. Everyone, spread out, he's here, let's search hard. At this time, the Dark Flame Emperor suddenly shouted in the regional channel, and then his people immediately formed a fan's hape net and began to use the clumsy method of carpet search to search for enemies around. Although Shui Nai didn't know what the male mage was saying, he could more or less know what he was thinking from the way those people looked now. However, Shui Nai was a little strange. Were they so sure that he had not left the forest? To be honest, if Shui Nai wanted to leave now, the flying spell and the teleportation ring alone would be enough for him to walk twice. However, Shui Nai didn't think much about it. Seeing that there were almost more than 200 people below, he didn't dare to say that he had the ability to take them. Moreover, among these people below, he couldn't even see a thief clearly, which further proved that there was a problem below. Shui Nai, who walked carefully on the treetops, soon quietly left that area and went to another area. Shui Nai, who came to another area, soon repeated the destruction just now. Along the way, he destroyed any man-made buildings he saw that could be destroyed directly. As long as he found any players, he killed them all. With Shui Nai's new round of destruction and killing, the people outside quickly locked Shui Nai in an area. However, there was no way to catch it. In such a huge forest, there were too many places to dodge the encirclement of these people, especially Shui Nai who had the ability to escape in three-dimensional space. Sometimes, he could move far enough with just a teleportation, so such an encirclement was basically meaningless to Shui Nai. And the players who participated in the encirclement also knew that their approach was somewhat unrealistic, so fewer and fewer people participated in the encirclement. In this case, with insufficient number of people and unable to search in a large area, they had no chance of catching Shui Nai. However, what made Shui Nai feel a little horrified was that in the depths of this forest, the roar of the dragon, which should be the dragon, seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, which meant that this dragon might be tamed by the Lich King with force. Shui Nai naturally didn't want to see this, but he had no ability to stop it, so he could only work harder to destroy what he could see in this forest. Shui Nai glanced at the dark space behind him, where it was completely dark because of the loss of the ghost fire lamp. Moreover, under the condition of dark energy, this darkness is particularly deep and gloomy. Inside, from time to time, several lighting fireballs will pass through this space and come to Shui Nai's side. After taking a look at the approximate number of people on that side, Shui Nai decided to stay, because there was a large scarlet stone next to him, which was a resurrection stone for the dark camp players to resurrect. To be honest, Shui Nai didn't know what the use of destroying those ghost lights was, but destroying a resurrection stone was of great significance. If all the resurrection stones were destroyed, then these dark camp players would not be able to resurrect here. The most powerful abilities of the players would not be able to play a role in this battlefield. However, Shui Nai has been wandering for several hours now, and can only find such a resurrection stone. Although he can let Duijodega's men report the coordinates of these resurrection stones through Taifeng, he feels that doing so will always owe Duijodega a favor, and it seems that he has nothing to repay this favor. However, just when Mina's magic hit the resurrection stone, a vague figure suddenly appeared next to the resurrection stone and rushed to Mina at a very fast speed, holding a pale bone dagger in his hand. To watch without ads, please go to Chapter 700 Dark Thief. Mina was a little surprised to see the thief with his explosive flames on his body, but he reacted quickly. The wraith shield was just quietly raised to block the fatal attack of the dagger. However, what Mina felt was that the dagger made of bones was so fragile that it broke into bone powder and fragments at the first collision. When the dagger suddenly exploded into a ball of bone powder, Mina immediately retreated, but no matter how fast he retreated, he could not change the reality that the dagger exploded on the bone shield. Therefore, Mina was here are still many places on the body that are stained with these bone powders, but these bone powders are completely normal. At least there is no abnormality in the status bar of Mizuna. However, the problem that Mizuna feels is precisely due to this completely unresponsive status bar. Because for Mizuna, the strength of the thief in front of him is very strong. Just his sudden burst of speed and powerful strength, even if Mizuna keeps activating the power violent transformation, it is still a little unstable. A thief who can develop both strength and speed to this level is probably not comparable to ordinary players. And with this cognition, Mizuna doesn't believe that this thief will take out a dagger of obviously poor quality to attack him. After the thief hit, the speed of retreat was faster than Mizuna. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared in the woods, making Mizuna's counterattack magic fall one by one. After reaching this speed, Mizuna also sighed that he was not as good as him, but this made him more determined that there was something wrong with the thief's dagger. Moreover, from the recording system, Shui Na also found that the guild to which this thief belonged was the Death God Guild that had just clashed in the underground cave. It seemed that this thief should be here to seek revenge. He cast a few recovery spells on himself to see if he could get rid of the bone powder on his body. However, what made him feel more problematic was that the washing effect of his recovery spell could only play a very weak effect. Although the bone powder could still be washed away, it could only be washed away a little at a time. At this speed, even if Shui Na's recovery spell could be cast instantly, there was no way to deal with it in a short time. Free download of Word ebook. He took a look at the durability of the Scarlet Resurrection Stone. Although there were some problems with the bone powder on his body, Shui Na still felt that he could deal with the Resurrection Stone first. As for the thief in the woods, although everything was going according to his plot, the surprise in his heart made him completely unable to calm down. Because he never thought that there would be a mage in this game who chose to become a power-type mage like their president. Although his speed is not bad, and there are many acceleration equipment in the mage system now, but the mage equipment that increases strength is definitely rare. If his strength does not come from equipment, then it can only come from himself or skills. But even if it is himself or skills, it is impossible for him to be his opponent, because he is a combat thief with nearly 500 points of strength. Although his president's strength value is also close to 500 points, this is because he has a bracelet, coupled with his passive skills and strength burst. This strength value cannot be underestimated, even he can't face it calmly. However, the mage just now gave him an illusion that the strength value of this mage is not much weaker than that of his invincible president. However, what this thief does not know is that the source of Mina's strength value is basically from the natural treasures of this world. These secret medicines that increase attributes are not something you can find just by wanting to encounter. President Zacian, I have locked his position. Come here quickly. He is destroying the Resurrection Stone. Although the thief was confident in his own strength, he was still very modest and cautious because he did not want to ruin his president's revenge plan. Damn it, Tianya, we must stop him. Such an order came from the other side. President, don't you want to deal with him yourself? The thief named Tianya was a little confused. I will deal with him myself, but you must stop him from destroying the Resurrection Stone. The Resurrection Stone here is very fragile. With the magic lethality of Fanfiction, I am afraid that it will take less than a minute to smash the Resurrection Stone. President Zacian had just resurrected from the Resurrection Stone, and naturally knew the quality problem of these Resurrection Stones. Understood. Tianya rushed out immediately after he finished speaking. He was confident that with his speed, he could completely attract the firepower of this mage. However, just as he was about to stop Shui Na from attacking the Resurrection Stone, he suddenly heard the sound of broken glass, which appeared very suddenly. But this shocked Tianya's mind, and his eyes almost popped out. Because not far in front of him, the Resurrection Stone that was intact just now was smashed into pieces by Shui Na in less than a minute, and the mage even leisurely put all the pieces that exploded on the ground into his backpack. The durability of this Resurrection Stone is a little less, but it has 300,000 durability, plus nearly 3,000 Alzi stem defensibility, and nearly 100 points of basic resistance. Such an important building is not so easy to be destroyed. However, this Resurrection Stone is very fragile to Shui Na. In his memory, the Resurrection Stones of the Holy Light Camp all have 600,000 durability, and the defensibility can reach 6,000 points of Alzi stem defense, and the basic resistance is also several hundred points. In the Holy Light Camp, some people use Resurrection Stones as wooden stakes to practice skills, but this practice method will offend the punishment of the Holy Light Camp. If it was a regular Resurrection Stone, even Mina might not be able to defeat it. As for the fragments of the Resurrection Stone that were blown up, it was the first time for Shui Na to see them, but after he found out that these fragments could be collected, he did not let them go and collected them all. After completing this step, Shui Na turned around and looked at the thief, who was obviously a little unbelievable. This was a thief of the dark human system. If Shui Na was not wrong, there should not be too many undead players in the dark world. After all, there has been an undead empire here. Logically, most undead players should land in this empire. The races of the dark human system often have extremely strong combat power, and because humans have strong adaptability. Therefore, the negative impact of the dark system is very light on them. In the dark world, there are quite a few human players. Shui Nai saw that he was staring at the place where the resurrection stone was erected just now, and immediately launched an attack. I saw an ice ring first appeared beside him, and the cold smell also awakened his combat power in an instant. Almost immediately after he reached the position of the ice ring, he immediately lay on the ground and rolled to one side several times. His series of actions not only avoided the attack of the ice ring, but also dodged several thunderbolts. This reaction speed. After seeing the smooth movements of the thief, Mina also admired the thief's speed. Just now, he had sneaked in first and could have taken the lead, but he still dodged it at the last moment. Looking at the thief who was already stealthed, Mina's next magic was already cast. 2 chain lightnings were seen running around in the air, splitting the figure of the thief. However, when Mina's wind blade was about to hit the target, the thief with lightning arcs flashing on his body suddenly disappeared. This disappearance was very sudden, but Mina knew that this was a very advanced skill of the thief's system disappearance. This skill can make the thief who is in combat state indirectly invisible and enter stealth state. And at the moment when the disappearance skill is launched, all attacks cannot have a substantial impact on it. When Mina realized that she couldn't find the thief at all, she was about to leave. The thief who had disappeared suddenly appeared from another direction and rushed towards Mina. From his appearance, he would not let Mina leave. Tianya's speed was very fast. At least, even if Mina turned on the phantom stealth, she might not be faster than him. But no matter how fast this speed was, it was not faster than the thunder arrow, especially when they were moving in opposite directions. The thunder arrow hit the thief who was less than 10 meters away from Mina almost the next second after it appeared. However, at this speed, Mina found that the thief had no intention of stopping. He wants to get close. This was Mina's only thought after seeing the thief's speed.